This secret had been hidden very deeply, and even when it was recently leaked, for it to reach Zhou Bai's ears meant she had quite the connections. And considering what you mentioned last time about the dragons and undead, I have some guesses. Would you like to hear them? Zhou Bai continued. Hearing this, Yuli's expression paused, and her gaze at Zhou Bai grew deeper. Go on. Without hesitation, Zhou Bai laid out her recent deductions. After listening, Yuli's expression changed completely. She had to admit, Zhou Bai's analysis was almost identical to what the elves themselves had deduced. After their deduction, the elves had wanted to warn the entire continent and let everyone prepare, but their king had stopped them. After that, the king and several sages from other races worked together to seek a sliver of hope for the Stan continent. The sages, including the king, left behind only one message: wait for the right moment. Outsiders will come. She hadn't known what that meant at first, but ever since the new territories appeared, she understood. Later, when she learned that a new territory could summon elves, she who normally avoided humans allowed the elves to agree, opening the first trade between elves and the human kingdoms. She had to admit, her good impression of the new territories began with Green Prairie Town. They had broken her old stereotypes about humans. Now, it seemed, these newcomers were truly different from the humans she knew. They possessed a kind of thinking that the natives of this world lacked. You're right, Yuli's finally gave Zhou Bai a definite answer. Hearing this, Zhou Bai finally felt a weight lift from her heart and couldn't help but press further. Who is this person? Yuli sighed softly. Lucas. He's been a legendary class professional for a long time, already at this world's limit, unable to break through. I don't know what he did after that, but all legendary class professionals could sense the world had changed. After that, strange weather began to appear in our world. It's been so long that many people think it's always been this way. After the special weather appeared, besides the new materials, were there any other changes? Zhou Bai asked curiously. Since the special weather was linked to the apocalypse, there had to be something unique about it. Yuli's glanced at Zhou Bai. In fact, she hadn't planned to share this much, but Zhou Bai's deductions had surprised her so much that she unconsciously revealed more. Since she'd already said the most important parts, a little more wouldn't hurt. After organizing her thoughts, Yuli spoke. Magical beasts have grown stronger and more numerous. Also, during normal weather, the mana in the air is decreasing. Did you know? In the next generation, fewer and fewer people in the human kingdoms are born with magical talent. Zhou Bai. What explosive news! Do many people in the human kingdoms know? Zhou Bai asked. The major territories have probably noticed. The small ones, I'm not sure, Yuli's replied. That's why in recent years, the big territories have been grabbing more resources and focusing more on physical attacks and defense. Zhou Bai couldn't help but say, it feels like we were brought to this world just to help you. First, all of them from Blue Star had magical talent. Second, they could make physical weapons and attacks. With Hope Town's current achievements, they really didn't need magic. Yuli's eyes flickered at Zhou Bai's words, then she said, you really were brought here to break the deadlock. Zhou Bai. Yuli's continued, but only a very few people know this. I'm one of them. So you're not hiding it anymore? For those of you who might change the outcome, there's no need to hide it, Yuli's replied. As for the others, it's better not to say anything yet. You represent a sliver of hope, but we don't know if you can really change the outcome. If you can't, you'll probably be blamed, so don't spread this around. Zhou Bai replied without hesitation, of course. We don't want to be saviors, we just want to survive. Even knowing this, she had no intention of carrying the burden of saving the world. They weren't capable of that. But now that she knew some of the inside story, she had a clearer direction to work toward. Yuli's was a little surprised by Zhou Bai's answer. Then, looking at the farmland before her, she continued, let's talk about agriculture now. No one knew if mana would disappear from the Stan continent in the future, so for now, it was best to stock up as much as possible. Zhou Bai instantly understood the importance of these vegetables and fruits and snapped to attention. Negotiate? She'd definitely give it her all. For now, the farmland in our territory is still too small. Next time we level up, we'll expand it, Jobai continued, speaking to Eurus. As Jobai answered, Eurus waved her hand lightly in the air, and only then did Bettina and Alan, who had been standing by, snap back to attention. Clearly, while they'd been chatting, Eurus had already made sure no one else could overhear their conversation. Jobai had always thought elves from the Elven Kingdom were trustworthy, so he hadn't seen the need for secrecy. He hadn't expected that Eurus would think of it first, and so discreetly, too. No wonder those two hadn't reacted at all when she spoke just now. Your territory is leveling up again? Bettina, aware of what had just happened, asked. She knew Lady Eurus and Jobai had discussed something in a private space, but she didn't mind. If Lady Eurus didn't want them to know, they wouldn't listen. After all, as long as they knew everything Lady Eurus did was for their own good, that was enough. Yeah, barring any surprises, it should be tonight, Jobai replied bluntly. With special weather coming, we need to level up as much as we can before it hits. Not every territory can level up just because they want to, Bettina couldn't help but comment. At first, she hadn't thought much of a small town and didn't understand why Lady Eurus would go out of her way to cooperate with a human territory. Prairie Town had always seemed like a good choice. They'd invested a lot of effort there. But after coming to Hope Town and seeing it for herself, she understood. Prairie Town was good, but Hope Town was even better. Hope Town was truly an impressive platform, not just among new territories, but even compared to established human settlements, it could hold its own. We've always been preparing for upgrades, Jobai said, noticing the curiosity in Bettina's eyes and smiling in response. She was just curious, not picking a fight. So, Jobai was happy to chat. Can we stay here for the night? Eurus asked from the side. She wanted to see Hope Town's capabilities with her own eyes. Jobai paused, her eyes lighting up. Of course. Since they wanted to see what Hope Town could do, she'd make sure to put on a good show. The conversation then returned to the main topic. We'll supply you with unlimited seeds, just trade as usual, Eurus said. They weren't particularly skilled at business and couldn't be bothered to deal with others. People always said elves were a cold and aloof race. Let them think so. If not for the apocalypse threatening the Elven Kingdom as well, they wouldn't have bothered interacting with other races. All right, Jobai nodded, already having a sense of the elves' personalities. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, You mentioned all Elven Kingdom territories would be open to Hope Town. Is there anything we need to prepare? Eurus thought for a moment. That depends on them. If they apply to you, just open up to them. In reality, most elven territories weren't keen on dealing with human lands. Elves generally saw humans as cunning and deceitful. That kind of ingrained impression isn't easy to change. Whether Hope Town could gain recognition from other elven territories would depend on its own abilities. Understood, Jobai nodded, then looked at the three of them. If you're staying in Hope Town for a day, should I arrange someone to accompany you? All right, Eurus agreed. Do you mind if it's an undead? Jobai asked. Not at all, Eurus replied. In fact, she was quite curious about how humans, undead, beast-in, and goblins could all coexist so harmoniously in Hope Town, with each race contributing according to their abilities. It was quite remarkable. With their answer, Jobai immediately messaged Heidi. She actually felt Heidi and Eurus were similar in temperament and figured they'd get along well. Heidi hurried over as soon as she got the message and whisked the three elves away. Once they'd left, Jobai looked out at the endless fields and let out a long sigh of relief. Only when she was alone did she have the time to process all the new information and decide on her next steps. Thinking as she walked, she soon found herself at the blacksmith shop. Inside, Harrison was no longer handling sales. He was fully focused on weapon crafting. You could say his Blue Star apprentice, Yu Xiao Xiao, had opened his eyes to the world of firearms, and he'd thrown himself into research. Jobai glanced at the weapons on display. Almost all were gold grade or higher, with plenty of platinum weapons as well. Silver weapons had all but disappeared. The weapon types covered all professions, and they even supported custom orders. Harrison was a senior blacksmith, and under his leadership, the shop now had plenty of junior and intermediate blacksmiths. And the shop was just a small part. The majority were now working in the advanced alchemy workshop and the munitions factory. In this regard, Harrison had truly made an outstanding contribution. After a quick look around, Jobai headed to the advanced alchemy workshop in the back. Sure enough, Harrison was there. Seeing Jobai enter, he handed his work to someone else and greeted her directly. Busy as always, what can I do for you? I wanted to check our current weapon stockpiles, Jobai said. Don't worry. I've already had everything we'll need for tonight's upgrade beast-hide packed and stored, Harrison replied. He'd known for a while that there'd be frequent battles, so he'd had the blacksmiths and workers prepare in advance. Good. Aside from that, any progress on the weapons you and Xiao Xiao have been working on? Jobai asked. Harrison immediately caught her meaning. She was talking about firearms. We've successfully made gunpowder and are working on scaling up production, as well as developing compatible weapons for different types of powder, Harrison explained. The Research Institute has provided some blueprints, and we're trying to manufacture them now. Once we succeed, we can break them down for mass production. Jobai thought for a moment. She'd received some blueprints from the Research Institute as well. Firearms were divided into 3 categories: light weapons, heavy weapons, and weapons of mass destruction. Light weapons were mainly rifles and other individual arms they'd already developed. Heavy weapons included cannons, tanks, armored vehicles, rockets, airplanes, warships, and so on. Weapons of mass destruction included chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons. Some of these weren't suitable for the current world, so Jobai had eliminated them. The rest, the Research Institute had begun developing. Currently, in addition to the original rifles, they'd added semi-automatic rifles, sniper rifles, grenades, and other more powerful single-shot weapons. Heavy weapons and WMDs were the main focus now. They'd already developed rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, mortars, howitzers, rocket artillery, and anti-aircraft guns. This arsenal was useful both individually and in groups. The anti-aircraft guns were specifically for air defense. Flying magical beasts were a major threat to the territory. Tanks and armored vehicles were also in development, with a focus on remote control rather than manual operation. Have any been produced yet? Jobai asked. Harrison nodded modestly. Yes, grenades and rocket launchers are ready, but larger ones will take more time. Jobai nodded. That's already fast progress. Gunpowder had only just been synthesized, and the blueprints were newly developed. It would take time to see results. But with this world's advanced alchemy, once the blueprints were ready, building the weapons was just a matter of time. Thinking of this, Jobai said, once you've made them, report to me immediately and start mass production. If you need money, come to me. If you need materials, take them from the warehouse. Spare no expense. All right. Harrison didn't know why Jobai wanted so many weapons, but since she'd given the order and provided all the resources, there was only one thing to do: get to work. Also, try to minimize reliance on magic for these weapons. Ideally, they should work without magic at all, Jobai added. No one knew if magic might disappear in the future, so it was best to be prepared. Understood, Harrison agreed, though Jobai's words made him suspect something was up. Come to think of it, before he became undead, he'd also received a new directive from the territory to reduce reliance on magic in weapon manufacturing. After a moment's thought, Harrison asked, "Is this related to the apocalypse?" Given the timing, that was the only connection he could make. Jobai was surprised to learn this from Harrison. So, the Dwarf Kingdom knew too. She nodded. Yes, special weather will change the magic on the Stan continent, reducing magical elements. Harrison frowned. That's serious? Even as dwarves focused on crafting, they couldn't deny the importance of magical elements. Many of their creations required magic. Even when making weapons, if there was no magic, they had to borrow some to process certain materials. Without magic, many things would be impossible. Most importantly, this was a magic world. If magic disappeared, It would be revolutionary. Harrison could already sense the gravity of the situation. Mayor, did you just come from meeting the elves of the Elven Kingdom? Harrison continued. News of elves visiting Hope Town was bound to spread. At first, he'd just been impressed by Hope Town's networking, but now he couldn't help but think more deeply. Joe Bai was surprised by Harrison's perceptiveness and sighed. Yes, I learned the news from them. So, the future of our territory is in your hands. She said this very seriously. The future of their military logistics rested with Harrison. Suddenly, he felt a huge weight on his shoulders. But at the same time, a quiet excitement welled up inside him. He'd learned more in Hope Town than in decades before. It was great for his growth as a blacksmith. Just thinking about creating so many innovative things gave him a huge sense of accomplishment. Leave it to me. I'll do my best, Harrison said earnestly. Suddenly, he remembered something his apprentice had once said, a tongue twister of a phrase. A warrior dies for the one who truly understands him. Thank you. The tasks ahead might be heavy, so if you need more people, just apply to HR. They'll sort it out for you, Joe Bai continued. All right, Harrison nodded. Actually, if things go smoothly with my people, they might come looking for you soon. If you hire them, efficiency will increase a lot. Great, I'll be waiting for news, Joe Bai replied. With that, she left Harrison to his work. Leaving the advanced alchemy workshop, Joe Bai quietly went to find her mom. What's up? Ding Chiro was busy working her abacus when she saw Joe Bai and immediately asked with concern. Take a look and buy more ores, especially those related to weapons, Joe Bai instructed. Okay, the folks at Striving Village just sent me a list of ores. I'll ask Harrison which ones he needs, Ding Chiro replied, then looked at Joe Bai. Is the situation getting tough? Yeah, pretty tough. I'll feel better with more weapons, Joe Bai nodded. She wasn't sure if she had a firepower obsession now. She just wanted to stockpile everything as much as possible. Buy whatever you need. Mom will give you the money, Ding Chiro said with a smile, immediately operating her control panel. Soon, Joe Bai received a system notification. Resident Ding Chiro has gifted you 1 million gold coins. Accept. Joe Bai stared at all those zeros, completely stunned. She knew her parents were rich, but she hadn't realized they were this rich. Just like that, 100 million? This was more than the territory's entire account. Mom, isn't this too much? I feel guilty taking it, Joe Bai couldn't help but say. In the end, all our money will be yours anyway. We used to keep a low profile, but now that you can handle things yourself and with these special times, just take it and use it. Stock up on whatever you need, now's the time to spend gold. I've got plenty more. If you run out, just ask me for more, Ding Chiro said. Your dad agrees too. I was going to give you 2 million, but he said if you can spend this million, I'll give you more. Joe Bai, then I'll take it. Good. Mom, how much do you and Dad actually have? Never mind, don't tell me. I'll just take the money. Joe Bai thought her parents' wealth was beyond her imagination. Yes. After accepting the money, Joe Bai left. If she stayed any longer, she might get carried away. But with this extra million gold, she suddenly felt she didn't have to worry about weapons or food. She immediately went to Bear's office. Closing the door, Joe Bai discussed her plans with Bear. I'll have Zheng Yongyan and the others go out and buy supplies, Bear said without hesitation. With money, there's nothing we can't get. Even if it's expensive, it's fine, plus, we're good at making money. Bear was well aware of the territory's spending power. Knowing Joe Bai had just received another million gold, he was bursting with confidence. He suddenly felt that being a lord was all about financial muscle. He might not be rich himself, but his parents were. I really didn't know before, Joe Bai said helplessly. I get it, Bear replied. Joe Bai looked at him, speechless. She felt Bear was picking up too many blue star habits. His catchphrases were getting out of hand. Anyway, just buy whatever you think is necessary. Stock up on strategic supplies, Joe Bai instructed. I'll get the external affairs and business departments together for a meeting to discuss what to buy and let you know once we've decided, Bear said. At times like this, brainstorming was key. All right, Jobai nodded. With more and more people under her, handling affairs was getting easier and easier. After discussing some details with Bayer, Jobai returned to her own office. She started processing the various documents submitted by her subordinates, reading, signing, and distributing them as needed. By the time she finished, it was already noon. Jobai headed straight to the cafeteria for lunch. After its upgrade, Hopetown's cafeteria now had 3 floors, with many more food windows. The chefs had gradually shifted from ordinary cooks to those capable of making food with special effects. After all, when Hopetown recruited life-skill professionals, many chefs applied. Before long, they were won over by Hopetown's food culture and benefits and decided to settle down. These chefs didn't just work in the cafeteria, they also worked in various snack shops. So now, Hopetown's food wasn't just delicious, it often came with special effects, a pleasant surprise. Some new chefs even improved the recipes. Hopetown's food scene was fiercely competitive. No visitor could leave without holding their stomach in satisfaction. For staff at the Lord's mansion and factories, the cafeteria was the most convenient option. Good meals, convenient, tasty, and they restored energy, a stack of buffs. When Jobai arrived at the first-floor cafeteria, it was packed. I'm starving, finally, time to eat. Been using my brain and body all morning. No choice, it's been busy lately. Gotta eat more to keep my strength up, might grab some snacks later. Luckily, the food here has special effects. After eating, I'm full of energy. Ready to grind some more. So busy lately. Everyone's busy. But seeing the territory thrive thanks to our efforts makes it all worth it. Exactly. Hey, I heard we're preparing for another beast-tide upgrade. Didn't we just upgrade? The requirements were met. We've accepted 2 village-level territories. Joining Hopetown is the right move. I hear lots of village territories are looking to join now. Survival of the fittest can't be helped, the future's uncertain. Resource integration is a good thing. Luckily, we're the ones integrating others, not the ones being picked over. So we have to work hard. Make the territory stronger. I'm done eating, back to the grind. I need to pack food for my team. They want to save time on the road. Listening to the staff in the cafeteria, Jobai felt the weight on her shoulders grow heavier. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She'd thought that after painstakingly upgrading to a town, she could take things slow, gradually surpass Sulik Town and Lovisa City. But now, with all the upheaval, she had to accelerate everything. With things moving so fast, everyone had to give it their all. Once they upgraded to a level 3 town, she'd give everyone a bonus. She could afford it now. After eating her fill, Jobai prepared to head back to the Lord's mansion to work. With everyone working so hard, she, as the Lord, had to step up too. But as soon as she sat down, Jobai saw a new system notification. Dear host, a large number of residents from Guangshui Village and Yushi Village have entered Hopetown's territory. Please take note. Seeing this, Jobai's eyes lit up. She'd thought they'd arrive by evening, but they were early. This meant Hopetown could start preparing for the beast-tide upgrade before nightfall. With more daylight, the residents could perform even better. At that moment, the mission center issued 2 new notifications. Guangshui Village Lord Luo Ziqian has entered Hopetown via the mission center. Yushi Village Lord Bei Wakang has entered Hopetown via the mission center. Clearly, the 2 had timed their arrival at Hopetown. With that, Jobai got up and headed straight for the mission center. She met Luo Ziqian and Bei Wakang on the way. Seeing Jobai come to greet them, Bei Wakang was a bit flattered. May are you? I'm going with you to welcome your residents, Jobai said directly. From now on, we're all one family. Whether they were the first or the latest, once someone entered Hopetown, they were one of them. Technically, Bei Wakang and Luo Ziqian still belonged to Yushi and Guangshui villages, but in reality, they were now part of Hopetown. Hearing this, both were genuinely moved. Yes, from now on, they were part of Hopetown, for better or worse. Oh, and some good news. Hopetown and the Elven Kingdom's Balal City are now open to each other. The elves will supply us with special effect vegetable and fruit seeds. I'll provide all the seeds your territories need for farming. When you harvest, Hope Town will buy your produce, and you can decide how to use the profits. And I'll send troops to guard your territories, so you have no worries, Jobai added. Originally, the cooperation was just for regular food, but now, with high-value seeds, of course she'd let them use the elven ones. Beiwa Kang and Luo Ziqian joining Hope Town was a huge help, so Jobai would give them as many benefits as she could. As for sending troops, it was mutually beneficial. Hope Town needed places to train soldiers, and their territories needed protection. Win-win. Beiwa Kang and Luo Ziqian exchanged glances, both with a hint of joy in their eyes. They really had hitched themselves to a golden powerhouse. Who else? Who else would be as generous as Hope Town? No problem, no problem. We'll do whatever you say. Beiwa Kang grinned at Jobai, his smile so wide it looked like it might split his face. Watching him, Luo Ziqian couldn't help but think he was being a bit over the top. But she was honestly quite happy too. Hope Town really lived up to their trust. Seeing how happy the two of them were, Jobai couldn't help but smile as well. As long as everyone's happy, that's what matters most. Soon after, the three of them hopped onto a beast-drawn carriage heading for the south gate. Once they were on the road, Beiwa Kang was casually looking out the window when he suddenly spotted Yulis and her companions. Their flawless, exquisite features, paired with their silver hair shimmering in the sunlight, truly gave off the impression of goddesses descending to earth. Breathtakingly beautiful. They stood out so much. Elves. There are elves in Hope Town. Beiwa Kang exclaimed to Jobai, his voice trembling with excitement. Didn't I just mention it? The Elven Kingdom is cooperating with our territory, so it's perfectly normal to see elves here, Jobai replied, fully understanding his reaction. After all, she'd been just as stunned the first time she saw them. Otherworldly. That was the most fitting word she could think of. I almost forgot. I thought it was just a partnership. I didn't expect to actually see elves. Does that mean we'll be able to see elves in Hope Town regularly from now on? Beiwa Kang couldn't help but ask. Who doesn't love beautiful things? Just looking at them is a treat. Jobai paused, then said, that's hard to say. Elves have always preferred to keep to themselves. They might not come to Hope Town often, but our residents can visit the Elven Kingdom. Ever since it opened up, a ton of Hope Town folks have rushed over. She could always see notifications about Hope Town residents visiting other territories. She wondered what kind of chain reaction would happen once a whole crowd from Hope Town showed up. Would it shock the elves? After all, people from Blue Star could be pretty wild. If Philia hadn't scared them off last time, they might have actually tried to pet a dragon. But rules are rules, and they'd follow them. After spending so long in this world, they'd learned what was appropriate. Once her territory leveled up, she wanted to go visit too. Last time, she'd only caught a glimpse from the sky. Only Hope Town residents can go? Beiwa Kang asked instinctively. Technically, he was still a resident of Yushi Village. But who wouldn't want to see the Elven Kingdom? He wanted to experience it for himself. That's right, Jobai replied. It was a one-way deal. Elves were still very wary of humans. She figured that if it weren't for the apocalypse crisis, the elves would have stayed hidden in their kingdom forever. Honestly, it was probably the right choice. Compared to the purity of elves, the hearts of other races were pretty dirty. Maybe I'll get a chance someday. I've always been interested in unique races like that. So far, elves are the only ones I haven't seen, Beiwa Kang said absent-mindedly. There's more. There are lots of beast folk too, Jobai said. When I passed through the Beastman Kingdom, I saw all kinds of beast folk. Right now, Hope Town has ram-headed people, tiger-headed people, minotaurs, fox-folk, and dog-headed people. What other kinds? Beiwa Kang and Luo Ziqian both looked at Jobai with curiosity. Eagle folk, who can fly, elephant folk, who are huge, Jobai gave a brief introduction, recalling her adventures with Philia on the Stan continent. A truly unforgettable experience. You've seen way more than us, Beiwa Kang blurted out. That's not something just anyone gets to see. It must have been that dragon who took Jobai along. Clearly, Jobai had been carried by the dragons. She was lucky. He felt grateful that Jobai had such opportunities, so that when disaster struck, they'd have someone powerful to rely on. Otherwise, they'd really have nowhere to turn. I definitely lucked out with a powerful backer, Zhou Bai said without hesitation. Philia was definitely her thick thigh to cling to. Without Philia, Hopetown would have faced a lot more challenges and hardships. Once again, she felt she really was lucky. Bei Wakan and Luo Ziqian both smiled instinctively. At that moment, Yulis and her companions also sensed Zhou Bai's presence and looked in her direction. Elves were extremely sensitive to scents, and after meeting Zhou Bai, they'd instinctively remembered her aura. After all, Zhou Bai was someone they'd be interacting with for quite some time. Meeting Yulis' gaze, Zhou Bai waved at them with a big, cheerful smile. Seeing this, Yulis and her friends quietly looked away. She seemed a little silly. Our mayor is very outgoing and friendly, and she's extremely tolerant, Heidi, who was with them, said sincerely, putting in a good word for Zhou Bai. Yulis and her companions had been eating and drinking their way through Hopetown with Heidi as their guide. Heidi was straightforward and easy to get along with, which made them feel comfortable, except when it came to Zhou Bai, whom she praised to the skies. Just like now. If a human had said it, Yulis might not have cared, but since it came from an undead, she was a little surprised. In fact, what surprised her most about Hopetown was how so many different races could live together in peace and all wholeheartedly support Hopetown. That was truly rare. As the Lord, Zhou Bai definitely deserved a lot of credit. After all, as the leader goes, so do the people. And, thinking of the food she'd tasted in Hopetown, Yulis couldn't help but feel a bit of fondness for the place. At the very least, the food here was novel and delicious to them. There's a fruit tea shop up ahead. They have all kinds of fruit drinks, and some of them are made with special fruits and vegetables from Green Prairie Town. They're now the shop's signature products, Heidi continued introducing. At this, not only Yulis, but also Bettina and Alan's eyes lit up. The fruits and vegetables from Green Prairie Town, weren't those from the Elven Kingdom? They definitely had to try them. They all instinctively looked at Yulis, waiting for her response. Let's check it out, Yulis said with a soft cough, making the decision. Heidi smiled knowingly. As expected, no one can resist the culinary temptations of Hopetown. At the same time, Zhou Bai and her group had already arrived at the city gates. As soon as they reached the gates, they could feel the approaching crowd drawing nearer and nearer. Looking at the vast, surging mass of people, Zhou Bai felt a twinge of emotion in her heart for reasons she couldn't quite explain. She glanced at Bei Wakang and Xiang Ziqian beside her and noticed both of their eyes were tinged with red. Zhou Bai paused for a moment. After all, it was hard to say goodbye. Meanwhile, teams from other places who had traveled from afar were also present. Seeing the huge procession behind, they couldn't help but comment. Why are there so many people? They're all people relocating to Hopetown. What? That many? Where did they all come from? Which territory would let so many people leave at a time like this? It's from Guangshui Village and Yushi Village. Both are village-level territories, a bit weaker than a town. It's probably because of the Doomsday Crisis. But isn't that just a rumor? Nothing's happened yet, and they're already so scared. Maybe it's just a bluff. Unusual weather isn't unheard of. Whether there's a crisis or not, joining a stronger territory isn't a bad thing for the residents. True, Hopetown really is pretty great. Pooling strength together can accomplish more. It's not like other territories haven't been annexed before. The stronger Hopetown gets, the better it is for us too. Yeah, I heard Hopetown will soon be promoted to a level 3 town. Then it'll be just one step away from becoming a city-level territory. That's awesome. That would make Hopetown one of the strongest towns below the city level. Maybe it'll even become a city-level territory in the future. I think so too. That's why I rushed over. As they chatted, everyone felt more and more confident in their decision. After all, having 2 village-level territories join Hopetown was the best proof of its strength. At this moment, Zhou Zhenping had also arrived in front of Zhou Bai and her group. I've brought everyone back, Zhou Zhenping said directly to Zhou Bai. I'll take the soldiers' squad back for integration in a bit. Zhou Bai paused, then turned to Bei Wenkang and Xiang Ziqian. Do you want a position in the military camp? You can choose soldiers to protect you, which will make it easier for you to travel between the two territories. Bae Wenkang nodded without hesitation. I'd like that. He wasn't a Hope Town resident yet, but he would be in the future. Having a position meant having room to rise. Seong Ziqian hesitated, then said, "Give me another position. I'm not really into fighting. As for soldiers, arrange them as you see fit." She was a chosen one for farming, after all. And as for the strength of her own territory's soldiers, well, best not to mention it. For her own safety, she'd rather rely on Hope Town soldiers. Zhou Bai immediately understood their choices and said, "Then you two go to the military camp with my dad first. He'll make arrangements for you." Both Bae Wenkang and Seong Ziqian nodded. Their people had safely arrived in Hope Town. From today on, they didn't have much to do with their old territories anymore. As loyal subordinates, it was time to say goodbye to the past. The two followed Zhou Zheping calmly, with members of their territory's soldier squads trailing behind. They'd known before coming that they'd be joining Hope Town's military. At first, they'd felt a bit uneasy, but seeing their own lords among them put them at ease. Those who remained were mostly the residents of the two territories, most of whom were blue star faces. So, joining Hope Town didn't worry them much. After all, they were all from the same roots. The purpose of migration was to live better in the future. Besides, their lords had given them generous subsidies, enough to start a new life in Hope Town. So now, all that was left was excitement. Those soldiers are lucky. They get to become Hope Town soldiers right away. We're lucky too. We get to become Hope Town's residents. I just wonder what life will be like in Hope Town. It'll be fine. It's not like you haven't been here before. True, but we'll have to start from scratch. It's okay, there's still time. Yeah, we're not starting from nothing like before. Besides, didn't the Lord say that if we can't find suitable work in Hope Town, we can always go back to our old territories? Residents from Guangshui Village and Yushi Village chatted back and forth. Watching the scene, Zhou Bai spoke up. As long as you become residents of Hope Town, no matter which territory you came from before, as long as you follow Hope Town's rules, Hope Town will always protect the rights and interests of its residents. Zhou Bai's words echoed across the scene. Her personal presence and promise were proof enough of her attitude. With her assurance, the new residents had the confidence to start their lives in Hope Town. Her words were for the people of Guangshui and Yushi villages, and for all future newcomers to Hope Town. All right, we'll remember. We'll remember that we're Hope Town's people now, and we'll do our best for it. Hope Town is my home, I'll take good care of it. I love Hope Town. Many residents responded directly to Zhou Bai. They understood the significance of her actions and believed she wasn't just putting on a show. Whether for themselves or for Hope Town, they felt they should show their support. Zhou Bai could feel their sincerity. Her smile grew even broader. Then, welcome to Hope Town. With Zhou Bai's words, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted. Some people hadn't planned to shout, but were swept up by the mood around them. Amid these voices, Zhou Bai quietly stepped back. The staff began guiding the new residents in, leading them in groups. Hope Town had been receiving new residents and visitors constantly lately, and its capacity had kept up. The arrival of over 10,000 new people was no problem at all. In no time, all the new arrivals, including today's visitors, had been smoothly absorbed into Hope Town. As Zhou Bai neared the Lord's manor, she received a message from the system. Condition 1. Population reaches 80,000, fulfilled. Condition 2. Territory buildings reach 48, fulfilled. Condition 3. Lord reaches LV.30, fulfilled. Upgrade conditions 1, 2, and 3 are all met. The territory can be upgraded. Dear host, would you like to upgrade your level 2 town to a level 3 town? Looking at the message, Zhou Bai let out a long breath. Finally, another upgrade. Yes! Congratulations, host. Your territory has been upgraded from a level 2 town to a level 3 town. Territory area increased 5-fold. 2,000 gold coins awarded. The moment the notification was sent, Hope Town underwent a corresponding transformation. This time, the magical reaction across the territory was even stronger than before. So, as soon as the upgrade happened, many people noticed. For a moment, everyone was stunned, then they erupted with joy. Amazing! Their territory was incredible. It's only been a day and they've upgraded again. Looking at the map, with the territory area expanded fivefold, Joe Bai let out a long breath. Time for another round of infrastructure building. To be honest, this was actually one of the more relaxing moments, almost like playing a game. Anyway, let's get to work. Without delay, Zhou Bai began upgrading the existing buildings. Any facility that needed new functions, she added them. Anything that could be upgraded, she upgraded. Only after finishing all the upgrades did she turn her attention to the empty plots of land. After several rounds of upgrades, Zhou Bai had become quite adept at this. Especially now that she had plenty of funds, she could really let her imagination run wild over the vast stretches of open land. She continued dividing up land for farmland, and then, following her usual routine, started building residential buildings, commercial streets, and so on. In no time at all, the empty plots were filled to the brim. As for the new farmland, she upgraded it all to level 6, the highest available, boosting planting speed yet again. Of course, after Zhou Bai finished this whole series of actions, the gold coin spent had reached 6 figures. A new record high. In fact, Zhou Bai was mentally prepared for this level of expenditure. The area had expanded fivefold, on top of what was already a level 2 town. Naturally, the gold cost would be at least 5 times higher, and with all the upgrades, it could easily be 10 times as much. But for Hope Town, this amount of gold was nothing, especially since she'd just received 1,000,000 gold coins from her mother. After double-checking everything, Zhou Bai set the plan in motion. Once she saw the buildings appear on the map, she finally checked the latest stats on the territory panel. Territory: Hope Town. Level 3 town upgraded. Population: 82,034/200,000. Area: 500,000 mu. Tax rate: 10%, adjustable. Wealth: 1,939,258 gold, 34 silver, 36 copper. Buildings: Lord's Manor, LV.6, Quest Center, LV.6, Mercenary Center, LV.6, Artisan Center, LV.6, Intermediate City Walls, Intermediate Blacksmith, Intermediate Restaurant, Intermediate Tailor, Intermediate General Store, Intermediate Barracks, Intermediate Watchtower, Intermediate Arrow Tower, Intermediate Prison, Intermediate Warehouse, Intermediate Textile Mill, Advanced Alchemy Workshop. Special Buildings: Hall of Heroes, Beast God Temple, Hospital, Mage Guild, Vitality Statue. Reincarnation Hell, City Defense Magic Cannon, Well, Tavern, Inn, Intermediate Ranch, Farmland, LV.6, Commercial Street, Library, Roads, Pond, Marketplace. Level 1 Residence, 30 square meters wooden house. Level 2 Residence, 30 square meters 2-story wooden house. Level 3 Residence, 30 square meters 2-story stone house. Refinery, grain storage, extraction plant, research institute, pawn shop, potion shop, monument, bank, cultural center, greenhouse, logistics station, surveillance center, trading hall, auction house, arena. Custom buildings, school, factory, swimming center, amusement park, sports stadium, park, resort villa. Contribution shop, for territory residents only, exchangeable with contribution points. Current rankings: Stan Continent rank, 366, Regional rank, 1. Territory wars, 4/4, wins, 4, peace period, 22 days. Note: territory can only be conquered by the Lord. What Zhou Bai cared about most, of course, was her territory's ranking. In fact, she'd always felt her territory was a bit stronger than others of the same level, and she was mentally prepared for that. But when she saw the latest ranking, she was still surprised. She'd estimated her territory would be just above 400th place. She hadn't expected it to be even higher than she thought. Where did this gap of several dozen ranks come from? Combat power? Come to think of it, the residents from Guangshui Village and Yushi Village were mostly professionals, and at least half of them were dual-class professionals. Besides that, was it the territory's deep financial resources? Whatever the reason, a higher territory ranking was definitely a good thing. The residents of Hope Town were going to be over the moon. But just as Zhou Bai was basking in the joy of her territory's leap in the rankings, she suddenly saw on the map that dense packs of beasts were approaching within Hope Town's borders. A beast tide was coming. Already? A flash of surprise crossed her mind, but Zhou Bai immediately issued a territory-wide announcement in the form of a quest. Quest: Beast tide approaches after upgrade. Defend the territory. Type: Emergency quest. Rewards: Contribution points. All loot belongs to individuals. Participants: soldier teams, all residents. After issuing the quest, Zhou Bai quickly got up to head to the city wall to oversee the defense. As she was heading downstairs, she ran into Bear. Beast tide's coming? Bear asked instinctively, clearly seeking confirmation. After all, the upgrade had just finished, and now a beast tide was coming immediately. It was a bit too soon. It's here. They're already gathering outside the territory. Zhou Bai nodded to Bear. This means things are getting more and more dangerous. Bear sighed inwardly, then said, Mayor, I'll go with you. All right. Zhou Bai nodded. By the time the two reached the first floor, they could already hear many people discussing. Damn, we just upgraded. I haven't even had time to check out the new territory, and now there's a beast tide coming. When I saw the message, I thought I was seeing things. I even double-checked. Anyone who still says the doomsday crisis is fake, I'm done with them. Does this seem normal to you? It's totally not normal. Let's go. Let's hurry to the city wall to help out and maybe level up a bit. I'm still just an intermediate professional, and I feel so unsafe. I'm advanced, and I still don't feel safe. All the residents of Hope Town were saying the same thing, and every single one of them was running toward the city gates. Zhou Bai and Bear followed the crowd out of the Lord's manor. As soon as they stepped outside, Zhou Bai glanced at the map and saw that magical beasts were already closing in on Hope Town's city walls. The moment she saw that, her pupils shrank involuntarily. Only flying magical beasts could move this fast. Bear, send people to the ranch and mobilize the flying magical beasts for battle, Zhou Bai said urgently. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Bai summoned the flying magical beast she'd contracted earlier, the Ire-winged demon eagle. The lead one was a saint-level beast, with several high-level beasts around it. The high-level Ire-winged demon eagles soared into the sky the moment they appeared, instantly casting a shadow over the Lord's manor. The saint-level Ire-winged demon eagle landed right in front of Zhou Bai, and she climbed onto its back without hesitation. As soon as they took off, she could see a dense flock of flying magical beasts swooping toward Hope Town in the distance. The scouts on the watchtowers at the gate had already spotted them, and the next moment, the alarm was sounded. A long, droning alarm rang out, and all the residents of Hope Town felt a chill run down their spines. This was a new alarm. They'd practiced for it before, but it had never actually happened until now, the air raid alarm. Flying monsters are attacking the city. What the hell? I thought only city-level territories would get swarms of flying monsters. We're just a level 3 town. There are only two possibilities. First, our territory's strength is on par with a level 1 city. Second, the beast tide has evolved. It's definitely the latter. The apocalypse is terrifying before it's even fully begun. The beast tide has already evolved to this extent. I wonder how many territories know about this. If someone upgrades without being prepared, it could be disastrous. Should we hurry to the city gate to help? I've got a feeling today's going to be a real battle. Yeah. Wow. Look at the sky, so many beast tamers and summoners. Haha, finally their time to shine. They're amazing. This is the first time I've thought beast tamers and summoners looked so cool. And the town chief's Ire-wing rock that just flew by is the real deal. All high-level monsters, and even a saint-level one. When it flew overhead, we could feel its shadow on the ground. Do you know why it's called Ire-wing? Because its wings are as hard as iron, like they're covered in metal. Under the sunlight, they shine brilliantly. So cool. Everyone chatted as they rushed to the battlefield. Those with transportation, magic carpets, brooms, electric scooters, bicycles, had already sped off at the first sign of trouble. As for Zhou Bai, she'd already reached the city gate at the earliest possible moment. For a saint-level flying monster, the distance across Hope Town was just a matter of seconds. When she arrived, she saw the arrow towers, cannons, and archers had already formed the first line of defense against the flying monsters atop the city walls. Dismounting from the Irewing Rock, Zhou Bai quickly directed her monsters to join the fight. The Irewing Rock's combat power was extraordinary. Once it dove into the flock of flying monsters, it was like a force of nature, crushing everything in its path. With their help, the archers below found things much easier, picking off the isolated flying monsters one by one. By now, the territory's beast tamers and summoners had all come to assist. With their support, the aerial threat to Hope Town was neutralized. Once she was sure the flying monsters posed no threat to Hope Town, Zhou Bai turned her attention to the control panel. Beast hordes were surging toward Hope Town from all directions. The number within the territory was already considerable, and more were gathering on the outskirts. Because of their swift response, many professionals who had been outside the territory quickly fled back at the first sign of danger. Especially since many of them sensed a threatening aura, a pressure that could only come from high-level monsters and in large numbers. Most of them were intermediate professionals. Only a horde of high-level monsters could make them feel such pressure. In this situation, of course they had to run. Some were even attacked by flying monsters on the way back. If not for their battle experience and the territory support, some of them would have been injured in the attacks. Seeing all this, Zhou Bai couldn't help but frown. Compared to 2 days ago, the scale had more than doubled. The beast tide was growing too fast. And this wasn't even during special weather yet. What would happen when that came? At that moment, Zhou Bai felt an even greater sense of urgency. Based on the timeline, Hope Town could only be upgraded to Hope City after the special weather arrived. By then, the beast tide would likely be even more overwhelming. No matter what, Zhou Bai was more determined than ever. Upgrade as soon as possible. Time waits for no one. She steadied herself and refocused on the battlefield. By now, the soldiers in the barracks had prepared their weapons and equipment and were pouring out of the city gate. In no time, all sorts of offensive and defensive weapons were set up around the city walls. Once the weapons were in place, they started building traps. All the mages quickly dug 3 deep trenches in front of the walls, filling them with dense spikes. These were orders Zhou Bai had given before heading to the walls. During the last beast tide, they hadn't felt this kind of pressure, so they hadn't bothered with traps. But this time, before the battle even began, they were fully prepared. Every soldier felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. The professionals and teams rushing in from the rear of Hope Town felt the same. If nothing else, just the battle raging overhead was enough to show this was no ordinary fight. At this moment, Zhou Zhangping, Heidi, O'Neill, and Lucas arrived at Zhou Bai's side. They brought their teams to the South Gate Barracks, responsible for the South and East Gates. The North Gate Barracks handled the North and West Gates. Their teams would be on the front lines, the strongest fighters. How's the situation? Zhou Zhangping asked Zhou Bai. Based on previous orders, he knew this was going to be tough, but he wanted confirmation from Zhou Bai. There are a lot more high-level monsters. It's normal for them to show up at this stage, but the frequency is alarming. Zhou Bai glanced at the map and said, "Be careful." "Got it. I'll summon some saint-level monsters to help with the attack," Zhou Bai added. "Okay." As they spoke, another alarm sounded. The beast tide had entered attack range. Zhou Zhangping and the others didn't say more. They left the wall and led their teams out to meet the enemy. Right away, Zhou Bai released her army of sky-shrouding mammoths and other monsters. The moment they appeared, the monsters charged to the trenches. Some in the front noticed the trenches, but they were too wide to jump, and the monsters behind were pushing so fast that many fell in before they could react. Before they could climb out, more monsters fell on top of them. In no time, the trenches were filled with monsters. First trench full. Second trench full. Then they surged toward the third. Seeing this, everyone tensed, ready for battle. The trenches had worked, which was good, but being filled so quickly was not. It meant there were too many monsters. So many that they could just use their comrades' bodies to fill the trenches and cross. Third trench full. With the trenches filled, the city's offensive weapons sprang into action. Catapults and ballistae unleashed area attacks on the monster horde, while arrow towers and mortars on the walls targeted the beasts. This barrage of firepower carved out a space for the soldiers and professionals to fight. Joe Bai's sky-shrouding mammoths charged into the first wave of monsters. Basically, each stomp took out a monster. Their massive size gave them a huge advantage. On both flanks, soldiers and professionals fought in small groups, working together to take down monsters of all sizes. The battlefield was a scene of carnage. Everyone had just one word in mind: fight. As for Zhou Bai atop the wall, she didn't rush into battle herself. She needed to oversee the whole situation and adjust as needed. Seeing that the front lines were intense, but still under control, Zhou Bai recalled the Irewing Rock. She leapt onto its back and flew outside the territory. Of course, some flying monsters tried to intercept her, but she and her mount broke through easily. Once outside Hope Town's borders, Zhou Bai's eyes widened. The land beyond the territory was packed with monsters. There weren't as many high-level ones, but plenty of advanced, mid-level monsters. If these kept coming, it'd be an exhausting war of attrition. This beast tide was truly bizarre. But even realizing this, Zhou Bai had no time to investigate the cause. Only by solving the immediate crisis would she have the right to ask why. She circled above Hope Town and found the situation was the same in every direction. Anyone seeing this endless wave of monsters would probably lose heart before the fight even began. At this rate, there was no way to finish things in a single day. With that in mind, Zhou Bai finally stopped at the north gate. There, Bayer was frowning at the battle, especially at how, just as one team finished off a monster horde and barely had time to rest, another wave would immediately take its place. For a town-level territory, today's beast tide was on a completely different scale from previous days. Something was wrong. As Bayer was thinking this, Zhou Bai landed beside him. "Chief, you?" Bayer started. "I just did a lap around the perimeter," Zhou Bai replied, unconsciously pursing her lips. "How is it?" Bayer asked, sensing something ominous from her expression. "Standing at the border, you can't see the end of the beast tide," Zhou Bai said. "This is going to be a war of attrition." "Are you worried we can't hold out?" Bayer asked. He'd been worried, but seeing Zhou Bai, he suddenly felt reassured. "Of course not. Our territory still has plenty of trump cards." Zhou Bai answered instinctively. "If we've got trump cards, then so what if it's a war of attrition? We'll just fight it out. Only through battle can we grow. And worst case, our territory has the reincarnation hell. Beginner professionals can revive once. Intermediate professionals twice. Advanced professionals 3 times. That's their greatest confidence. It lets them fight with unprecedented courage and reap huge gains from battle." Clearly, Bayer saw Zhou Bai's worry and tried to reassure her. After hearing him out, Zhou Bai felt a weight lift from her heart. "That's right. Treat this war of attrition as a live-fire drill, and there's nothing to worry about." And this was just a town-level beast tide before the special weather had even arrived. "I was thinking about whether to use the gunpowder we've been stockpiling," Zhou Bai continued. "But now it looks like we don't need to. Let everyone fight seriously without letting their guard down. Only by constantly improving their strength in battle can they face even fiercer storms in the future." After confirming that everything was fine on Bayer's end, Zhou Bai returned to the south gate. The 4 city gates helped split up the monster horde, but the south gate still faced the greatest pressure. When Zhou Bai arrived back at the scene, the beast tide had already pushed the battle line forward, pressing dangerously close to the gate. After all, the monsters were truly relentless, charging forward like mad creatures. Anyone facing lunatics like these would find it hard to hold their ground. Zhou Bai didn't hesitate any further. She leapt straight into the beast horde. Without a word, she began to fight. Her attacks were devastating and covered a wide area. As a Saint-level professional, her magic and martial strength were overwhelming to the monsters. Zhou Bai's presence greatly boosted the morale on the battlefield. She was already a leader-like figure in Hope Town. With her leading the charge, how could the residents of Hope Town fall behind? Kill, kill, kill. Let's wipe out these monsters. Just think about all the experience points and loot on them, instant motivation. Every monster I kill brings me one step closer to leveling up. Step by step, I'll climb higher. Just thinking that I'll be able to advance to a high-level class after this beast tide ends gets me excited. Exactly. We never get this kind of opportunity on normal days. Everyone, pace yourselves. Don't die needlessly. If your mana or stamina is running low, replenish it right away. Don't take it lightly. If you die, you'll lose a level. Haha, lose a level if you die. Suddenly I remember I still have 2 extra lives. I feel so much braver now. This is such a rare chance. Normally, we'd never encounter so many high-level monsters. Let's use this opportunity to level up. Take it slow, take it slow. Our territory has a solid foundation. We can hold out. Sky Rangers coming through. If you need backup, just shout. We're providing long-range healing from the air. Our healers are awesome. This is the logistics team. If you can't hold on, just say so. I can pull you back to the territory for treatment. Oh, and there's food, direct from the restaurant, all with special effects. If you need it, we can deliver it precisely, all courtesy of Ms. Dingchiro. Ms. Dingchiro, I love you. Ms. Dingchiro, you're amazing. Thank you. The residents of Hope Town shouted back and forth, instantly pushing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Later, since most of the flying monsters had been dealt with, the territory's logistics support team came out to help, taking control of the airspace. Previously, air superiority hadn't been considered, but after the flying monsters attacked, many Hope Town professionals remembered their flying carpets and other gear. They even set up a small airport, the platform between the giant war chariots and the city wall, a perfect airstrip. With this setup, logistical support became even more robust. Watching all this, Zhou Bai felt deeply gratified. There are always more solutions than difficulties. As for what she heard next, Zhou Bai couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Her mother really was rich and generous. It had to be said, with logistical support, everyone became much more adept at handling the battlefield. They firmly held the initiative, just as they'd said at the start, endure and outlast. Of course, there were occasional lapses, with monsters breaking through and attacking the city wall. But with the ongoing upgrades to the wall, and Zhou Bai having stocked up on a massive amount of stone in the warehouse, this was hardly a problem. While the battle raged outside, discussions inside Hope Town were just as heated, especially among the visiting tourists. The beast tide had come so suddenly that they hadn't even had time to evacuate. Veteran visitors were calm as ever, eating, drinking, even heading to the gates to watch the action. Newcomers, following the crowd and peering through the gates at the swarming monsters outside, were completely stunned. There were just too many, especially with so many high-level monsters mixed in. This is terrifying. So many high-level monsters. Can Hope Town really hold out? If they can't, aren't we doomed? Talk about bad luck. Hope Town just advanced to level 3, but this feels like the scale of a city-level upgrade. We're done for can't use the teleport array during battle. Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die? Seeing the new visitors panic, the veteran guests quickly stepped in to reassure them. Relax. Beast tides are no problem for Hope Town. Yeah, even if the outer defenses fail, there's still the city wall. And even if the wall is breached, Hope Town has a whole warehouse full of stone. That's right. Hope Town used a mid-level warehouse just to stockpile stone and cement. Do you know how much that is? So don't worry about the territory being overrun. You should be thinking about when the beast tide will end. But this beast tide is clearly different from normal. With the apocalypse looming, a few anomalies are normal. Anyway, I believe Hope Town can handle it. If you're really worried, why not go out and help? No way, I'm not going out there, it's too dangerous. Oh my god, what did I just see? What? Check the territory rankings. Just now, a bunch of territories suddenly disappeared. They must have tried to upgrade and got wiped out by the beast tide. Either the territory was destroyed, or all the residents died. I noticed that too. Looks like the abnormal beast tide isn't just happening here in Hope Town. What's happening to this world? With this new information, the mood inside the territory shifted instantly. They saw a future full of danger. And in that future, everyone was a part of it. There was nowhere to run. At that moment, both old and new visitors found their thoughts drifting. A vague sense of unease crept in. They wondered, could their own territory withstand this? Hot noodles coming through. Delicious grilled skewers. Crispy fried chicken burgers. Fresh sweet and savory tofu pudding. Just as they were lost in thought, the lively voices of Hope Town's residents snapped them back to reality. Seeing how calm and composed the residents were, the visitors were a bit stunned. How could the people of Hope Town be so unfazed? They were sure the residents had overheard their conversations. One visitor couldn't help but ask directly. The Hope Town residents, hearing this, immediately took on the role of big brothers and sisters. Tell me, does reality change just because you worry about it? No. Then what's the point of worrying? If you've got the energy to worry, why not use it to improve your skills? Or go find a stronger territory. Just thinking and not acting is a scary thing. Our territory is facing enemies several times stronger than normal, but look at us, are we scared? No, because we know that as long as we work together, we'll win in the end. Most importantly, our territory gives us confidence. Like you said, our professionals fight hard, our city walls are strong, our warehouse is full of stone and cement. But that's not all. We have the reincarnation hell, so we can resurrect. We have enough food reserves for a long war. We have enough logistics to supply the front lines. And we have secrets. Anyway, our territory is well prepared. All we have to do is fight. Just do our jobs well. The visitors. The problem is, we don't have any of that. And what's this about secrets? Secret weapons? Does Hope Town have some hidden trump card they haven't used yet? The visitors looked at each other, but no one dared to ask further. Instead, they started heading toward the shops of Hope Town. Forget it. Might as well continue their sightseeing. They'd find time later to process everything. The Hope Town residents were just too smooth-talking. They'd left the visitors completely speechless. The little emo group of visitors quickly dispersed. But quite a few visitors started to feel the urge to train. Truth be told, while the beast tide in Hope Town was fierce, it was also a great place to gain experience. Finding high-level monsters to level up within a controlled environment was incredibly rare. They could use this chance to train and also see for themselves what Hope Town was capable of. With that in mind, many visitors picked up their weapons and joined the battle alongside Hope Town. This scene was also witnessed by Ulysses and her two companions as they strolled through Hope Town. They had originally planned to assess Hope Town's strength before leaving. And there was no better time than during a beast tide. Because elves stood out so much, they used a confusion spell to make others think they were human, blending into the crowd. After listening to the discussions, their feelings were complicated. These new territory folks in Hope Town are really optimistic, Bettina couldn't help but say. Even she wouldn't have such a mindset facing a beast tide this fierce. It's not just optimism, Hope Town gives them real confidence, Alan replied. Their strength is even greater than we thought. To make it into the top 50 level 3 towns right after upgrading, that was truly impressive. After all, there were many old, established territories at level 3 who'd stayed at that level for years to maintain their competitive edge and siphon resources from others. Their strength was formidable. But Hope Town's rise had been meteoric. There had to be more to it. What do you think Hope Town's secret weapon is? Ulysses asked, changing the topic. Bettina and Alan's attention was immediately caught. They couldn't help but recall the secret that Hope Town's residents had almost let slip. Did Lady Ulysses also think it was a secret weapon? I've heard that Hope Town's weapons are all stockpiled in the blacksmith, advanced alchemy workshop, and munitions factory. Only the workers inside can enter, and everyone has to sign a contract not to leak information. When it comes to weapons, Hope Town is definitely mysterious. Bettina explained her findings. It seems like they're deliberately hiding their strength. As long as the weapons aren't stored in the warehouse, they don't count toward the territory's power. Also, Hopetown has been actively recruiting support class professionals, and those who reach high level get a house. Many high-level professionals have been attracted: blacksmiths, tailors, healers, alchemists. I haven't counted, but there are a lot. The daily influx of people is so high it's impossible to keep track, Alan added. Recruiting these support classes also brings in a lot of combat professionals, and their levels aren't low. By attracting more people, Hopetown's strength keeps growing. If not for the apocalypse, given time, Hopetown would definitely become one of the top cities, Alan concluded firmly. He wasn't exaggerating, this was his honest assessment. Ulysses and Bettina knew it too, and they trusted Alan's judgment. Because they believed it, they couldn't help but feel a strange, indescribable emotion. Let's go. Let's see for ourselves, Ulysses said, watching as visitors with weapons headed toward the city gate. They decided to join in and see Hopetown's combat strength with their own eyes. Soon, the three of them arrived at the gate. Seeing the bustling scene, they couldn't help but pause. If you're joining the fight, make sure you're in the right position. Don't just charge forward, watch your timing and coordinate. Forget it, just follow our instructions. We need an archer here. Archer, come over. Swordsman. We need a swordsman here to finish off the monsters. Mages, especially those good with wood magic, help us control the beasts. The newly arrived professionals were quickly assigned roles on the battlefield. Ulysses and her companions were no exception. What are your classes? Archers? Great, you'll be assigned to 3 different teams. Work well with your teammates. If you run low on mana, fall back. Remember your team number. You can get healing potions from the logistics group. Pay up front, but we'll refund you after verification. Now, go fight. Just like that, the 3 elves were split up and thrown into battle, with no time to think. At that moment, Hopetown was defined by a single word: battle. The battle raged on into the night, showing no signs of ending. Once everyone realized this was going to be a drawn-out fight, both soldiers and professionals began rotating shifts, making sure to rest up before heading back into the fray. The pace slowed a bit, but everyone found it much easier to handle the beast tied this way. Of course, the defensive line did retreat a little. But overall, this fighting rhythm felt far more comfortable. Otherwise, if everyone burned themselves out in an initial burst, they'd have little strength left for the later stages, and the beast tide could cause even greater damage. The residents of Hopetown actually adapted pretty well to this situation. Ironically, it was the outsiders here for the Hopetown trial who found it a bit hard to get used to. What they couldn't get used to was how comfortable it felt to deal with the beast tide. Yes, comfortable. During the fighting, their teamwork was seamless, and killing magical beasts wasn't all that exhausting. Whenever their mana or stamina ran low, someone would immediately take their place, giving them time to rest and recover. There were restorative potions, special effect foods, special effect drinks. With this whole system in place, everyone was brimming with energy. Sometimes, after a few short breaks, they even got a longer rest. That way, they could always return to battle in their best state. At this point, a group of people were forcibly rotated out to rest, including a batch of visiting professionals. Many of them were from the same team, so their battle and rest times lined up. Even though they were all still in good shape, after fighting for so long, they did feel a bit mentally tired, so they stepped back to rest. Their steps toward the inn were noticeably lighter. As luck would have it, a newly built tavern near the city gate had just opened, so the group headed straight there. A few drinks, a good sleep, and they'd be back out to fight by midnight. Inside the tavern, quite a few idle travelers were sitting around. As soon as someone came in, all eyes turned to the newcomers. When they saw it was an out-of-town mercenary team, people they recognized, one man's eyes lit up. "Andrews, over here. There's space here," Ortega waved him over. Seeing a familiar face, Andrews didn't hesitate to lead his team over to sit with Ortega. "What's up?" Andrews asked, raising an eyebrow as Ortega kept sizing them up after they sat down. "You guys joined the Hopetown Beast Tide battle, right? How was it?" Ortega, seeing Andrews take the initiative, dropped his reserve and asked what he really wanted to know. As soon as he spoke, several people nearby perked up their ears and leaned in. Clearly, everyone was curious. After all, since the afternoon, the beast tide at Hope Town hadn't let up. Occasionally, flying magical beasts would swoop over the town. Even if they weren't a real threat, the pressure was still there. Last time, Hope Town's beast tide was over in half a day. This time, not only was it still going, but it seemed to be getting worse. It looked like the fighting would last until dawn. Plus, the sharp drop in the number of territories people noticed that afternoon hadn't stopped. They'd noticed something was off at noon, and no one would choose to level up at the last minute. So any territories upgrading in the afternoon or evening had definitely started early. They'd survived the noon wave, but couldn't make it through the afternoon. Given all this, who could sleep easy at night? They were all afraid that while they slept, Hope Town might disappear from the map just like those other territories. If that happened, anyone inside would be in real danger. Even if they thought it was unlikely, as long as there was a chance, they couldn't rest easy. Don't worry. Hope Town can handle it. Maybe we can't end the beast tide quickly, but in a war of attrition, we'll definitely wear them down. If things were really urgent, would they let us come back to rest? It's not just us. They're letting Hope Town's soldiers and professionals rotate out too. Andrews reassured him as soon as Ortega finished speaking. Hope Town lets its soldiers and professionals rest? Ortega was surprised. Someone in the tavern quickly ran outside, and sure enough, saw plenty of soldiers and professionals moving about. After confirming the direction they were headed, they returned to the tavern. It's true. Tons of soldiers and professionals are riding beast carts away. I saw it too. They really trust their territory that much? The travelers in the tavern couldn't help but mutter among themselves once they confirmed it. Hope Town was so different from what they'd imagined. What territory doesn't squeeze every last drop out of its soldiers and professionals to defend itself? You have no idea, tons of people are using the beast tide to grind levels. Just this afternoon, Hope Town produced a bunch of high-level professionals, Andrews said. If I weren't still a ways off from high level, I'd have joined one of those teams for sure. So where were you fighting? Did they put you on the front lines? Ortega asked curiously. Nope. The soldiers are the ones on the front lines. Undead warriors, orc warriors, human soldiers, all the same, Andrews replied, still a bit incredulous. It's the first time I've seen people from other races fight so hard for a human territory. And of course, Hope Town's mayor leads from the front. Plus, there's a group of saint-level magical beasts holding back the high-level beast bosses, and the big weapons in the rear are helping too. The main battlefield hasn't had any major casualties, and even death doesn't seem so scary. I saw a mid-level mage from Hope Town get so caught up in the fight that he strayed from his group and got taken out by a high-level beast boss. But not long after, he showed up again. He'd reverted to a junior mage, crying and begging to get back into the fight so he could level up again. Hope Town's special building, the Reincarnation Hell, really gives them incredible confidence. As Andrews spoke, everyone found themselves drawn in by his words. It was as if a vivid scene was playing out before their eyes. The feeling was intense. When they snapped out of it, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy deep down. A mid-level mage gets 2 resurrection chances. Before, it hadn't felt like such a big deal, but after seeing so many territories vanish and Hope Town face this massive beast tide, the envy was stronger than ever. If it were closer, I'd love to settle in Hope Town. But my territory's too far away. With special weather coming, I wouldn't dare move even with a team. People from our territory have already gone missing outside, not transferring citizenship, but presumed dead. It's getting more dangerous out there. So, basically, the only way is to exploit a loophole. If we stay in Hope Town long-term and our original territory falls, we'll become refugees and can just stay here. But isn't that kind of wrong? Especially to our original territory. If everyone did that, who'd defend against the beast tide? Only if you've lost faith in your own territory. All right, let's drop the subject, Ortega quickly interjected as the mood turned awkward. But once the idea took root in some people's minds, it wouldn't be so easily shaken. Still, the travelers in the tavern were now certain of one thing: Hopetown really was incredibly safe. After downing his beer, Andrews led his team off to rest. Watching them leave, Ortega and the other travelers hopped on beast carts and headed for inns deeper inside the town. Even though they now trusted Hopetown's strength much more, they still weren't comfortable sleeping so close to the gate. Just didn't feel safe. In fact, this kind of conversation was happening all over among the travelers. Only after confirming again and again that Hopetown was fine did they finally settle down to sleep. Meanwhile, Joe Bai, who hadn't rested since the fighting began, took down another high-level beast boss before climbing onto her Irewing Griffin and returning to the city wall. As soon as she arrived, logistics staff followed her, bringing food and drinks. To her surprise, the meal and drink were all her favorites. Ms. Dingchiro ordered it especially for you, so you'd have something good to eat while you rest, the staffer said before hurrying off to help others. Joe Bai smiled at the thoughtful meal. She downed her recovery, mana, and mental potions in one go, then started eating dinner. Once she'd eaten her fill, her spirit and mana were fully restored. Even without potions, the magical elements in the air would constantly repair a mage's body. That's one of the reasons mages are so powerful. As a saint-level mage, Joe Bai recovered even faster. Feeling the advantages of being a mage, Joe Bai found it hard to imagine a future without mana. From now on, she'd better rely less on magic and more on physical strength. Or, while the mana in the air was still abundant, she should store up as much as possible. She still felt that abundant mana meant the overall mana level of the Stan continent was very high. If mana in Stan continent was decreasing, it must be increasing somewhere else. That's just how things work. As soon as this thought occurred to her, Joe Bai suddenly understood. The missing mana was probably being siphoned off by that mastermind. So if she could find where Stan continent's mana was going, she might be able to find the mastermind's lair. If she could destroy that place. Her heart started pounding. Could this be the key to breaking the deadlock? Even if the process wouldn't be simple, at least she finally had a direction. For the first time, Joe Bai felt a bit of relief. She stood on the wall, watching the battle below. Shoot that bear. Shoot that wolf. Shoot that leopard. Damn, your skills are insane. One shot, one kill. How come I never heard of your archery before? Oh, you're a traveler. No wonder. Interested in settling in Hopetown? With your skills, you'll be an officer in the archers in no time. Promotion will be rocket fast. Joe Bai wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but she recognized the people talking. She knew Yuli's and her group planned to stay in Hopetown to observe, but she hadn't expected them to join the fight. And from what the Hopetown resident was saying, elves are natural archers, of course their skills are top-notch. Yuli's was a saint-level professional, nearly legendary. She'd already suppressed her mana to the mid-level, otherwise, she'd be dropping enemies by the dozen with every shot. Just then, Yuli seemed to sense Joe Bai's gaze. She said something to her team, waited for a new archer to take her place, then headed toward the city gate. With Joe Bai's permission, Yuli's came up onto the wall, watched the battle below, and said, "Your territory, not bad." Such simple words, but Joe Bai knew how rare that kind of praise was. She grinned. "Thanks for the compliment." "You're not bad yourself," Yuli's added. She'd seen Joe Bai fight. Even though Joe Bai had taken a shortcut to saint level, her fundamentals were solid, no weakness there. She must have put in a lot of work behind the scenes. Joe Bai's smile grew even wider. Thank you, you flatter me," she said, unable to help being modest. At that moment, Yuli's changed the subject, watching the beast horde below. "This beast tide is really fierce." Joe Bai sighed. "It's not just Hopetown. All the territories that leveled up today probably took a heavy hit. A lot have disappeared." Who knew how many people survived in the territories overrun by beasts? The apocalypse hadn't even truly begun, and already people had learned a bloody lesson. "Hopetown's is definitely tougher," Yuli said firmly. "This beast tide is too targeted." "Maybe." "What?" Joe Bai looked at her curiously. "Maybe the more potential a territory has, the more it gets targeted." Yuli's deep blue eyes met Joe Bai's. "Still, Even though the scale is bigger, it's not as bad as a city-level beast tide. They're raising the difficulty by level, not numbers. Be careful, next time Hope Town levels up, the beast tide might be even fiercer. Joe Bai's heart sank. If Yuli said so, it must be true. But you don't need to worry too much. You still have a secret weapon, right? Hiding your strength is a good strategy, Yuli said. And remember, crisis means both danger and opportunity. As long as you and your people survive this challenge, you'll grow stronger, faster than anyone else. Joe Bai nodded seriously. She thought so too. I used to have some prejudices against human territories, but now I see you new territories are different. I really think you might be this continent's hope, Yuli said sincerely. Hearing that, Joe Bai paused, then said, Actually, I just had a theory about Stan Continent. Want to hear it? Go ahead, Yuli's replied patiently. Joe Bai shared her recent guess. Yuli's expression changed instantly as she listened. It was because Joe Bai's reasoning made perfect sense. They'd never considered things from this angle before. How did you think of that? The power of knowledge, Joe Bai replied. The law of conservation of energy. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed, only transformed from one form to another or transferred from one object to another. The total amount of energy remains constant. Mana is a kind of energy too, right? That's knowledge from your world? Yuli's asked, curious. Joe Bai nodded. In our world, we value science. Mana only exists in our fantasy novels and TV shows. No wonder you learned so quickly, Yuli's marveled, then added, What you said is really useful to me. I'll report it to our king and elders. Keep an eye on things. If you learn anything new, let me know. Joe Bai's words had opened a new door for her. For the first time, she truly felt what it meant to have a glimmer of hope. Okay, Joe Bai agreed readily. And if you hear anything, tell me too. Even if I die, I want to die knowing why. She wouldn't give up until the very end. Of course, Yuli's replied without hesitation. Give and take. I'm heading back to the fight. Make yourself at home. With that, Joe Bai jumped off the wall. Watching her go, Yuli's lips curled into a smile. She'd never imagined she'd have such a give-and-take relationship with a human. It wasn't a bad feeling at all. The next moment, she too jumped off the wall and rejoined the battle. Since she'd joined in, she'd fight to the very end. All through the night, everyone in Hope Town took turns dealing with the beast tide. Wave after wave of fighters rotated in and out, and wave after wave of magical beasts fell. Yet even so, the beast tide showed no sign of abating. This beast tide is really tough this time. After fighting for a whole day and night, I feel numb from killing so many magical beasts. My body isn't tired, my mind isn't tired, but my heart is. Magical beasts are not cute at all. When will this end? Probably by noon, right? Keep killing, kill one more to break even. But after fighting for a whole day, it feels amazing. I've already become an advanced professional. Congratulations. Congrats to you too. All right, time to switch shifts. If you need rest, step down on your own. I can't go on. I need to eat something and take a nap. I'll be back in 2 hours. Everyone grumbled, but their hands never stopped moving. Even during shift changes, everything was orderly. No one thought the beast tide wouldn't end. They had plenty of patience to wait it out. Meanwhile, the beast tide defense zone in Hope Town had become the focus of countless territories. Especially today, as many advancing territories found themselves powerless before the beast tide. So it wasn't just Hope Town, any territory still advancing drew attention. Among them, Hope Town was the most eye-catching. After all, not every territory could make it into the top 50 of the town-level territories before the advancement beast tide. Everyone was waiting to see how far Hope Town could go after surviving the beast tide. It had been a long time since anyone had seen such a promising territory. At first, no one paid much attention to Hope Town, but it forced its way into everyone's sights with its outstanding performance. St. Sebastian. Royal Manor. The crisis hasn't even peaked, and the destruction is already apparent. A trace of worry flickered in St. Sava's eyes. The doomsday crisis was even more formidable than he'd imagined. Could he really take advantage of such a man-made, unrepeatable catastrophe? Noticing his mood, Knight Sindel, who had been promoted to follow after Stefan went to Hope Town to confer honors, spoke up directly. This is also a kind of survival of the fittest. There's no need to recruit territories that fall so easily. Instead, resources can be concentrated, right? Sindel's words did much to comfort Saint Sava. That's right. Territories that failed before even entering the real battlefield weren't worth recruiting. Keep an eye out. If any of our subordinate territories advance, send someone to oversee them. It's not easy to cultivate a territory. We can't let them fall here, Saint Sava continued. Also, see which territories under our support have successfully advanced. For those with multiple successful advancements, increase their resource supply. Yes, sir, Sindel replied immediately. Lavisa City. Well, Marquis Boyle's tone was tinged with impatience. One of his supported territories was also undergoing the advancement beast tide. He hadn't been worried at first, but with so many territories failing one after another, he couldn't help but fret. They failed, Carlyle replied. Upon hearing this, Marquis Boyle's eyes flickered. He checked for himself and saw that the name of his supported territory was now dull and gray. Useless. Marquis Boyle couldn't help but curse, feeling he'd wasted so many resources. He then turned his gaze to Hope Town, which was among the top towns. Hope Town's battle had lasted from yesterday into today. Could they hold out? With that thought, Marquis Boyle looked at Carlyle. Do you think Hope Town can survive this advancement beast tide? Faced with this question, Carlyle looked a bit troubled. How was he supposed to answer that? In the end, Carlyle decided to be honest, but added a bit of tact. Hope Town's commercial prosperity has attracted many professionals. Even if things are tough now, they should be able to pull through. They'd already survived a whole day. The reason this advancement beast tide was causing such a stir was because a level 3 town, an old and established one at that, had been preparing to advance to a level 1 city. Yet, even so, it was breached by the beast tide late last night. Although it survived in the end, it was badly weakened. Its ranking dropped significantly, and it would likely be a long time before it could try to advance again. If even a veteran level 3 town ended up like that, and with so many territories disappearing, how could people not be shocked by the terror of this beast tide? Yet Hope Town had held strong through the night, proving its strength. If they'd survived the hardest night, how could they not make it through the day? Hearing Carlyle's words, Marquis Boyle snorted. In the end, we've let them grow strong. Tell Surik there's no need to target Hope Town anymore. It would just be a waste of effort. Marquis Boyle had given up. With things so tough now, he had no energy to suppress Hope Town any longer. If Marquis Boyle knew an old saying from Blue Star, he'd probably use it to describe Hope Town. A cockroach that can't be killed. Since it can't be killed, there's no point wasting energy. He'd already lost a Fawzal village. He didn't want to lose Surik Town as well. Surik Town might be strong, but compared to Hope Town, it was simply not in the same league. Better to pull back now than lose another town. Yes, sir, Carlyle replied quickly. But deep down, he couldn't help but sigh. His lord's attitude had done a complete 180 as Hope Town rose. Surik Town. How is it still holding on? Surik stared at Hope Town's icon, practically cursing it. He was desperate for Hope Town to fail. He knew that even if Hope Town failed, it probably wouldn't disappear, but its strength would definitely be weakened. Then, he'd have his chance. Seeing his lord like this, Adel, who had just received the news, wiped away imaginary sweat from his brow. He hesitated, not knowing what to say. Soon, Surik noticed Adel's odd behavior. His expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. What did the Marquis say? He said not to target Hope Town anymore, and to focus on other territories. Adel replied truthfully. Last time I could choose freely, now I'm told to give up completely. Truly bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Surik snorted, his face full of disdain. Adel cautiously asked, so, my lord, do you still want to go after Hope Town? Surely his lord wouldn't be that stubborn? Surik glanced at Adel. Fight? Can I even win? Forget it. Adel. So you do know. Yet you talk so tough. But only if Hope Town doesn't fail this advancement, Surik added, still staring ahead. He still coveted what Hope Town had. Those things should have been his. Adel. Just keep watching. Wait and see. It won't be long now. Bangra Town. Hurry up and recruit more people back, Earl Orcott ordered his mayor, Simmons. It was terrifying. Hope Town's advancement beast-tide was lasting a whole day and night. Hearing this, Simmons couldn't help but say, maybe Hope Town is fighting slowly on purpose, to train themselves? Earl Orcott looked at Simmons in confusion. Having spent time in Hope Town, he'd only noticed their formidable strength, so after seeing how much effort they were putting into the beast-tide, he thought more people would be needed. Simmons knew a bit about Hope Town's residents. After all, they'd camped near Bangra Town to level up for their advancement, hunting magical beasts near the territory every day. So much so that the area was practically cleared out, making it safer than ever for Bangra Town's travelers. Plus, many Hope Town residents came to Bangra Town to buy weapons and equipment. Everyone knew what they were like, but they were always pleasant to talk to. With that in mind, Simmons explained, Hope Town's people are great at using magical beasts to level up. They often seek out high-level beasts to fight, and since they're dual-class professionals, challenging above their level is routine. If even their ordinary professionals are like that, their soldiers must be even stronger. I've heard their soldier squads even take on missions outside, villages, towns, cities, you name it. And their weapons and gear are always top-notch, head to toe. They say they have firepower deficiency anxiety, so, Lord, you really don't need to worry. And if you want to recruit people, it's better to wait until Hope Town's beast-tide is over, then ask them for help and find out what happened. If it took them this long, it probably means the magical beasts were really high level this time. Better to ask and be sure. By the end, Simmons had basically spelled out Earl Orcott's original thought. You're right. We'll wait until Hope Town's beast-tide is over, then go, Earl Orcott agreed without doubt. And he wasn't the only one thinking this way. Unbeknownst to all, Hope Town had already become a territory recognized by others as a true powerhouse. Hope Town. It wasn't until close to noon that the intensity of the beast-tide's assault finally began to wane. The beast-tide is retreating. The beast-tide is retreating. The beast-tide is retreating. Someone riding a flying carpet shouted the news from above, repeating it 3 times as they passed over Hope Town. Upon hearing this, the tourists finally felt completely at ease. It's finally over. Hope Town has finally succeeded in advancing. The residents of Hope Town were, of course, overjoyed as well, spreading the news all around. And they had every right to be happy. Hope Town had successfully advanced to a level 3 town, and its ranking was sure to rise even further. What did this mean? It meant Hope Town was on its way to becoming a powerhouse. It might even become the #1 town below city level. That title was hotly contested among all the level 3 towns. But now, Hope Town was a real contender. Yet, what happened next left everyone stunned. What they didn't expect was that, as soon as the news spread that the beast-tide was retreating, not a single resident of Hope Town relaxed. In fact, some people hadn't even finished eating before grabbing their weapons and rushing toward the city gates. The previously empty beast carts were quickly loaded up, then sped off toward the gates. In just a short while, the once bustling streets became eerily quiet. Where did everyone go? A tourist asked a shopkeeper who had stayed behind. They've gone to shut the door and beat the dogs. Shut the door and beat the dogs? What's that? It means they're hunting down the remaining magical beasts. It's a tradition here in Hope Town. When the beast-tide retreats, that's when the monster's fighting spirit is at its lowest. Their combat power drops, so everyone takes the opportunity to chase them down. It's the best time to rack up experience points. That's kind of crazy, the tourists couldn't help but say, but the more they thought about it, the more it made sense. Almost instinctively, some of the combatants among the tourists started chasing after the townsfolk toward the gates. These were people who had participated in the beast-tide defense. They figured, if you follow the locals, you can't go wrong. Might as well experience this unique tradition of Hope Town for themselves. They joined in, leaving behind only a handful of tourists who weren't used to fighting, standing there dumbfounded. Hopetown really does things differently. At the same time, with the beast tide retreating, the quest center reopened, welcoming visitors once more. The moment it opened, countless waiting tourists flocked to Hopetown. After all, this was the first territory to successfully advance during this beast tide event. Other territories were either still struggling to advance, had failed, or had been overrun. Most of those territories were closed to outsiders. Even if they could open up, they wouldn't, who would let others see their weaknesses at their most vulnerable moment. That would be asking for trouble. So everyone rushed to Hopetown, eager to learn the truth about the beast tide. Among these visitors were quite a few lords and nobles from other territories. But when they left the quest center, they found the streets oddly quiet. There were people around, but not many. Not the bustling prosperity they'd heard about. Those who had visited Hopetown before also found it strange. They immediately stopped some tourists on the street to ask what was going on. Did Hopetown suffer heavy losses during this beast tide advancement? That was everyone's first assumption. Everyone knew this beast tide was no joke, and it had lasted a full day and night. How much manpower, resources, and money must that have cost? Just thinking about it, many people felt sorry for Hopetown. Given the circumstances, it was only natural to worry about the town's current state. Seeing the misunderstanding, the tourists quickly waved their hands. No, Hopetown is doing great, better than ever. They had never seen a territory or people with such high spirits. The newcomers looked at them in surprise, eyes full of doubt and curiosity. Someone just spread the word that the beast tide is retreating, and most of Hopetown's residents rushed to the city gates, someone explained. Pausing for effect, they went to finish off the remaining magical beasts. They're not letting a single beast escape, they're going to wipe them all out, someone else chimed in, voice ringing with pride. They'd been shocked themselves, so they wanted others to be shocked too. The newcomers. They really were shocked. Seriously, is there something wrong with the people of Hopetown? Do they have to be this hardcore? The scene fell silent for a moment. After a while, someone suggested, why don't we go take a look? See for themselves how Hopetown's residents dealt with the beast tide. And so, another wave of onlookers headed for the city gates. One group after another. In no time at all, Hopetown's shut the door and beat the dogs tactic had spread like wildfire among the tourists. Meanwhile, at the city gates. As soon as the beast tide began to retreat, Jobai had already left the battlefield and returned to the city wall. She had also recalled her group of saint-level magical beasts. She could feel that her magical beasts were quite happy about it. After all, as enemies, killing magical beasts also earned them experience points, which meant getting stronger. Even magical beasts couldn't resist that benefit. But Jobai and her saint-level beasts leaving didn't affect the battle at all. O'Neill and his beastmen, Heidi and her undead, immediately led their teams to carve a path through the beast tide, circling around to the back of the monsters and setting up a defensive line. The magical beasts blocked at the front, tried to break through but were beaten back, then tried to escape to the sides. But by then, Zhou Zhengping and the other soldiers had already brought in heavy weapons to block the flanks. When the teams converged at both ends, it meant the Southern Gate's battlefield was completely sealed off. With nowhere to run, the magical beasts were trapped, and more soldiers and adventurers arrived from behind, attacking from both sides. Soon, only the sounds of battle remained. Before long, similar scenes played out at the west and east gates. Charge. Kill. I declare, shut the door and beat the dogs, officially begins. Don't let a single magical beast escape. The rallying cries rang out across the entire territory. The tourists who had made it to the gates were left utterly speechless. Soon, some joined the fray, others watched, and the whole battlefield was buzzing with excitement. Seeing that everyone had things under control, Jobai simply stood above, watching with a faint smile. With everyone working together, the number of magical beasts dwindled rapidly. And soon enough, the system automatically determined that the beast tide had been successfully repelled, and Jobai received a new notification on her panel. She opened it and was greeted with a surprise. Congratulations, host. Your territory is the first to pass the upgrade trial. Regional ranking, number 1. You have received 2 special buildings. Congratulations, host. You have passed the territory upgrade trial. You have received 4 buildings. Hope Town had successfully advanced to a level 3 town. As the dust settled, Jobai couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Then, as usual, she immediately checked her territory's ranking. She had already ranked up once when expanding her territory for infrastructure after the upgrade. Would the ranking go up again? With her heart pounding, Jobai looked at the territory panel. The number next to territory ranking had changed. Territory ranking, 333. Seeing this number, Jobai was stunned. It wasn't the coincidence of the number itself, but what it meant. This was the top spot among all level 3 towns. Because rank 332 was a city-level territory, Hope Town had become the top-ranked town among all towns? After double-checking, Jobai's eyes sparkled with joy. This ranking was the best reward Hope Town could get. With that, Jobai began unlocking the new buildings. This time, she felt no pressure at all. She was completely at ease. Because she knew that, as a town-level territory, Hope Town had already done its best. Adding more buildings wouldn't change that. But was Jobai right? Were the rankings between cities, towns, and villages really set in stone? Dear host, congratulations. You have drawn the special building, Fleeting Years. Dear host, congratulations. You have drawn the special building, Anti-Aircraft Cannon. Building, Fleeting Years. Level 1. Function. Possesses an acceleration skill, which can increase the production speed of units. Note: different items require different cooldown times. Building, Anti-Aircraft Cannon. Level 1. Function. Defends against flying magical beasts, granting air superiority over your territory. Note: can be used repeatedly. After reading the functions of the 2 special buildings, Jobai was left with nothing but joy in her heart. Her luck was truly incredible. Every time she drew a special building, it was exactly what she needed. The first one, non-magical weapon production, requires precision and scale, and each batch takes time to manufacture. With Fleeting Years as an accelerator, weapon production efficiency would be greatly improved. The second, during this beast tide, flying magical beasts appeared. This meant that in the future, flying magical beasts would definitely show up within Hope Town's territory. In war, they might even become commonplace. While their magic cannons and arrow towers could attack them, that would inevitably divert firepower and weaken the gate defenses. The anti-aircraft cannon perfectly filled this gap. Build, especially the second building, she had to construct them all around the city walls. Dear host, do you want to spend 1,000 gold, 20,000 units of wood, and 40,000 units of stone to build the special building, Fleeting Years? Dear host, do you want to spend 100 gold, 40,000 units of stone, and 10,000 units of iron ore to build the special building, Anti-Aircraft Cannon? Yes. Detected. Special building Fleeting Years and special building Anti-Aircraft Cannon are low level. Do you want to spend gold to upgrade them to level 6? Yes. After unlocking them, Jobai turned her attention to the regular buildings. Basic mine. Bind to a mineral resource point to directly mine and obtain ore. Basic quarry. Bind to a resource point to directly mine and obtain stone. Basic lumber mill. Bind to a forest to directly log and obtain wood. Incomplete weather station. Can predict the weather, but accuracy depends on your luck. Of course, the higher the level, the more accurate it is. Mana reserve. Can store mana. Military academy. An expansion building for the barracks, can improve soldiers' combat ability and knowledge. Military arsenal. Stores military weapons, increases weapon durability. Military fortress. Increases territory defense, provides extra city defense. After seeing this round of buildings, Jobai's eyes instantly lit up. It was obvious that this batch of buildings was all about boosting the territory's production and combat capabilities. Such buildings would be extremely important for Hope Town's future development. And the mana reserve, she had just been thinking about mana storage, and now it appeared. Without hesitation, Jobai unlocked all the buildings. Spend 10 gold, 5,000 units of wood, and 5,000 units of stone to unlock the basic mine. Spend 10 gold, 5,000 units of wood, and 5,000 units of stone to unlock the basic quarry. Yes! Basic mine, basic quarry, basic lumber mill, incomplete weather station, mana reserve, military academy, military arsenal, military fortress unlocked. Please place them. Detected, basic mine, basic quarry, and basic lumber mill are low level. Spend gold to upgrade them to intermediate. Detected, incomplete weather station, mana reserve, military academy, military arsenal, military fortress are low level. Spend gold to upgrade them to level 6. Yes! All buildings have been upgraded. Please place them. Once the buildings turned into small icons, Jobai opened Hope Town's map and placed each building in its proper spot. After all, the territory's functional zoning was now very clear. The special building Fleeting Years should have gone near other special buildings, but because of its unique function, Jobai placed it directly next to the Advanced Alchemy Workshop and the Munitions Factory. As for the anti-aircraft cannons, needless to say, they were densely built along the city walls. It had to be said, the city wall's offensive and defensive capabilities were now truly formidable. Magic cannons, arrow towers, watchtowers, catapults, and the various gun ports she deliberately left, now with anti-aircraft cannons added in. The wall itself was a massive weapon. And now she could add another layer of protection to the wall. The military fortress. The military fortress was like a mini city wall, with defense power equivalent to a basic wall. Since it could be used repeatedly, Jobai started building them generously. The first ring was built around the open space surrounding the territory, with one fortress every certain distance. The gaps could later be filled with giant war chariots, ballistae, catapults, and other large weapons. Once the first ring was complete, it looked like a segmented wall. After finishing, Jobai turned her attention to the second ring. The second ring actually enclosed all the territory's resource points. During territory wars and beast tides, these couldn't be used, wasting so many resources. These resources were all magically generated by the Stan continent. She couldn't let them go to waste. So, she walled them all in. Jobai had plenty of money now, and she was happy to spend it. She started building from the very outer edge of Hope Town, wanting to grab as much land as possible. But when she tried to place buildings outside the map, a message popped up. Dear host, this area is not within your territory. Please choose another location. So Jobai could only place them as close to the edge as possible. This time, she left only 8 openings in the military fortress, 2 in each direction. Build, build, build. In no time, a third wall, looking even more like a military fortress than the second, was formed. With all of Hope Town's territory enclosed, Jobai felt an inexplicable sense of pride. She even placed magic cannons, anti-aircraft cannons, watchtowers, arrow towers, and catapults on the 2 military fortress walls. In an instant, Hope Town seemed to have become a massive military base. The sense of security was overwhelming. Jobai felt that her deep moat and spiked wall strategy was pretty good, but it was best not to use it within her own territory. Next time, she'd have people set it up outside the military fortress. This beast tide had come too quickly, no time to prepare. Jobai figured the next beast tide would come even faster. So, before her next upgrade, she'd notify the residents and make sure everyone was ready. After double-checking everything, Jobai finally turned her attention to the interior of the territory. Most of the land was already well utilized, with no need for major adjustments. The intermediate mine, quarry, and lumber mill were placed near the warehouse. After upgrading to intermediate, each could bind to 4 resource points instead of 2. The resource points she got from Farsal Village included 2 mines, plus Hope Town's unique iron mine, making 3 in total. The quarry and lumber mill could each bind to 4, which was very convenient, so Joe bound them without hesitation. After binding, the territory would have a steady output, in addition to purchases from residents, visitors, and other territories. These basic resources might be common, but they were used in huge quantities, so it was always good to stock up. Next were the military academy and military arsenal, which she built right into the 2 barracks. The mana reserve was also placed near the barracks, since it would definitely move with the barracks in the future. The barracks would always be near the city gates. Finally, the incomplete weather station. Even though it was incomplete, it would still be a treasure when special weather was coming. Joe placed it in the central square with the monument and vitality statue, so everyone could see it and be mentally prepared. After arranging everything, Joe looked at the territory map and made a few minor adjustments to make it look even more orderly. Every time she built, standing in God mode, Joe felt the joy of infrastructure. The next moment, she clicked run. She believed the residents of Hope Town would be pleasantly surprised. At the moment of generation, Joe instinctively checked Hope Town's new stats. Territory: Hope Town. Level 3 town upgraded. Population: 82,034/200,000. Area: 500,000 mu. Tax rate: 10%, adjustable. Wealth: 1,902,355 gold, 23 silver, 89 copper. Buildings: Lord's Manor, Level 6, Quest Center, Level 6, Mercenary Center, Level 6, Artisan Center, Level 6. Intermediate City Wall, Intermediate Blacksmith, Intermediate Restaurant, Intermediate Tailor, Intermediate General Store, Intermediate Barracks, Intermediate Watchtower, Intermediate Arrow Tower, Intermediate Prison, Intermediate Warehouse, Intermediate Textile Mill, Intermediate Mine, Intermediate Quarry, Intermediate Lumber Mill, Advanced Alchemy Workshop, Special Buildings, Hall of Heroes, Beast God Temple, Hospital, Mage Guild, Vitality Statue. Reincarnation Hell, City Defense Magic. Cannon, Fleeting Years, Anti-Aircraft Cannon, Well, Tavern, Inn, Intermediate Ranch, Farmland, Level 6, Commercial Street, Library, Roads, Pond, Market, Level 1 Residence, 30 SQM Wooden House. Level 2 Residence, 30 SQM 2-story Wooden House. Level 3 Residence, 30 SQM 2-story Stone House. Refinery, Granary, Extraction Plant, Research Institute, Pawn Shop, Potion Shop, Monument, Bank, Cultural Center, Greenhouse, Logistics Center, Surveillance Center, Trading Hall, Auction House, Arena, Incomplete Weather Station, Mana Reserve. Military Academy, Military Arsenal, Military Fortress. Custom Buildings, School, Factory, Swimming Pool, Amusement Park, Sports Arena, Park, Resort Villa. Contribution Shop, for residents only, can only be redeemed with contribution points. Current ranking, Stan Continent number 299, Regional number 1. Territory Wars, 4/4, wins, 4, peace period, 21 days. Note: territory can only be conquered by the Lord. Staring at the stats panel, Joe Bai's gaze was fixed on the territory ranking. She checked it over and over, and after confirming it was correct, she was stunned. Hope Town's territory ranking had actually surpassed dozens of Level 1 cities? How was that possible? Was there a bug in the system? Joe Bai was in a bit of a daze. She already thought spending hundreds of thousands of gold on this upgrade was worth it, but now, it felt even more worth it. At that moment, the residents below the city wall erupted in unprecedented cheers. The beast tide was already coming to an end. Some magical beasts had escaped, but most had been completely wiped out by Hope Town's residents. They were already celebrating victory, but suddenly, after a surge of magical energy, they watched as a massive wall rose up around them. At first, they thought the territory had expanded, but then they remembered, when the territory expands, only the area within the city wall grows, and it protects all life. Looking closer, they realized the new giant structure wasn't a city wall, but a military fortress, which the territory had shaped to look like a wall. Holy crap, is this the new building from the upgrade? This is awesome. Yeah, this military fortress can serve as the first line of defense for the territory. If we set it up right, enemies won't even get close to the city wall. This is real security. You're celebrating too soon. It gets even better. Look, there's another one outside. Where? Climb up the military fortress and you'll see. The outer one is even denser, with only 2 exits, and it encloses all our resource points. From now on, whether it's beast tides or territory wars, we have 2 lines of defense. Yes, this is amazing. Hopetown is incredible. I love you, Hopetown. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Important things must be said 3 times. I'll never regret joining Hopetown. My sense of security just skyrocketed. To hell with the apocalypse, we in Hopetown will definitely make it. Don't just stare at the military fortress. Check your panel, you'll be surprised. What surprise? Is there an even more powerful building than the military fortress? I don't believe it. Holy crap, what am I seeing? Our territory ranking is 299. I thought being the top town below city level was impressive enough, but now? We've actually surpassed so many level 1 cities. This is insane. Other territories must be exploding right now. Hopetown, how are you so awesome? I feel like I'm going to faint from happiness. I think the military fortress contributed a lot to this. Hopetown's reputation is going to soar. Who can compete with us? The residents rushed back into the territory in a frenzy. At this moment, they weren't just celebrating Hopetown's victory in the upgrade, they were also reveling in the thrill of their town becoming bigger and stronger. With a territory like this, what more could one ask for? When they returned, they found that the visitors waiting for news inside Hopetown had already been stunned by its achievements. Not only had they survived the beast tide, but the territory ranking had climbed even higher, surpassing many level 1 cities. This was a leap in class. No territory had ever achieved such a feat. Hopetown had made history, unprecedented history. The name Hopetown would be recorded in the history books of Stan Continent, remembered by generations to come. This was the greatest honor a territory could achieve. Hopetown hadn't just soared, it had reached heights that many territories could only dream of. No one expected Hopetown to pull this off, but seeing it happen, all the visitors could feel was admiration and, of course, a touch of complicated emotion. Hopetown is incredible. Yeah, I've checked it over and over. The whole world is going to be shaken by this. Who would have thought a town-level territory could accomplish so much? Honestly, this trip was worth it. We witnessed history. The news must have spread by now, right? Yes, many territories have been watching Hopetown's upgrade, so as soon as it succeeded, they saw the ranking change. Being the top territory below city level was already amazing, but now Hopetown has pushed itself to a whole new level. The visitors really wanted to keep calm, but honestly, they just couldn't. The next moment, many of them found drinks and snacks being handed to them. Our boss is happy today, these are on us. Hope you have a great time. The visitors looked at the food and drinks in their hands, exchanged glances, and dug in without hesitation. Time to soak up some of Hopetown's good luck. While Hopetown's residents celebrated, the territories watching Hopetown really did explode with shock. Double update. Hopetown has surpassed level 1 cities, ranked 299 among all territories, and truly lives up to its name as the #1 town. Did you hear? Hopetown's ranking actually surpassed the level 1 cities. When I first heard the news, I thought it was fake. But when I saw the territory rankings myself, I realized how naive I'd been. I've never even heard of this place before. Yeah, I always thought territory rankings were set in stone, city level, town level, village level. But now it turns out, in the end, it all comes down to the territory's actual strength. Hopetown has made history on the Stan Continent. A town that's ranked higher than cities, how powerful must it be? I always thought Hopetown was only famous for its products, but now I see I was wrong. Its strength matches its reputation. I'm really curious. When Hopetown gets promoted to a level 1 city, just how high will it climb? Hope Town is just too impressive. I heard they're constantly recruiting over there, right? I want to go. With the shadow of the apocalypse looming, I think Hope Town is becoming a real option for those of us from small towns and villages. Yeah, today's advancement Beast Tide was terrifying. So many territories were overrun, and lots failed to break through. Very few succeeded. Hope Town is actually the first to succeed in advancing. Some villages and towns have made it, but the success rate is still way too low. I used to be half skeptical about those rumors, but now, with so many territories paying in blood, it's clear the apocalypse is really coming. I can't even imagine if things are already like this before the special weather hits. What will the world look like when it actually arrives? For now, everyone should lay low. Some powerful mages say the magic fluctuations across Stan Continent are especially intense lately. Maybe, just maybe, the special weather is about to hit. Yeah, if you have plans, just wait a bit. If you go out now, it's basically a death sentence. At times like this, finding a powerful territory to rely on is definitely the right move. Otherwise, it really feels like you could just disappear from the continent along with your territory. I just have to say it, Hope Town is amazing. Do you think the city-level territories that got overtaken by Hope Town are having an existential crisis? Definitely. I bet they'll send people to investigate and figure out where they lost. But even if we can't move to Hope Town, it's open to visitors, right? We can still go for a look. Think again. Not anymore. Why not? Isn't Hope Town fully open? Oh, it's because too many people went. They've already hit the maximum number of visitors Hope Town can accommodate. Now, only if someone leaves can a new person get in. You even have to queue just to be a tourist now? Hope Town really is famous now in a big way. It's not just us human territories. Other races' territories must be questioning their lives too. Similar discussions echoed across countless territories, big and small. With its record-breaking achievement, Hope Town became famous throughout the Stan Continent. Human territories were abuzz, and so were those of other races. Elven Kingdom. Ulis and the others are in Hope Town? Queen Phildowis asked Elder Teresa beside her. Yes, Teresa replied. Yuli said she wanted to observe Hope Town more closely. Hope Town really is unique, Queen Phildowis said softly. Not every territory can break the rules. The rankings never actually specified any rules, it's just the unspoken ones we all assumed, isn't it? Teresa blurted out. If it's an unspoken rule and no one's ever broken it, then it's as good as a rule, Phildowis replied, her voice ethereal. Your Majesty, do you mean Hope Town could be our hope in the coming apocalypse? Teresa caught the implication. One of the hopes, perhaps. But it does hold a special place. The word hope isn't used lightly. Maybe when they first chose that name, it was a sign for this continent. Teresa listened, her feelings mixed. Who would have thought that the hope of this world might lie with a group of low-level, outsider territories? And even then, whether this hope would amount to anything was still uncertain. So, Your Majesty, what should we do now? Teresa didn't finish her question, but both understood. Let's wait for Ulis to return, Phildowis said. But I think all elven territories can open up to Hope Town. Your Majesty, but Teresa instinctively wanted to object. The elves had always lived in seclusion, and things had gone well. Even letting Ulis's territory open up was already a big change. The elves can't stay closed off forever. The apocalypse is coming, and all races will face great challenges. Letting our people experience some hardship is necessary, at least for now. It's still within our control, Phildowis said firmly. Just send out the order. Yes, Teresa hesitated, but obeyed. A king's order could not be questioned. Soon, the decree was announced throughout the Elven Kingdom. Many elves had already noticed Hope Town's impressive ranking, and now, hearing that their territories would open up to Hope Town, many bold young elves wanted to go see it for themselves. But soon, they discovered. The target territory has reached its maximum number of visitors. Please wait. They wanted to visit a human territory, but couldn't even get in? Orc Kingdom, Soren City. Beast King Soren frowned as he looked at Hope Town's name on the rankings. This name, why does it sound so familiar? Soren asked. He was sure he'd heard it recently, but at the time, the territory wasn't nearly as famous. Knowing their king's memory wasn't great, the kobold Arnos reminded him, a lot of the popular products in the capital lately have come from Hopetown. That's right, I remember now. Soren's eyes narrowed. Hopetown also poached a bunch of orcs. Some territories even came to complain to me about it. Honestly, Soren thought there were too many orcs in his kingdom anyway, enough to give him a headache. If they all ate their fill, they'd bankrupt him. So if some got poached, that was fine, less pressure for him. But a few territory lords had made a fuss. After hearing about it enough times, he vaguely remembered. Yes, that's the one, Arnos confirmed. They've got some skills, no wonder they could lure away so many orcs, Soren snorted. Should we ban orcs from going to Hopetown? Arnos asked cautiously. What do you think? Soren tossed the question back. He valued Arnos' opinion, after all, his throne was secure thanks to him. I don't think we should ban it. In fact, we should encourage it, Arnos said smoothly. I've heard some things lately about the Stan continent crisis. Arnos explained the apocalypse, the special weather, and all the rumors. He continued, I'd never heard of the apocalypse before, and I wasn't sure. But today, with so many territories failing or disappearing during advancement, the rumors seem much more credible. Where did you hear this? From orcs working in Hopetown. They said the human territories, including Hopetown, started preparing early. Our orc kingdom is already behind. We have too few tailors for special equipment, and food and supplies are lacking. With every word, Soren's frown deepened. So, why not let orcs go work in human territories, earn things to bring back? We don't lose out. It'll also slow down orc migration to Hopetown, and we'll get early news about the apocalypse. Open up to human territories? Humans are so ruthless. They even enslave our orcs. Soren ground his teeth at the thought. He especially hated Darisha City. Sometimes he even had to pay to ransom orcs back. Just open up to Hopetown. I hear they treat orcs equally, and there are plenty of our people there. They won't let humans do anything bad to orcs, Arnos continued. You make a good point. Soren mused, then nodded. Let's go with your suggestion. Actually, he suddenly remembered, there really was something about an apocalypse. The previous Beast King had mentioned it. He'd remembered it first, but as time passed and nothing happened, he'd forgotten. Now, with Arnos' reminder, it all came back. He wasn't prepared at all. So, let the orc territories and orcs handle their own preparations. Yes, Arnos was a bit surprised. He thought he'd have to wait for the special weather to convince Soren, but it happened so quickly. He suddenly suspected there was more to it. But, oh well. Sometimes, a little confusion is a good thing. At least now he could answer to the younger generation. That guy Lucas had even become a big official in Hopetown. Not bad, not bad, and the gold he sent back was satisfying. Maybe opening up orc territories to Hopetown would earn him even more gold? Dwarf Kingdom, Guilt City. This Hopetown is something else. Lord Guilt of Guilt City looked at the rankings, admiration in his eyes. Hopetown is a new territory, his subordinate replied. Honestly, the Dwarf Kingdom had been doing well these past few months, thanks to the new territories. At first, when dwarves were summoned away, no one paid much attention. But as more and more dwarves were summoned and didn't want to return, they realized there was something special about Mountain Town. Later, other territories summoned dwarves too. They found that new territories always treated dwarves well. So, more and more dwarves went to work outside. They earned wages, brought back more gold, and life got better. Especially since the human territories had delicious, affordable food, and the humans there were creative, dwarves kept getting new ideas for weapons. All in all, they benefited a lot and had a natural fondness for the new human territories. Oh, then their development is really fast, Guilt exclaimed. Actually, I was going to suggest this territory to you. Some territories have asked if we can open up to Hopetown. Why? Guilt asked, curious. Hopetown has a blacksmith shop, and the blacksmith is a dwarf. Guilt frowned. He's not from the Dwarf Kingdom, he's from the Undead Kingdom, summoned to Hopetown. but he still cares about the dwarf kingdom. In just a few months, he's gone from a junior to a senior blacksmith. Hopetown urgently needs blacksmiths and treats dwarves well, so many dwarves are interested. Plus, Hopetown is open to all towns, and there's no teleportation fee to go. At the last sentence, Gilt's eyes lit up. No need to pay? That's great. Dwarves loved making weapons, so they needed lots of, or especially rare ones, and were usually broke, notorious penny pinchers. Now, Gilt understood why Hopetown was so popular. No travel fees. That's great. All right, I'll apply to open up to Hopetown, Gilt decided. And so, without Joe by even knowing, the other races all quietly opened up to Hopetown. Of course, she'd already gotten the news. When she saw it, Joe Bai was a little numb. Because, even before these kingdoms applied, Hopetown's quest center had already stopped services due to the overwhelming number of visitors. She and Bayer and the others hadn't even had time to celebrate their territory's advancement before being swamped by endless guests. Now, with the Elven, Orc, and Dwarf kingdoms joining in, it didn't even seem that surprising anymore. The Elven kingdom had already opened one of its territories to Hopetown, and as Yuli's had mentioned before, this was simply speeding up the process. The Dwarven kingdom had long been in contact with many Blue Star territories, and Harrison had also mentioned that a Dwarven territory would open up to Hopetown, allowing dwarves to come and work. As for the Beastman kingdom, it seemed Lucas and O'Neill had done such a good job poaching their people that, rather than having beastmen travel thousands of miles to join Hopetown, the kingdom might as well open up directly. After analyzing the situation, Zobai felt that her guesses were probably all correct. Open to the Elven kingdom. Open to the Beastman kingdom. Open to the Dwarven kingdom. Faced with the 3 notifications, Zobai didn't hesitate to choose yes. After all, interacting with these kingdoms would never be a loss for her. On the contrary, it would become a selling point. At the very least, if other territories were interested in goods and specialties from other races, they'd come to Hopetown. It was a unique way to attract traffic. But Zobai looked at the dense green dots on her territory map, almost flooding the entire map, and couldn't help but pause. Did her territory even need more traffic? In fact, Zobai had expected her territory to become more well-known after surpassing a level 1 city, but she hadn't anticipated it would become this famous. In a short period, countless residents from town and village-level territories had flocked in, forcing her to have soldiers maintain order within the territory, temporarily suspend beast car operations, and make sure there was enough space for everyone to move around. Of course, compared to the trouble brought by so many visitors, the benefits were obvious. Not only would these people spend a lot of money in Hopetown, but many of them were also asking if Hopetown was accepting new residents. Becoming a resident of Hopetown had already become a dream for some. This meant that for a considerable time to come, Hopetown might see a massive influx of people. After all, upgrading to a level 1 city required 200,000 people, and to reach a level 2 town, the population had to multiply several times to 1 million. So, for the long-term future of the territory, people, the more, the better. Those who dared to come in this special weather, whether ordinary residents or professionals, all had a bold and adventurous spirit. People like that wouldn't have a hard life in Hopetown. Hopetown is great, but with the special weather coming, I don't dare wander around outside. Yeah, with so many territories suffering this time, you can tell the monster situation is really different now. Hiring a mercenary team is still too expensive. Let's see if we get lucky and run into a traveling merchant caravan. Then we can just tag along. There's some risk, but Hopetown's advantages are just too obvious: strong power, good to residents, great benefits and welfare, even a chance at resurrection if you're in danger, and so much potential for the future. Do you believe that if you come to Hopetown now, after a while, it'll become Hope City? I believe it. But coming to Hopetown isn't easy. Actually, you could consider migrating territory by territory, with Hopetown as the final goal. Form a group and come together. It's a good way to improve your strength too. Inside Hopetown, visitors wandered everywhere. The more they learned about Hopetown, the more attracted they were to its environment. When they'd only heard about it, they couldn't really picture it. But after actually coming to Hope Town and walking around, all the things they'd heard about gradually became reality. So this is what it's really like. When ideals and reality merged, coupled with admiration for strength and tangible benefits, how could they not yearn for Hope Town? The visitors' conversations also reached Zhou Bai's ears as she mingled among the crowd, and an idea began to form in her mind. Many residents didn't want to move to Hope Town simply because they lacked the means. Since they didn't have the means, she'd create the means. Maybe she could have Hope Town soldiers take on escort missions to bring people safely to Hope Town. The soldiers would get training and rewards, and Hope Town would gain new residents. It was a win-win-win. Seeing her lord suddenly smile at the crowd, Bear couldn't help but speak up. Lord Mayor. He suspected his mayor was so happy she'd gone a little mad. In fact, he was pretty excited himself. Hope Town had really outdone itself this time. They'd made history on the Stan continent. As a member of Hope Town, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Right now, Hope Town had become famous overnight. Zhou Bai snapped back to herself and said, I just received some information and had a few ideas. What information? The Elven Kingdom, Beastman Kingdom, and Dwarven Kingdom are all fully opening up to Hope Town, Zhou Bai replied. That's great news. Bear immediately understood the benefits. At the very least, Hope Town's status would rise dramatically. This meant these kingdoms were opening up to the human kingdom again. But thinking about this, Bear couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Why are they suddenly willing to open up to a human territory? Could it be Bear realized the apocalypse might be even tougher than he'd imagined? Zhou Bai naturally understood what he was thinking and said directly, after the monster tide, you know this crisis has already arrived. No one knows how big it will get in the end. All we can do is keep strengthening ourselves and try to take our fate into our own hands. And then Bear nodded, though his mood was still heavy. He realized another major advantage of their lord, her optimism. After all, if they weren't optimistic, the constant stream of bad news would have crushed them by now, instead of making them braver with every battle. That high morale had also inspired most of Hope Town's residents to face the apocalypse with courage. Hope Town's fame is also its opportunity. Let's treat these visitors well and try to recruit more residents. We still need to keep upgrading. Zhou Bai continued. Yes, by now, she was no longer satisfied with being a level 3 town. She wanted to become a level 1 city, a level 2 city, or even a level 3 city. It wasn't about ambition, but about knowing that falling behind meant getting beaten. Only by reaching the highest level possible could her territory have the strength to face endless crises. If, in the end, she really couldn't hold out, at least she'd done her best. She'd done everything she could. She could face herself with no regrets. As Bear listened to Zhou Bai seriously laying out her future plans, he thought of how Hope Town had rocketed from a level 1 to a level 3 town in no time. That speed was the result of Hope Town's long-term accumulation. And the Lord's efforts were extraordinary. In fact, to reach this point, Zhou Bai was already seen as a near-mythical figure among other lords. Whose territory could upgrade to a level 3 town in such a short time, even surpassing many level 1 cities? No one. Yet their lord wasn't smug about her achievements, nor did she stop moving forward. She was already thinking further ahead. That mindset alone was worthy of respect. Understood. I'll make the arrangements, Bear replied firmly. If the lord wanted something done, they'd do it together, always standing as her strongest supporters. Lord Mayor, what other ideas did you have just now? Bear remembered Zhou Bai's earlier words and quickly followed up. Since they'd decided to keep upgrading, it was best to prepare early and do everything that needed to be done. After all, a stronger territory was nothing but good for them. After this upgrade, the next one depends on how fast Hope Town's population grows. Many people are afraid to move here because of the dangers on the road, so I want to help them, Zhou Bai said directly. We'll send soldiers out on escort missions, gather information from outside, and let the soldiers gain experience. That's a great idea. The soldiers already do missions in other territories, and escorting people who want to come to Hope Town shows our sincerity. Bayer's eyes lit up. What other territory had this kind of service mindset? More importantly, Hope Town's soldiers really did need more trials. It wasn't just about defending the territory, it was about defending themselves. This time, everyone fought so hard during the monster tide to level up and improve their chances of survival in the future. He was happy to see this happen. As long as everyone kept striving forward, their strength would only grow. Treat every crisis as a test full of opportunity. When the time comes, make sure each mission team has enough weapons and equipment, and assign a flying beast squad as escort. Each team must include undead, beastmen, and humans, Jobai continued. Experience was important, but so were survival measures. After all, training a soldier wasn't easy. Undead could ignore special weather, beastmen were tough and could handle emergencies. Understood, Bayer replied. He looked at Jobai with a hint of warmth in his eyes. Their lord was so generous. That's why the soldiers felt the territory valued them, and naturally, they'd give their all in return. Compared to Hope Town, the treatment of soldiers in other territories was just trash. Also, rotate the teams doing outside missions. Those who stay behind should all go to the military academy for training, no slacking off. Understood. And keep recruiting soldiers. Recruit according to level 1 city standards. Understood. And, with their back and forth, the two quickly mapped out Hope Town's next upgrade path. If they needed money, they'd get money. If they needed people, they'd get people. If they needed weapons, they'd get weapons. There was only one rule: rise, climb with all your might. That's all for today's chapter. I'll post more for you tomorrow. After that, the two of them smoothly returned to the Lord's Manor. The manor was bustling with people as well, with many inquiring about residency, housing prices, and other basic information. All the staff, without exception, were diligently attending to everyone. One staff member's eyes lit up when he saw Jobai and Bear. A lot of lords from different territories have arrived. I've arranged for them to wait in the large conference room, the staff member said, unconsciously wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of lords present this time. Some territories were on friendly terms with them, which made things easier, but others, especially the native lords, were notoriously difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Hope Town was now the top town in the area, so no one dared to cause real trouble. Besides, with Earl Alcott from Bangla Town helping to keep order, things had stabilized. In fact, the lords who came to Hope Town all had very clear goals. First, they wanted to see Hope Town for themselves and perhaps build some relationships to foster future cooperation. Second, they hoped to uncover the secret behind Hope Town's rapid rise, convinced that there must be some secret to its success. Third, they wanted to learn about the scale of the beast tide during Hope Town's recent upgrade, as well as the specifics of the magical beasts involved, so they could better prepare themselves. No lord would give up on upgrading just because of the threat of a powerful beast tide. They would only strive to prepare more thoroughly. All right, Jobai nodded and led Bayer upstairs. After the manor was upgraded to level 6, it now had 6 floors. Each administrative department had been reorganized. Personnel, finance, and commerce each occupied their own floor, and the division of functions would only become more pronounced in the future. The second floor had been renovated into various large, medium, and small conference rooms, as well as reception rooms, where business was conducted and visitors received. Once the manor was upgraded again, these arrangements would likely remain unchanged. Only Zhou office kept moving higher and higher. In the large conference room on the second floor, a group of lords sat together, most of them clustering with acquaintances. For example, Jin Jingshan and Jin Jingxia were sitting with Shi Qingzhu, Fang Zonglong, and other Blue Star lords who had previously cooperated with Hope Town. Earl Alcott was sitting with Viscount Lancelot, and beside them was Viscount Irwin, Lord of Djibouti Village. There was also a small group who had never interacted with Hope Town before. The reason for the current silence was a minor dispute, as the staff had mentioned. After quelling the newcomers, Earl Alcott turned to Viscount Lancelot. I hear your territory is preparing to upgrade as well? Viscount Lancelot glanced at the others, then nodded without hesitation and began chatting with Earl Alcott. With Earl Alcott leading the way, the atmosphere became lively again. Jean Jingshan's group also struck up a conversation. I've heard so much about you, Jean Jingshan said to Shi Qingzhu and Fang Zonglong. After all, their Green Prairie town and Mountain town had become the second and third most prominent Blue Star territories after Hope Town. Although there was still a gap, Jean Jingshan considered them quite impressive. He felt a bit emotional. At first, he thought his and his brother's territories were right behind Hope Town and wouldn't lose out by much, but in such a short time, others had caught up. Still, he was genuinely happy. The more strong Blue Star territories there were, the better. It meant they were all on the same side. Hope Town had provided them with a lot of help during its development, especially by sharing valuable information. Recently, they had been considering whether to attempt an upgrade, but Hope Town advised them to wait a bit longer. As it turned out, almost all the territories that tried to upgrade this time were wiped out, including some top-ranked ones. If they had gone ahead as originally planned, they might have been in serious trouble. So Jean Jingshan truly believed that the more strong Blue Star territories, the better. Now, he wanted to buy more special effect fruits and vegetables and powerful weapons from Shi Qingzhu and Fang Zonglong. Since these two territories opened shops in Hope Town, they had become famous in their circle, and their products were always hot sellers. Seeing Jean Jingshan's enthusiasm, Shi Qingzhu responded politely. You're too kind. Fang Zonglong, after nodding, pursed his lips, so Shi Qingzhu added, he's a bit socially anxious and doesn't like to talk much, but if you want to discuss business, you can talk to his town chief, Liang Tianli. He handles their territory's affairs. Shi Qingzhu could tell Jean Jingshan was interested in doing business, and she was happy to help make the connection. Thank you, Jean Jingshan replied politely. The two quickly started chatting about territory management, the apocalypse crisis, extreme weather, and magical beast mutations. In fact, all the lords present eventually ended up discussing these topics. Take, for example, the small group of lords who had never visited Hope Town before. Damn it, everything was fine until these changes happened. If not for this, why would we stay here and put up with this? Count Adrian grumbled angrily. The other lords fell silent. What he said was true, but it couldn't be said out loud. Now, Adrian's territory was no longer the top town. Yes, Count Adrian was the lord of what used to be the #1 town, Baxtown. His words were tinged with personal resentment. After all, he had fought for years to make Baxtown #1, and just after finally achieving it, the position was snatched away, possibly for good. Well, maybe not forever. If Hope Town advanced from a level 3 town to a level 1 city, maybe he could reclaim the title. Earl Alcott is not someone to offend, Count Adrian. Just consider it as giving his family some face, another lord advised, trying to smooth things over. Adrian took the hint and let it go. He knew his words had been a bit out of line. He did resent Hope Town's existence, but he didn't dare offend them. After all, Hope Town's strength was far beyond his own. If he made an enemy of them, what would happen in the next territorial war? Hope Town's power surpassed even several level 1 cities, so crushing his little town would be a piece of cake. The apocalypse came too suddenly, Adrian continued. No one was prepared. Even Levi Town failed its upgrade during the beast tide. What are the rest of us supposed to do? As soon as he finished, everyone looked at Countess Bella, Lord of Levi Town. Under their gazes, Bella's expression didn't change as she explained. The beast tide was many times larger than before, with most of the beasts being high level. My preparations were a bit lacking, so I failed. You already did well, at least you only failed the upgrade, but your territory survived. Yeah, who could have predicted the magical beasts would mutate so quickly? Now, even before the extreme weather hits, the mutated beasts are already this fierce. If we try to upgrade now, we might not make it. But if we wait for the extreme weather, who knows how much worse it will get. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. The surrounding lords all chimed in. sharing the same worries. That was why they had come to Hope Town for advice. They hadn't expected Hope Town to be so lively. Their discussion caught the attention of Earl Alcott's group and Jean Jingshan's group. Yes, everyone was feeling conflicted. Right now, only Hope Town could provide reliable experience. Is it possible that this abnormal beast tide happened because the extreme weather is about to arrive? Shi Qingju suddenly wondered aloud after listening to everyone. If the extreme weather was already brewing and the magical beasts had mutated as a result, then it made sense that the beast tide would be fiercer than usual. When Zhou Bai and Bayer entered, this was the sentence they overheard. Zhou Bai immediately looked at Shi Qingju, silently agreeing with her assessment. The room's attention shifted from Shi Qingju to Zhou Bai as she entered. Lord Zhou, what do you think of the Viscount's theory? Someone asked immediately. It was Adrian. His tone was earnest, not sarcastic. In fact, many lords, including Adrian, felt Shi Qingju's theory was probably correct. Now, they just needed Zhou Bai's confirmation. Zhou Bai paused for a moment. She didn't actually know if the extreme weather was coming, but she had sensed that the magical energy in the air was growing denser by the day. I'm just speculating, but as she said, the extreme weather may already be brewing. It could arrive in the next day or two, Zhou Bai finally said. This was the most reasonable conclusion. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why her experiences upgrading from level 2 to level 3 town had felt so different. There's another thing. The stronger the territory, the more powerful the beast tide. That means even if two towns are both level 2, the top-ranked one will face a much fiercer beast tide than the lower-ranked one, Zhou Bai continued, willing to share her experience since everyone was here for advice. How bad can it get? Yeah, it should just be a bit harder, right? That's always been the rule. When we were top-ranked, we always prepared more anyway. The lords began discussing this immediately. Zhou Bai said directly, forget about territory level restrictions. The stronger your territory, the larger the beast tide you'll face. How's that possible? Are you saying a town could face a beast tide on the scale of a city? Someone blurted out in disbelief. It's possible. The beast tide Hope Town faced was comparable to a city level 1, Zhou Bai said firmly. Why do you think Hope Town's ranking surpassed some cities at such a critical time? It's because we survived a city-scale beast tide. On the way back, Zhou Bai had thought about this. Hope Town's growth path was unusual, but she didn't think it was enough to change the rules of the Stan continent. The old rules had always been city, town, village. Why the sudden change? Because the rules of the Stan continent had quietly shifted. Hope Town just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Zhou Bai's words were so convincing that the lords' expressions kept changing. They knew Zhou Bai wouldn't lie to them. A level 2 town facing a city-level beast tide during an upgrade? Even if it was because Hope Town was strong, this was still unbelievable. It had never happened before. But times had changed. Just because it hadn't happened before didn't mean it couldn't happen now. This is basically forcing us all to die, one lord cried out in anguish. The others felt a sense of shared doom. It was as if the gears of fate were pushing everyone toward destruction, and once set in motion, they wouldn't stop. Everyone felt swept along by the current, and if you fell behind, you'd be crushed. It was a terrible feeling. Who could guarantee they'd never fall behind? The top-ranked territories have to bear more pressure, while those at the bottom can't withstand the beast invasions. Advancing is dangerous, but staying put isn't an option either. It's so hard. The apocalypse crisis, truly the end is near. In the end, I fear only a few territories will survive. The lords spoke one after another, their voices full of pessimism. Zhou Bai paused, then spoke up. Do you want to know how Hope Town defended against the beast tide? Her words instantly captured everyone's attention. Experience in defending against beast tides? Of course they wanted it, desperately. If there was any chance to struggle, they wanted to fight for survival. If you can live, who would choose to die? 2 chapters combined. Seeing everyone's spirits lift as they recovered, Zhou Bai smiled and began to speak. She didn't mind sharing Hope Town's experiences with others. If all territories could prepare well, maybe more people would survive in the future, and the more people there were, the stronger their collective power would be. This time, The beast tide was indeed massive, with many high-level magical beasts, and some even approaching saint-level strength. Normally, these are boss-level monsters. They're smarter and can direct the battle. So, at the start of the fight, it's best to identify these bosses and take them out quickly, preventing the beasts from organizing themselves. As for preparations, first, the city walls. Strengthen them as much as possible, stock up on basic materials like stone, and don't forget one of our territory's specialties, cement. Cement can boost the physical defense of your walls. If you're interested, you can contact our construction department to buy cement and blueprints for your territory. Second, battle readiness. The beast tides are coming faster and faster almost immediately after a territory upgrades. I think many territories suffered this time because they weren't prepared in advance. In the future, the tides will only get quicker, so before upgrading, make sure your combat personnel and machines are always ready to respond. Third, manpower. Besides soldiers, it's best to mobilize all professionals in your territory to help fight the beast tide. Since the battles last a long time, make sure your logistics are solid so fighters can rest enough. And finally, spend money. Your territory's defense and counterattack capabilities must be strong. Fill your walls with magic cannons and anti-air turrets. If you've unlocked military fortresses, I suggest building a ring of them around your territory to push the battlefront outward and create a buffer zone. Of course, to do this, you'll need to clear out all magical beasts near resource points daily, or you risk being ambushed. If you have enough funds, add more rings. Better to spend on defense than to hoard money and die with your territory. Also, increase the proportion of physical-type soldiers. Magic users are powerful, but you can't rely on them alone. Pay attention to mana reserves. Equip your mages with items like mana stones. Hope Town just unlocked a mana reserve building, and we're planning to stockpile more mana. Food reserves are crucial too. Armies march on their stomachs. Always ensure you have enough supplies for all residents to live for several years. If you don't, buy some, or just grow it yourself. At first, Jobai spoke methodically, but as she went on, she simply said whatever came to mind. The other lords noticed this, but they all took notes diligently, some even pulled out pen and paper. That's about it. I figured things out as I went along. Use whatever advice you find helpful. How you prepare is up to you, the lords. If you don't take it seriously now, it might be too late later. The beast tides are getting bigger, and when special weather hits, the number and strength of magical beasts in your territory will likely increase. When that happens, how many territories do you think will survive? By the end, Jobai was practically guiding them step by step. Off to the side, Bayer discreetly covered his mouth, hiding his emotions. He felt like his own lord was brainwashing the others. Honestly, if everyone followed her advice, some territories might go bankrupt. But he knew these lords all had money, they just hadn't wanted to invest it in their territories or people before. Now, with the situation so dire, even the stingiest would have to change. At that moment, Bayer truly felt Jobai's respect for life. Before the apocalypse, Jobai never interfered in other territories' affairs. The other lords could sense this too. Especially those from Blue Star, they knew Jobai was speaking from real experience. Their country was definitely one with abundant combat experience. Why increase the number of physical-type professionals? And why stockpile mana? I haven't seen this mana reserve building before. Or the military fortress? As soon as Jobai finished, some lords couldn't help but ask. There was something they'd always wanted to know. Hope Town's buildings were truly unique. The Hall of Heroes that could summon undead. The reincarnation held tied to the Hall of Heroes. The newly added special building, Fleeting Years. The mana reserve and military fortress she mentioned. They'd never seen any of these. I heard someone say that the magical elements on our continent are actually declining, Jobai said, pausing. I just want to be cautious and prepare. After all, physical-type professionals just need to work hard, while mana reserves are for emergencies. Mages are still very powerful. As for buildings your territories don't have, I think newly upgraded territories might start seeing them soon, Jobai said frankly. Sometimes territory buildings change along with the territory and environment. She was being a bit evasive, but it was her true opinion. She just deliberately left out the Hall of Heroes and Reincarnation Hell. Those two were indeed unique. She doubted any other territory could get them. Magical elements declining? We haven't noticed. Just compare before and after the special weather ends, you'll see, Jobai replied. Seeing her so confident, the others couldn't help but feel uneasy. If mana really did decline, what would they do? But where did the missing mana go? According to the law of conservation of energy, it must have gone somewhere, Shi Qingju asked, looking at Jobai with a puzzled expression. She believed Jobai knew this law too. No one knows right now, Jobai replied. If anyone finds clues, please share them. Hope Town will soon launch a newspaper and accept submissions. Yes, Jobai didn't plan to just talk about this here. She wanted to print it in the newspaper and sell it to all territories. She didn't know how many would listen, but as long as she spread the word, she'd have a clear conscience. This world called itself a magical world, but in some ways, Jobai felt it was more closed off than her own. There wasn't much interaction between territories, and the hierarchy was strict. Sometimes, it took ages for people to realize something had happened. They couldn't change that, so she'd just add a channel for communication. Hope Town was open, with many visiting territories, and its goods sold everywhere, from cities to villages, at great prices, becoming indispensable. Before, Jobai did this for business, but now, she could turn this commercial network into a cultural one, a form of cultural infiltration. Her cultural invasion was well-intentioned, so she felt no pressure at all. She believed that as long as everyone worked hard, they could give this world a bit more hope. If the mastermind wanted to sacrifice the world's lives to become a god, it depended on whether people were willing to be sacrificed. She just wondered if that person had planted agents among humans. If she couldn't fight openly, she'd influence things subtly. As she thought, Jobai looked at Shi Qingju's group. There were things she couldn't tell the other lords yet, but she could tell her own countrymen. She had so many companions after all. The other lords quickly caught on to Jobai's intentions. Their view of her changed again. This mayor was really sincere. She was giving away such crucial information for free. If it were them, they'd at least charge for the intel or demand favors. They really liked this kind of nice guy. Someone like this was easy to work with. Can we subscribe to the newspaper in advance? Adrian asked first. I heard Hope Town has always offered this service. If your territory is open to Hope Town, yes, Jobai replied. In fact, Hope Town was open to all territories below town level, but that didn't mean other territories were open to Hope Town. Many required you to complete missions first. At her words, the lords looked at each other. Open up to Hope Town? They were honestly afraid Hope Town's people would disrupt their territories. Hope Town's merchants seemed to have a unique talent for business, always coming up with new tricks, and even if copied, they'd just invent more. Sensing their concerns, Jobai said directly, you won't know if opening up brings more benefits or drawbacks until you try. If it's not worth it, closing up again is easy. Adrian and the others fell silent. If they closed up, what if Hope Town retaliated? But then they remembered Hope Town wasn't like that. Of all its territory wars, only once did it attack first, and that was because the other side invaded them. It was after that proactive war that Hope Town began to soar. Clearly, Hope Town had been quietly building its strength, laying the foundation for its rise. When they looked into Hope Town's success, they realized it was nearly impossible to replicate. Returning to the present, Adrian and the other lords had made up their minds. Bax Town is willing to open to Hope Town. Jella Town is willing to open to Hope Town. Babu Village is willing to open to Hope Town. Levi Town is willing to open to Hope Town. Once Adrian spoke, voices of support rang out. Hope Town's strength and reputation made it worth a try. After all, as Jobai said, the initiative was in their hands. Then let's wrap up this meeting. Feel free to explore Hope Town and shop for whatever you need. I hope you enjoy your stay, Jobai said warmly. Adrian and the others got up and left in small groups. But as they left the conference room, they realized some territories hadn't come out. Those must be the new territories? With that thought, they moved on. They'd privately chat with friendly territories anyway. Hopetown's approach was understandable. There was a special camaraderie among these new territories. Back in the conference room, Jin Jingshan, Shi Qingzhu, and the others stayed, waiting for Zhou Bai to speak. When Zhou Bai had only spoken to Adrian and the others, they'd guessed something was up. They just didn't know what Zhou Bai wanted to tell them, but they knew it must be important. They'd already been shocked enough today. It was tough for these new territories. They'd developed quickly, but still couldn't compare to the established ones. The future was daunting. Once only her own people remained, Zhou Bai looked at them and said, "I kept you because there's something I need to tell you. I think you can handle it, and you probably want to know and prepare early." Her words fell, and the room went silent. Damn, that's an ominous opening. Boss, take it easy. Don't scare us too much. At least give us a heads up. Feels like something big is coming. They muttered among themselves, bracing for impact. Go ahead, we're listening. Zhou Bai sighed inwardly. If she could, she wouldn't want to say such harsh truths. But she still told them everything she knew, especially about civilization's evolution and the god-making plot. When she finished, the room was silent. Even though they'd been prepared, it was still a shock. This is just my theory, but I think it's highly likely it all fits, Zhou Bai said, seeing their dazed expressions. Can we survive such a massive scheme? Jin Jingxia asked first. I don't know, Zhou Bai shook her head. But I don't want to give up. We have to try. I agree. Waiting to die isn't our style. Otherwise, we'd have given up the day we arrived in this world, Shi Qingzhu said firmly. Fight, Feng Zonlong, even as a social recluse, declared resolutely. We're in two, Jin Jingshan said. But how much time do we have? No idea. The only thing certain is that this god has been planning for a long time, Zhou Bai sighed. All we can do is survive each crisis, prepare as best we can, and take things one step at a time. Right, our fate should be in our own hands. If we die with dignity. Shi Qingzhu said, full of fighting spirit. Then we need to organize enough resistance, Jin Jingshan said. Should we notify other Blue Star territories? Yes, we should. I think it's best if territories optimize and pool their strength for big things. But who would want to merge their territory with others? So let it be voluntary. If you think you can handle it alone, go ahead. Better to think about how to deal with this mysterious being. We can't just hand over all the continent's mana because he wants it. Exactly, there must be a medium. And by the law of conservation of energy, the lost mana is still in this world, just transferred to him somehow. If we can cut off that path, maybe we can stop him. We should also let the old territories know. I suggest spreading rumors. When it comes to matters of life and death, people would rather believe than not. If they're even a little convinced, they'll act. We could also use novels to hint at the conspiracy and encourage people to work together to defeat the boss and win. The more examples, the more courage people will have. I bet some old territories already know. Anyway, one of his requirements for godhood is our lives. The more of us survive and the more beasts we kill, the more time we buy. If all our territories work together, we can expose his plot in no time. Once a conspiracy is out in the open, it's no longer a conspiracy. Right, this should be widely publicized. The people are power. He's just a petty villain, so he has to act in secret. We must find him. This continent isn't that big. For a while, the meeting room was filled with lively discussion as everyone contributed ideas for the future, pooling their wisdom. At that moment, Zhou Bai felt a strange sense of calm. With companions by her side, the pressure didn't seem so great. Their fate had been decided for them once. They would never let it happen again. This time, they would decide for themselves. The meeting ended just like that, but the effects it brought were far from over. First, Count Adrian and his group of lords immediately went to Hopetown's urban construction office to buy cement and blueprints. As soon as they finished their purchases, they rushed back to their territories to start building city walls with great enthusiasm. Of course, the information they obtained in Hopetown also began to spread, almost without anyone realizing it. After all, word of mouth travels fast, and no one would ignore Hopetown's experience. Cement can strengthen city walls? Hopetown gives blueprints with cement purchases? Buy it. The stronger your territory, the stronger the monster tides will be. We have to prepare early. Magic element levels are dropping. Stockpile as many magic stones as possible. Increase the proportion of physical class professionals? Do it, do it, do it. No military fortress buildings yet? Then build your own defensive lines. Basic materials fully stocked? Buy them. Need to stockpile food for several years? Stockpile it. For a while, all the town and village-level territories began frantically preparing according to these guidelines. No one even cared anymore whether advancing had to be done during special weather. Prepare first, then fight. Next were Jingshan and the other Blue Star territories. They also set the tone for their next phase of battle, public opinion warfare. They planned to lay bare the current situation on the entire Stan continent. When the time came, both Blue Star and native territories would start looking for their own way out. At that point, they could quietly insert themselves without drawing too much attention. Of course, public opinion warfare wasn't all they planned. Don't worry. As long as you give me the information, I'll organize it and publish a newspaper, Ian Bull said directly. As the lord of a territory with a thriving cultural industry, he was the obvious choice for this job. Also, our territories can exchange resources. When it's time to advance, we can help each other out. Keep an eye on the territories in your area. If any are weak, find a way to annex them. Sometimes, being ruthless now will turn out to be a blessing in the future. Bei Wukang from Yushi Village and Xiang Ziqian from Guangshui Village have both pledged allegiance to Hopetown. I'll invite them to share their experiences. It might serve as a reminder to other lords, if you're not strong, find someone strong to rely on. We'll stand with Hopetown and fight to the end. And so, an invisible battle began to spread out from Hopetown as its starting point. Of course, all of this was still in its early stages. But one day, a single spark could ignite a prairie fire. As for Zhou Bai, who had set off this spark, she didn't feel much more relaxed. After all, with hundreds of thousands of people gathered in Hopetown, countless issues, big and small, were bound to arise. One thing she couldn't avoid was the honors delegation sent from the capital. This time, it wasn't Baroness Charlotte, whom she knew, but a marquis. Upon seeing the other party's noble rank, Zhou Bai immediately sensed that this was no simple matter. Especially since, unlike Baroness Charlotte's grand arrival that required her to go out and greet them, this marquis headed straight for the lord's manor and sought her out directly. Marquis Staffen, Zhou Bai greeted respectfully. Marquis Staffen looked at Zhou Bai and said bluntly, "Mayor, are you going to accept the honor yourself this time, or are you waiting for your lord to appear?" He emphasized the last 4 words, clearly aware of Zhou Bai's little game. In truth, Zhou Bai was genuinely considering her options at this point. At first, she hid her identity out of fear. Later, it was to avoid trouble. But by now, everyone basically acknowledged her as the lord. She was just missing the formalities. Whether she admitted it or not didn't matter anymore. So, there was no harm in admitting it. "I'll accept it," Zhou Bai said directly. Upon hearing this, Marquis Staffen immediately took out the honors scroll and signed Zhou Bai's name on it. This meant Zhou Bai officially became a titled count. At the very least, her name would now appear as the suffix for Hopetown on the kingdom's map. After the light faded, the honor scroll landed in Zhou Bai's hands. "Count Zhou Bai, on behalf of my lord, Lord Saint Sebastian of Saint Sebastian City, I invite you to join us," Marquis Staffen continued. "An invitation?" Zhou Bai raised an eyebrow. He was inviting her to join Saint Sebastian's faction. What do I need to do, and what benefits will I get? Instead of refusing outright, Zhou Bai took the initiative to ask. Marquis Staffen gave her a deep look, then replied, "In this doomsday crisis, St. Sebastian City will protect Hopetown, provide ample weapons, equipment, and energy, and guarantee you a seat as a future duke. And what price must I pay for all this? All you need to do is support Saint Sebastian City's position in the human kingdom," Marquis Staffen said, a fanatic gleam in his eyes. "Lord Saint Seva will one day rule the human kingdom." Looking at Marquis Staffen in this state, Zhou Bai sighed inwardly. I'm afraid Lord Saint Seva doesn't realize just how serious the doomsday crisis is. What do you mean? Marquis Staffen frowned, sensing Joe Bai's implied rejection. Hopetown has just survived a monster tide for advancement. In the coming days, we just want to focus on dealing with special weather and the doomsday crisis. We're not interested in anything else, Joe Bai said tactfully. If a territory is gone, who cares who's on top? She truly didn't understand why St. Sebastian City insisted on pursuing unification right when the Stan continent was facing a crisis. If they recognized the danger and shared information early, supporting promising small territories to boost their own reputation, they might actually secure real power in the end. But instead, they hid information, encouraged some territories to plunder others, pitted territories against each other, and increased internal strife. Over time, this would only sap the strength of the human kingdom and deal a huge blow to their credibility. Take herself, for example, she didn't really trust St. Sebastian City's promises. If they supported her now, what if Hopetown grew strong enough to threaten them in the future? Would they just support another territory to deal with her? Isn't that exactly the awkward situation the four great cities are in now? With St. Sebastian City's strength, we can definitely weather the storm, Marquis Staffen said without hesitation. You might be able to help 1 or 2, maybe 3, but can you help 20 or 30? Joe Bai retorted. Marquis Staffen was momentarily stumped, then his gaze turned cold. So you're refusing? Yes, I refuse. I just want to protect my own territory and keep it alive, Joe Bai replied firmly. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. I hope you'll stay in Hopetown for a few more days and read the recent newspapers. If, after that, you still think Lord Saint Seva's path is correct, then I can only wish you success, Joe Bai said obliquely. She had a feeling that whoever gave the king this strategy was definitely up to no good. In fact, if it was Lord Saint Seva himself, she'd suspect he was a saboteur, working to destroy them from within. Marquis Staffen felt something was off as he listened to Joe Bai. Was Joe Bai trying to tell him that they had a problem? But seeing Joe Bai's sincere expression, Marquis Staffen paused and actually felt he could stay a few more days to check out Hopetown's situation. All right, Marquis Staffen finally said. Then I hope you enjoy your stay, Marquis, Joe Bai added. This left Marquis Staffen a bit at a loss. Was Joe Bai not going to host him? Well, come to think of it, other lords visiting Hopetown didn't get any special privileges either. It had become a sort of unspoken rule. If nobody gets special treatment, it's not so hard to accept. After that, Marquis Staffen left the office, where his knights were waiting outside. After all, as the knight commander and a marquis, his status was much higher than theirs. We'll be staying in Hopetown for a few days. Go arrange rooms, Marquis Staffen instructed one of them. Yes, sir, the knight replied quickly. They'd already heard about Hopetown's situation before arriving. They hadn't expected that even with a marquis present, Hopetown still wouldn't offer any special hospitality. The confidence here was something else. But Hopetown really was bustling. They'd almost been unable to squeeze in earlier. The knight went to arrange accommodations, while Marquis Staffen led the rest on a stroll through Hopetown. Compared to when they first arrived, perhaps because people were now more spread out, it didn't feel as crowded. But the commercial street was still packed, they couldn't even get in, and if they did, the lines were incredibly long. However, Marquis Staffen wasn't interested in food. He headed straight for the library. He remembered that Hopetown's best-selling newspapers and novels were all sold near the library. After a short walk, they reached the library and the Xinhua bookstore across from it. To their surprise, both the bookstore and the library were packed. I'll take 100 copies of the newspaper. I want 50. I want 500. I want 1,000. There were more people buying newspapers than he could count. Why are so many people buying newspapers? One of the knights behind Marquis Staffen asked a local. Since their commander was interested, they needed to help solve his questions. These newspapers have Hopetown's experience in fighting off monster tides. Many territory lords have bought them, so of course we want to buy them too, so our own territories can learn. And there's a lot of information we didn't know before. The monster tides are really tough now. If we learn from them, we can also see which territories are reliable and maybe move to those places. How could Hope Town's experience be published in a newspaper? The Night Pressed. These are official Hope Town newspapers, personally certified by the mayor. Hope Town and other towns just held a meeting, and not long after, this newspaper came out. The lords themselves came to buy it. I saw it with my own eyes. Yeah. They were all counts and viscounts. No way we'd mistake them. What about that other line? The knight pointed to another queue. That one's for newspapers with rumors and serialized novels. No one knows if the news is true, but lots of people buy them anyway. Xinhua Bookstore's big draw is all kinds of novels. I buy every one they put out. Novels not only entertain us, but we also learn a lot from them. Yeah, I figured out which of my brothers was a green tea manipulator from a novel. No wonder my parents didn't like me before. After I gave them the novel to read, they treat me much better now. So I recommend you buy some too. After this crash course, Marquis Staffen more or less understood the situation. You line up to buy some. I'll go in and take a look, Marquis Staffen told the knight, then entered Xinhua Bookstore. Just as the name suggested, the bookstore was filled with all kinds of books on the shelves, dazzling to the eye. The central racks held books, magazines, and newspapers. Marquis Staffen picked up a newspaper and immediately noticed that each one was dated. The daily paper changed every day, the weekly every week, the monthly every month, no annual edition yet. He skimmed a few and was deeply shocked by the content. There was so much information, detailed discussions of monsters and their traits, explanations of resources and what equipment or weapons could be made from them. There were even tactical analyses based on scenes from novels. The range of knowledge was staggering. Even as a noble, he'd never learned such specific things, let alone ordinary people or regular professionals. After all, much of this knowledge was kept as a privilege by the nobility. It was how they controlled the lower classes. But Hope Town? They were sharing all this knowledge openly? No wonder. No wonder Hope Town's newspapers never appeared in the capital. The merchants probably understood that circulating such things in the capital could bring trouble, so they didn't sell them widely. But now, seeing it for himself, would he try to stop it? No, because the fact that Hope Town's papers were selling so well meant this information had already quietly spread to countless towns and villages. Town and village-level territories might not be as strong as cities, but there were far more of them. Marquis Staffen went straight to the counter and said to the clerk, "Give me one copy of every book and newspaper you have. Pack them up." Hearing this, the clerk beamed and pulled out a backpack from under the counter, handing it to Marquis Staffen. "Everything's in here, sir. The latest 2 editions of the newspaper are included, 10 copies of each. Register a membership card, and in the future, just send someone and we'll have all the new books and papers ready for you." After all, there weren't many people who bought the entire stock of new books and papers in one go. Marquis Staffen accepted the bag and actually registered his information. He'd seen the prices. He needed Lord St. Seva to read these personally. It was only after coming to Hope Town that he realized just how much the human kingdom had changed in the past few months. And it seemed all these changes were brought by new territories like Hope Town. After paying, Marquis Staffen pulled out the latest 2 newspapers. The first, an official Hope Town paper, described in detail their experience resisting the monster tide: food, resources, weapons, equipment, defenses, personnel mobilization, battle rhythm, tactics, post-battle summaries, plugging gaps. The whole paper was packed with useful information. If you really followed everything, you could survive even if the monster tide was bigger and stronger than before. But what really caught Marquis Staffen's attention was that the paper also mentioned the disappearance of magic on the Stan continent and the theory that some force was secretly weakening all races. These 2 points made Marquis Staffen's pupils contract. If the information was false, fine. But if it was true? He couldn't wait to read the second paper. This one wasn't official, but the information was still extraordinary. It said the Doomsday Crisis was a devastating blow to all races, with the monster tides picking off territories one by one. The weakest would be the first to fall, and as the tides continued, more and more territories would disappear. It listed the number of territories that advanced this time. Of the town-level ones, only 10% disappeared. Most of the rest just failed to advance and dropped in rank. The success rate was only 20%, meaning only 2 out of 10 town-level territories succeeded. For villages, the rate was even lower, an 80% failure rate, meaning 80% of village-level territories vanished in this monster tide. Based on these numbers, it advised weak village-level territories to seek protection from higher-level ones. It specifically mentioned Guangshui and Yushi villages, whose residents had all joined Hope Town. Their lords had become Hope Town executives, and life was better than ever. There were also some odd bits of knowledge, like the law of conservation of energy, and a theory that since magic was disappearing from the Stan continent, it must be accumulating somewhere else, and that place was the source of the Doomsday Crisis. It ended by saying this was just speculation, not to be taken as fact. But reading the well-argued analysis, Marquis Staffton couldn't believe it was false. All this information, mixed together, made him start thinking in conspiracies. Hope Town was using these things to tell other territories. The Doomsday Crisis is no ordinary event, it might be orchestrated. Many territories will be sacrificed. If you want to survive, you must unite and concentrate your strength. He should be happy about this. If everyone united, Saint Sebastian would be the most qualified to lead. But Saint Sebastian was still supporting violent annexations from behind the scenes. At this moment, Marquis Staffin understood why Zhou Bai refused and why she wanted him to stay and learn more. Hope Town definitely knew the Doomsday Prophecy, and maybe even details that most territories didn't. So, where did she learn all this? Hey, did you hear? There are tons of elves, dwarves, and beast folk at the mission center. Hasn't Hope Town always had them? They even have undead. No, this time it's different. There are way more. Do you know why? Because all the territories of the Elven nations, Beastfolk nations, and Dwarven Kingdom have opened up to Hope Town. Whoa. All of them. Yep, it's been confirmed by Hope Town staff. How did Hope Town pull that off? No idea, it just happened suddenly. But Hope Town is really tolerant of other races, so it's not that surprising. Yeah, even goblins aren't bullied here, let alone other races. Speaking of goblins, they're really lucky. How so? Because besides Hope Town, lots of territories have announced that goblins have resident rights. Any country that deals with them has to recognize goblin human rights, because they're friendly with Hope Town. Hope Town recognizes goblin rights, so others are willing to give them that respect. So goblins might not be slaves in the future? Very soon, they won't be. Think about it, so many goblins can live as residents now. The ones who were slaves won't just sit back and take it. They couldn't resist before, but now they have confidence. With that, the day of liberation isn't far off. This is the influence of a single territory? It can even affect the fate of an entire race. Hope Town deserves it. Their experience fighting monster tides is so valuable, and they publish it openly. Yeah, if not for Hope Town's reports, I wouldn't have known. My old territory was small and closed off. Buy more newspapers in the future, keep up with the world, and we'll all have a better chance of surviving. Yeah, these discussions drifted into Marquis Staffin's ears. At that moment, looking at the newspaper in his hands, his feelings were incredibly complicated. Suddenly, he felt as if his heart had been tainted, just a little. Marquis Staffin ended up settling down in Hope Town. In his spare time, he continued to explore every corner of the town on foot, getting to know the land firsthand. At night, he stood on the top floor of the resort, gazing out over Hope Town. A new feeling stirred in his heart. Hope Town was a city brimming with vitality. This kind of energy was something many cities lacked. It truly was a rising star. By comparison, St. Sebastian City was clearly on a slow decline, even if people hadn't noticed it yet. When he returned, he would report everything he'd seen to Lord St. Seva. But was it really possible that someone with ill intentions was lurking around Lord St. Seva? And what if the one with ill intentions was Lord St. Seva himself? That night, Marquis Staffin tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Day 103 since the Doomsday game descended. While everyone was still basking in the joy of Hope Town's recent upgrade, special weather arrived. Drought. Early in the morning, many people noticed that the water level in the town's wells had dropped significantly. But it wasn't until they saw the incomplete weather station in the town square that everyone was sure. Two big characters hung on it: high temperature. When they saw this newly built structure yesterday, everyone already had an idea of its quirky nature. After all, it was an incomplete version. Still, knowing was one thing, seeing the high temperature warning displayed left many people speechless. If we didn't already know what hot weather's like, we might have been fooled. Haha, the high temperature warning might be fake, but there's definitely some truth to it. The weather must be related to heat. What kinds of weather are related to high temperatures? It can only be drought. I noticed the well water was lower this morning, and even the plants along the road look wilted. No wonder the air feels so dry and hot today. My throat is parched. I started coughing as soon as I woke up, had to drink water to feel better. I can't even sense any water element in the air. As they talked, everyone became certain today's special weather was drought. Drought was much more serious than just high temperatures. After all, drought usually comes as a result of prolonged heat. For it to start with drought right away, this was a big deal. This is pretty serious. Yeah, who knows how long it'll last. If it goes on for a while, I'm not sure if our stored water will be enough. Better go stock up now, before the well water evaporates. Our well is already level 6, and even so, the water's dropped a lot. I can't imagine how those with level 4 or 5 wells, or even lower, are coping. Especially now that we can't sense any water element. The residents of Hope Town spoke with worried expressions. Soon, tourists began to wake up as well. Once they heard about the special weather, many of them panicked and hurried back to their own territories. Special weather is here already, one of the knights accompanying Marquis Stoffin exclaimed in surprise after noticing the change. He hadn't expected it to come so soon, but he wasn't too worried. They had prepared thoroughly before leaving home, and special weather always ended eventually. They could just wait it out before heading back. In the past, they wouldn't have paid much attention to special weather, but things were different now. Everyone knew that special weather signaled the coming of the apocalypse. No one could imagine what the end times would be like. Yes, Marquis Stoffin agreed. It's here. I wonder what changes it'll bring. At a time like this, no one would dare to upgrade, right? The knight continued. He could say this because yesterday he'd heard a lot about Hope Town's beast tide during its upgrade. High-level magical beasts everywhere. This was terrifying for a small-town territory. High-level beasts were supposed to be exclusive to city-level territories. And don't think Hope Town was exaggerating. During the beast tide, plenty of tourists from other territories had participated in the battle. Their words couldn't be false, and besides, the fate of other upgrading territories was plain to see. If the beast tide was already that fierce without special weather, who could imagine what it would be like during special weather? Which territory would be the next pioneer? Seeing everyone's curiosity, Marquis Stoffin said, "For now, these things don't concern us. Keep gathering information in Hope Town." "Yes, sir," the knights replied enthusiastically. They actually liked this assignment a lot. Hope Town was practically a vacation spot, eating, drinking, and having fun while completing their mission. What could be better? After giving his orders, Marquis Stoffin strolled around Hope Town himself. He sampled rice rolls and sushi on the food street before finally arriving at the square in front of the Lord's Manor. After all, this was one of the main information hubs. His gaze landed on the incomplete weather station. He was curious about this building, too, since he hadn't seen anything like it in other territories. Hope Town always seemed to come up with strange new structures, but they always turned out to be useful. Maybe not many people paid attention to it yesterday, but now that special weather had arrived, it was impossible to ignore. After standing there for a while, watching the crowds come and go, Marquis Stoffin entered the Lord's Manor. Just as he stepped inside, a new announcement appeared in the center of the hall. Before he could read it carefully, someone shouted out, "Hope Town is amazing! Even now, they're still recruiting people. Isn't that normal? The territory needs more people." Feels like our territory is getting ready for another upgrade. We still need over 100,000 people for the next upgrade. That's not much. Hope Town used to get thousands of new residents every day. We'll hit the target soon. But it's special weather right now. But the announcement says as long as people want to migrate, they can hire Hope Town's army to escort them in groups. Hope Town is really generous. Their army is always out on missions, and they're incredibly strong. The territory equips them with the best weapons and gear. That's so tempting. Yeah, everyone's waiting for the next army recruitment drive. Every upgrade, they expand the army. Look, the announcement is up. They're expanding the army. Wow, they're going from 10,000 to 40,000 soldiers. What is Hope Town planning? How much does it cost to feed that many people? Can't you see? They're recruiting according to the requirements for a level 1 city. Oh wow, just hearing that is exciting. Hope Town keeps upgrading without taking a break. I think Hope Town could even handle becoming a level 3 town. They've been accumulating strength for months. Now they're just unleashing it all at once. And it's obvious. The sooner you upgrade, the better. Who knows what challenges will come with the next upgrade? I'm signing up. I want to join the army. Me too, I'm almost ready to advance to a higher rank. Being with the army feels safer. It's hard work, but the benefits are great. Times have changed. It's more reassuring to have power in your own hands. Listening to the discussions around him and seeing the hall suddenly fill with people, Marquis Stoughton looked at the announcement and found himself agreeing with everyone else. Hope Town was clearly preparing to become a level 1 city. If they succeeded, Hope Town would become a territory no one could ignore. And when it came to recruiting, Hope Town really didn't stand on ceremony. They knew exactly what they wanted. In fact, it wasn't just the residents and tourists here who were shocked by Hope Town's bold moves. Visitors from other territories were even more amazed. They were actually sending people to escort migrants? After the initial surprise, many people were seriously tempted. After all, many had been drawn to Hope Town's environment. Before, they couldn't make the move because of distance and the dangers on the road. But now, with Hope Town's army providing safe escort, the risk was much lower. Soon, people started gathering their friends and family to discuss moving. Some who had already made up their minds went straight to their territory's mission center and put in requests. As soon as the orders came in, Hope Town's armies sprang into action. In no time, waves of soldiers were heading out from Hope Town to other territories. A new wave of migration had begun. How did other territories feel about Hope Town's blatant recruitment? Well, they were used to it. Because if it wasn't Hope Town, it would be someone else. The entire Stan continent had already entered an era of mass migration due to the rumors of the apocalypse. People were moving from weaker territories to stronger ones, especially after the threat of the beast tides during upgrades, which caused an uproar. It was the trend of the times. Most territories wouldn't stop people from leaving. In fact, they were looking for a way out themselves. As for the special weather, since it had only just started, most people ignored it for now. They pulled out their prepared gear and went hunting, gathering, doing missions, working, whatever needed to be done. With reality as it was, worrying about the special weather seemed pointless compared to stockpiling more supplies for their territory. Hope Town's capitalist philosophy had taken the continent's towns and villages by storm. Along with it came newspapers filled with subtle hints and information. Over time, this information would spread further and further. Meanwhile, Zhou Bai also felt a bit emotional when he realized special weather had arrived. But he quickly pulled himself together and got ready to prepare for the next upgrade. Have the army units been dispatched? Zhou Bai asked Bear. We made adjustments overnight. After making sure we have enough people for the territory's needs, the rest have been divided into different squads, ready to respond to mission requests from other territories. We'll send them out based on strength and distance, Bear replied simply. After all, the requirements for picking up people from town-level and village-level territories were different, and distance mattered too. Given the strength of Hope Town soldiers, operating in town and village-level territories was more than enough. Zhou Bai trusted Bear's abilities. With this step, they'd start seeing results in the next 10 days or so. Are we short on water? Joe asked. No, we prepared early. The territory's water reserves are enough for everyone for at least 2 months, including farmland needs, Bayer replied quickly. As per the Lord's previous orders, they'd stockpiled supplies like mad. They'd even secretly built an ice house, filled with ice blocks made from water reserves. And that was just the official reserve. Residents had their own private water stashes, too. At this moment, Bayer truly appreciated the value of stockpiling. With food in hand, there's no need to panic. By the way, how are the elves, orcs, and dwarves settling in? Joe asked. There are fewer elves, but plenty of orcs and dwarves. The dwarves mostly went to Harrison for work, and the orcs are doing all kinds of jobs, almost too many, so Lucas had to send people to organize things. Now, those who can find steady work do so, and the rest join the mercenary teams. How long this will last, and whether they'll settle here or go back home, we'll have to see, Bayer explained. Hopetown's employment system was already very well developed. Since the authorities had declared that all residents enjoyed the same benefits, local businesses didn't dare to cheat anyone. Fines for bad behavior were much higher than any money they could save. Hopetown's fines for unscrupulous merchants got heavier every time. Oh, and the business in the Undead Kingdom is going well. Since we've been hiring undead for a long time, Hopetown's business has a solid foothold there, and we've even recruited a lot of local staff, Bayer added. What about Virgil? Joe thought of the mastermind behind this and acknowledged his shrewdness. No wonder he was thriving in the Undead Kingdom. Today marks 2 months since he started working for us. He's on leave and has gone back to the Undead Kingdom to personally review and adjust the business, Bayer explained. And the orcs. Joe specifically meant the group recruited by O'Neill and Lucas. No one expected the Orc Kingdom to open up to Hopetown, so the orcs actually arrived even faster than expected. But there was a difference. Those orcs who migrated here were residents, while those who came to work were not. They should arrive in the next couple of days, Bayer answered, based on information from orcs who had just returned from leave. Seeing Bayer's orderly arrangements, Joe smiled and said, Yesterday, I received the honors from the awards team. Huh? Bayer was momentarily confused. It means I'm ready to step forward as the Lord, and I'll be stepping down as mayor. Would you like to take the position? Joe asked directly. Previously, Bayer had been head of military administration, but he'd been doing the mayor's job all along. Now he could finally have the title to match. Bayer was stunned for a moment, then his eyes grew determined. I'd be honored. Joe nodded, then publicly revealed his hidden identity as Lord and announced Bayer's promotion. As soon as the announcement went up on the manor's bulletin board, the news spread instantly. Whoa, the mayor's changed. How did that happen so suddenly? Who's the new mayor? It's Lord Bayer. What about Lord Joe? She's officially announced as the Lord now. I knew it was her. Haha, everyone knew, it's just that no one said it out loud. Alright, nothing to see here. Life goes on as usual. Just as Joe hidden identity as Lord had always been an open secret, revealing it now didn't cause much of a stir. Everyone was used to it. And so, on the first day of special weather, Hopetown continued on its steady path of development. At the same time, in the Undead Kingdom. When Virgil returned to the Undead Kingdom, he still felt a bit out of place. After all, he had spent 2 good months in Hopetown and had gotten used to the comforts there without even realizing it. Having experienced the bustling life of the living, coming back to the deathly stillness of the Undead Kingdom was, naturally, a bit hard to take. Virgil headed straight toward the district he had established himself. Along the way, he encountered all sorts of undead. They all seemed to be in a hurry, heading in the same direction as Virgil. Virgil raised an eyebrow. He'd heard that the undead from Hopetown had been working hard to build up the district and that it was getting more and more prosperous, but he didn't really know the details. Just looking at how lively things were, Virgil thought, maybe it's not bad at all? At that moment, an undead who was also hurrying along noticed Virgil. Recognizing him, the undead greeted him warmly. Virgil, you're back. Virgil, once a famous merchant in the undead kingdom, had gone off to make his fortune in the human kingdom. And true to his reputation as a shrewd businessman, he'd brought the ways of the human lands back to the undead kingdom. At first, the undead clutched their wallets tightly, determined not to give this sly merchant a chance to empty their pockets. But once the shops actually opened, they found they just couldn't resist. In the end, they had to admit, it was great. They were genuinely grateful to Virgil for bringing the commercial district to the undead kingdom. Virgil, caught off guard by the enthusiastic greeting, was a bit stunned. In the past, wherever he went, people would curse him as a cunning merchant. Now, they were actually talking to him so warmly. It was unbelievable. Oh, but he really was seeing ghosts. After all, to the residents of Hope Town, these undead were literally ghosts. Thinking this, Virgil's lips curled into a faint smile. Yes, I'm back from vacation to check in. Did you bring anything new and interesting back? The undead, Thomas, asked curiously. After all, every time someone returned from Hope Town, they'd bring back something new, making everyone eager to come and check it out. Recently, some undead returning from Hope Town had even started building houses. Thomas was wondering if he had enough savings to buy a house himself. If he could live near the commercial street, life would be pretty sweet. He used to think that being undead meant a bleak, miserable existence, but now life was actually quite enjoyable. The fame of the commercial district was spreading, attracting more and more undead. Buying a house early would give him a place to call his own. And maybe someday he'd find a partner. Heh. I brought a few things, Virgil replied modestly. Thomas grew even more excited he'd get to buy something new again. The two quickened their pace toward the commercial district. Before long, they arrived along with the other undead. Upon arrival, Thomas parted ways with Virgil. They each had their own business to attend to, and sticking around would just be awkward. Virgil, however, was a bit shocked by the scene before him. Compared to last month, when there was just a single commercial street, it now looked much more like a village. Several commercial streets were neatly lined up, with shops similar to those in Hope Town. Surrounding the shops were residential houses, some still under construction. Of course, the most numerous were the undead themselves, buying goods from various shops and haggling with practiced ease. Virgil knew the idea for the commercial district had been his, and he was indeed skilled at business. But he'd never imagined turning a trade zone into a territory like this. Still, seeing the area take shape, Virgil realized that its future value would only grow, just like Hope Town. Because it was open, it attracted people from all over, giving Hope Town its unique status. In the undead kingdom, there were plenty of territories claimed by various undead. But none of those could compare to this territory filled with all the good things from Hope Town. It had only been a month, and it was already like this. Give it a little more time, and it would be something extraordinary. At the very least, resources from the undead kingdom would flow steadily into Hope Town. This place had clearly become another base for Hope Town. With that thought, Virgil headed straight for Hope Town's office. As soon as he moved, a crowd of undead shopkeepers followed him inside. This had become the norm. Whenever the undead from Hope Town returned, the shopkeepers would rush to restock their goods. Hope Town didn't manage the entire commercial street directly. Instead, after building it, they rented out the shops and sold goods to the shopkeepers, who handled the processing and packaging themselves. For food-related shops, the Hope Town office would even teach them the recipes. Those who could afford to rent a shop were basically the elite of the undead kingdom. They benefited from Hope Town, and naturally, they would protect Hope Town's territory here. With them in charge, no one would dare invade lightly. That's why the commercial district had flourished so quickly. And more people were joining in. The main reason was that Hope Town had endless variety, and the undead kingdom's market was huge. With so many undead, even with over 100 shops, there was plenty of profit to go around. Gradually, the undead had gotten used to coming here. Lord Virgil. The undead at the office was also one of those returning from vacation today. These days, Hope Town employed more and more undead. Every day, many would return from their days off. Some worked at the office, others wandered around the undead kingdom. Though they were used to life in Hope Town, wandering the undead kingdom was still a rare experience. "These are the items I brought back this time," Virgil said, handing over a pile of backpacks and a list. "All right." The staff member began checking the items and, after finishing, paid Virgil in gold coins. After settling up, he said, "Lord Virgil, leave the rest to us. You can enjoy your vacation, have fun." "Thank you," Virgil replied politely, then headed out. As soon as he left, the staff began displaying the day's wholesale goods. The shopkeepers who had followed Virgil in quickly started picking out their stock. Some had pre-orders and began collecting their goods right away. Meanwhile, the commercial street was bustling. Whirlwind grilled gluten, signature pork belly, spicy crispy chicken wings on a stick, burger combo, burger, fried chicken, juice, only 29. 9 copper coins. Long Outman's latest novel, Cultivation Chronicles, now serializing. Latest newspaper, know everything without leaving your home. Listening to the lively sounds around him, Virgil smiled. Honestly, if you ignored the environment and the people in charge, this place was a replica of Hope Town. Having experienced the real thing, Virgil wasn't interested in lingering here. He headed straight for a few resource points he frequented. Many resources in the Undead Kingdom had hidden properties. After Hope Town started hiring undead, they researched and developed these resources, integrating them into weapons and equipment at the blacksmith and tailor shops. The higher the level, the better the equipment, and the more expensive. With his base salary, bonuses, and past savings, Virgil wasn't short on money. But he enjoyed the thrill of saving up. Of course, if Hope Town needed these materials, he'd gather more. It was his way of contributing to the territory. After spending so much time in Hope Town, contributing to the territory had become ingrained in him. He knew Hope Town was brainwashing them, but he enjoyed it. Reaching a relatively deserted area, Virgil took an electric vehicle out of his backpack. He really liked this new invention from Hope Town. With the electric vehicle, Virgil could gather materials much faster, constantly moving from spot to spot. After a busy day, night began to fall. Virgil was ready to head back. But suddenly, he remembered something. He pulled out a bunch of wooden buckets from his backpack. Then, channeling his magic, he quickly drew water elements from the air into the buckets. Right now, the Stan continent was experiencing a severe drought, but the Undead Kingdom was unaffected. He could transport water from here to sell back home. It was pure profit, why not do it? After finishing, Virgil returned to the commercial district. By then, night had fallen, and the streetlights along the commercial street were ablaze with torches. The district was even livelier than before. During the day, only shoppers came to the commercial street. But at night, many undead came to sell goods. Like Virgil, these undead collected materials needed by Hope Town and sold them to the office staff for gold coins to fund their own purchases. The staff collected and settled accounts one by one. The largest quantities were basic materials like wood and stone. These were mostly gathered by lower-level undead. It was easy, safe, and not competitive. Shells, on the other hand, were more valuable and monopolized by high-level undead. Unknowingly, the Undead Kingdom, once an isolated territory, had become an important resource hub for Hope Town. "Lord Virgil, are you buying materials?" Thomas, whom Virgil had met earlier, greeted him warmly. "What kind of materials do you have?" Virgil asked casually. Thomas looked a bit embarrassed. "Just some wood and stone and a few low-level materials." "No problem, I'll take them all," Virgil said, then added, "In fact, I have a little business proposition for you." "What kind of business?" Thomas asked, delighted. If Lord Virgil wanted to do business with him, even a small deal was worth it. "There's a drought on the Stan continent, and water is in short supply. I noticed the water element here is especially rich. Collect water for me, as much as you can," Virgil said directly. The drought would last for days, so he could stockpile plenty. If it dragged on, he could sell water to other territories at a high price. This was a one-of-a-kind business. "That's simple." Thomas was surprised. "You can sell water for a good price?" A standard bucket of water gets you 5 copper coins, Virgil said. Thomas's eyes lit up instantly. He might not be able to gather much water himself, but with enough people, it would add up. Without hesitation, Thomas said, "Lord Virgil, leave it to me. I'll get it done." He'd need to find a few friends to help out. Just one day could make them rich. "Let's sign a contract," Virgil said. He hadn't cared about contracts before, but after spending so much time in Hope Town, he'd gotten used to them and saw the value in having clear terms. Thomas was surprised at first, then nodded eagerly. It was all to his advantage, he couldn't wait. Soon, they signed a contract on the spot, and Virgil even gave Thomas an advance payment. Thomas, who had been worried about not having enough capital, was overjoyed. After Virgil left, Thomas couldn't help but wipe away tears of excitement. If anyone dared call Lord Virgil a sly merchant again, he'd have something to say about it. Having found another lucrative business, Virgil happily returned to Hope Town. As soon as he arrived, he noticed the air was a bit dry. It didn't affect the undead, but they could still feel it. Because of the drought, there seemed to be fewer tourists in Hope Town. Otherwise, with all the things Hope Town had going on, it would have been bustling for days. Still, there were plenty of visitors, and they all carried some kind of iced drink. Clearly, because of the weather, many shops in Hope Town had started selling iced drinks, most with special effects. 1 cup could last for hours. Of course, the prices had doubled. Virgil bought a cup of iced fruit juice, and after seeing the price, grinned even wider. Business was booming. Just as Virgil was dreaming of a bright future, a commotion arose at the city gates. "Water, water, water. Someone help with water, and you'll be well rewarded." Hearing the urgent cry, Virgil looked over and immediately recognized the speaker as Alec and some soldiers. Behind them was a group of orcs who looked utterly exhausted. Virgil instantly understood. These were the laborers O'Neill and Lucas had brought back. Hope Town's future residents. Soon to be their own people. Virgil stepped forward and said to Alec, "I have plenty of water. Let's go." He led the way to the orcs and set out rows of water buckets before them. The orcs looked at the water as if seeing salvation, grabbing the buckets and gulping down the water before passing them on. Other aid workers soon arrived with more water and bamboo cups. With this replenishment, the orcs finally recovered. Seeing they were okay, Alec breathed a sigh of relief. "What happened?" Virgil asked. This morning, an orc messenger teleported back from the Beast God Temple, saying the sudden drought had left them out of water. They couldn't find any, and their strength was failing. We rushed to help, bringing water, but ran into monsters along the way. After a fight, we finally made it, but they were in bad shape, Alec explained. They'd brought plenty of water, but the drought was so severe, and the orcs, after days of travel, were physically weakened. The main issue was that this special weather was unusually harsh, and the monsters encountered on the way were fiercer than ever. They'd had to fight repeatedly, using up a lot of energy. "The situation outside is that bad?" Virgil asked, surprised. "It's different from previous special weather. Most of the monsters we met were high level," Alec said, his expression turning serious. Virgil listened, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. The joy of discovering a new business opportunity was dampened. Disasters kept coming, making life ever harder. In the end, it would come down to who could endure the longest. At that moment, Jobai and her group arrived, having heard the news from Alec. Their hearts sank. This was only the first day of the special weather, and even the robust orcs had almost collapsed. "O'Neill, Lucas, take your people and get settled," Jobai said. The orcs, after drinking, eating, and receiving treatment, had recovered but were still a bit lost. But seeing familiar faces among the orcs, they relaxed a little. Yes, O'Neill and Lucas nodded, leading their people away. At this point, the hundreds of water buckets stood out. Jobai looked at Virgil and asked, "All this water, you prepared it in advance? Why would an undead stockpile so much water? To sell it?" Thinking of Virgil's nature, Jobai already had her suspicions. Virgil replied directly, "I stored it up in the undead kingdom. The water element there isn't affected, so I condensed it into water to bring back and sell. I've even arranged for more to be collected there over the next few days. I should be able to bring back a lot. If it were anyone else, he might have kept it secret, but Joe Bai was the Lord, he'd be honest with her. Joe Bai was surprised. The undead kingdom isn't affected? Actually, it never seems to be. We always thought it was just a racial trait, Virgil said. Bayer and Alec confirmed this. In the past, special weather had little effect on magical elements, but this time, it's like they vanished overnight, and the longer it lasts, the less water element there is, Bayer added. Before, high-level mages could still draw a little from the air, but now there was nothing. Joe Bai listened, deep in thought. While the Stan continent was affected everywhere, the undead kingdom remained untouched. Before, she might have thought it was due to the undead's unique constitution. But now, after pondering where all the Stan continent's magic had gone, she couldn't help but suspect that the magic was flowing into the undead kingdom. Only the undead kingdom was so isolated that no one paid attention to it. And coincidentally, the undead were the chosen ones of that being. When coincidences pile up, it's rarely just coincidence. With so many people around, Joe Bai didn't voice her suspicions. Instead, she said to Virgil, "The territory will invest in your business. From now on, focus on collecting water for us, okay?" Whether her guess was right would soon be clear. Of course. Virgil agreed without hesitation. He knew this business had huge potential. With the territory's backing, he could sell water to countless other lands. The newly arrived beastmen were settled in almost no time at all, and they were all a bit surprised that Hope Town was now open to beastmen from their territories. But after comparing the environments, they realized Hope Town was by far the better choice. Their old lands were nothing in comparison. Of course, what impressed them most was seeing the earlier group of beastmen who had come before them. Not only were they doing well, they even had their own houses. The newcomers were genuinely envious. Truly feeling the goodness of Hope Town, they felt that all the hardships they'd endured along the way had been worth it, because now they could see a future for themselves. What about work? There are so many people in Hope Town now. Will we be able to find jobs? This time, the beastmen were led by a minotaur named Milas, who asked Lucas and O'Neill. Now that Hope Town was open to other kingdoms and hiring beastmen and dwarves, they were a bit worried their jobs might be taken by others. Don't worry, you're considered special talents. Our Lord is planning to bring you in directly. O'Neill patted his chest as he delivered the good news. Hope Town is currently recruiting soldiers. You can go straight into the training camp. After a month of training, if you pass, you'll become soldiers, Lucas added. I thought you needed to have contributed to the territory before you could become a soldier? Milas asked, puzzled. These are special circumstances. The territory is allowing you to get on the bus first and buy your ticket later, Lucas explained. Our beastmen's unique combat talents are our greatest weapon. Lucas actually understood their lord's thinking very well. After all, if magic elements might be affected in the future, then physical strength would become an important standard, and beastmen had a huge advantage in that area. Moreover, Hope Town was a human territory. While beastmen weren't discriminated against here, the only thing they could rely on was the territory itself and the Lord. That was another advantage. Lucas understood this well, which was why he always tried to expand the beastmen's presence. The more valuable beastmen were to the territory, the higher their status in Hope Town would be. Going to war, huh? It's dangerous out there. Won't the humans use us as cannon fodder? Milas couldn't help but ask. He was pretty straightforward, and that was what came to mind. Just look at our equipment, O'Neill said, pointing proudly to his gear from head to toe. Ordinary soldiers might not be as well equipped as us, but they're not far off. Milas's attention was indeed drawn to the armor O'Neill and the others wore. The armor gleamed with a cold light, clearly not ordinary. This is platinum gear. Not only does it offer great protection, it can even reflect damage. O'Neill said, his pride obvious. What about us if we join? You'll get gold-tier gear, basically, O'Neill replied. Milas's eyes lit up instantly. Gold-tier gear. He'd never even had any before. To get it just by joining the army, amazing. But it's limited, just one set per person. If it gets damaged in battle for the territory, it can be replaced, Lucas added, not wanting them to think the benefits were endless. The territory couldn't afford that kind of expense. That's already great, Milas said without hesitation. I'm willing to join Hopetown's army. What do I need to do? Nothing special, just go sign up. There'll be staff to guide you, O'Neill replied. Not you guys. The trainers are better at that than we are, O'Neill said simply. What about our families? Stay in Hopetown for a few days and you'll figure out how things are arranged, Lucas chimed in. At this point, there was no need for them to handle everything personally, just explaining the situation was enough. Milas understood. Among Beastmen, Lucas and O'Neill had already done more than enough. He said, I'll spread the word and bring those willing to join the army. He was the highest-ranking Beastman in this group, so the others naturally listened to him. Now, with Lucas and O'Neill's confirmation, organizing the Beastmen was even easier. Get settled in. We'll be off now, O'Neill said, patting Milas on the shoulder. With that, O'Neill and Lucas left. After they were gone, Milas helped the Beastmen get settled. Once he'd learned more about Hopetown, he brought over 1,000 able-bodied Beastmen to join the army. Naturally, this news reached Joby's ears. She had to admit, she was delighted. Hopetown needed to fill its army ranks up to 40,000, which meant this was a long-term project. Now, with over 1,000 strong new soldiers, how could she not be happy? Of course, what made Joby even happier was that there was finally a suspect for the missing magic. She even had a hunch she was on the right track. Having a target to investigate was much better than endless internal speculation. Of course, now wasn't the time to alert the enemy. Once she'd gathered enough data, maybe she could discuss it with Eurus and the others. After all, much of the doomsday information she knew had come from them. A favor for a favor. Most importantly, the elves were truly powerful. Because of this, Joby wasn't nearly as anxious about the coming extreme weather. In the days that followed, the drought continued and doomsday rumors only grew more intense. People had truly noticed that the monsters outside had become stronger. Their attacks were fiercer too. Even without a full-scale beast tide, monsters were starting to attack territories in groups. There was no pattern to it. If a territory hadn't cleared out monsters within its borders, things were even worse. A small beast tide could break out at any time. In just a few days, some weaker territories were overrun by monsters. Their lands were trampled, casualties were heavy, and one territory after another disappeared from the rankings. At that moment, many remembered an article they'd read in a Hopetown newspaper. #sometimes merging isn't about giving up, but about winning together #. Previously, many lords felt that merging meant losing their own territory and becoming no different from ordinary people. They were reluctant to give up everything they'd worked so hard for. But faced with the aftereffects of the extreme weather, many village-level territories admitted they just couldn't hold out any longer. Suddenly, the trend of merging swept across the entire Stan continent. Maybe before, everyone was too proud, but when life and death were on the line, most residents supported it. Mergers were usually with nearby towns and cities. Almost no village-level territories chose to merge with other villages. They chose cities, especially strong ones, since there was a chance of being granted a minor noble title in the future. And Hopetown became the top choice for many territories. Especially in this extreme weather, Hopetown's wealth was on full display. This weather is so dry, I really can't take it anymore. Yeah, I've been trying to use as little water as possible, but I still can't make it. My stamina's even dropping because of the drought. If I go out to work, I need to drink water or special drinks with effects, and they have to last, but now they're expensive. If something goes wrong, I need stamina potions. The monsters outside are more vicious than usual. It's just not worth it. Exactly. But if I don't go out, I'm just living off my savings in the territory. I can't last like that. That's why so many people are going to Hopetown. What for? They're selling water. Hopetown is selling water. How much did they stockpile? No idea. They started selling it on the second day. There's a purchase limit, but all the shops in Hopetown are selling iced drinks. The prices are lower than most territories, and the effects are better, so lots of people go to Hope Town to buy drinks before heading out on missions. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm heading to Hope Town right now. I just wanted to say, Hope Town is rich, has a solid foundation, and is a great place. Are you thinking of moving there? Yes, lots of people are. Based on distance, our territory is in the same region as Hope Town. There are other cities in our region. Why not pick them? How can city territories compare to Hope Town? Hope Town has huge potential, a high chance of becoming a city-level territory. Residents get resurrection chances, prices are low, there are plenty of jobs, and the welfare is great. Other territories just can't compete. You make a good argument. It's all from the newspaper. It also says Hope Town's teams have already moved a lot of residents in. The population is over 100,000 and growing fast. They're clearly preparing to become a city-level territory. If you go early, it's easier to get established. If you go late, the competition will be tough. Hope Town's army is safely escorting people in this extreme weather? Yes. Incredible. The monsters outside are so aggressive now and much stronger. The newspaper even showed the composition of the escort teams: humans, undead, and beastmen. The undead aren't affected by the weather and can stand guard at night. Beastmen are strong fighters and aren't afraid of the tougher monsters, and the human soldiers are well equipped. Plus, they have flying beasts trained by Hope Town's own beastmasters for aerial surveillance. They also bring plenty of potions. With all that, how could anything go wrong? Hope Town really is the most caring territory I've ever seen. Right? That's why so many residents and village-level territories want to join Hope Town. If you're interested, we should get ready early. Similar conversations spread across different territories. No one expected that a bout of extreme weather would end up making Hope Town even stronger. Many lords who heard these rumors could only feel envy, jealousy, and resentment. After all, what Hope Town had achieved was truly extraordinary. How could there be such a territory? In fact, by the time most territories really started paying attention to Hope Town, they realized it was already unshakable. At times like this, these lords would pull out Hope Town's newspapers and study them carefully, reading every issue thoroughly. After all, if a territory could be considered excellent by so many, it must have something worth learning. So, they decided to learn from it. Meanwhile, in St. Sebastian City, on the third day of the drought, Staffan had already left Hope Town. He'd done what he needed to do and felt better returning to St. Saba early. As for the rampaging monsters outside, they were nothing to him. They could even use the opportunity to check out the situation. After several days of travel, they returned to St. Sebastian. Along the way, they kept hearing people in various territories talking about Hope Town. What surprised them was that even after returning to the capital, people there were discussing Hope Town too. The newspaper's really popular these days. I almost couldn't buy a copy. Yeah, lots of territories are scrambling for it. Haha, I actually like the novels that come with the newspaper best. Yeah, that demon lord is just awful. His own life is miserable, so why does he want to drag the whole cultivation world down with him? Exactly. That world of cultivation is so grand and magnificent. Yeah, it's way more impressive than our Stan continent. Their spells are kind of like our magic, but they just seem so much cooler. Maybe it's because of their talk about righteousness and justice. Boo-hoo, I cried when the whole sect sacrificed themselves to resist the beast tide. They were really defending their home. Behind them were millions of ordinary people, but each of them was so much more valuable than the average person. They lived up to their own principles. As they talked, quite a few residents even ended up in tears. It was clear just how influential Hope Town's books were in other territories. Hope Town really is something. Even in the capital, you can't escape its influence, said one of the knights with Staffan, watching the street discussions with a complicated expression. Their novels are really good. I've bought a bunch, said another knight. And their other products, I spent all my savings from this year on Hope Town stuff. Honestly, their food is delicious, and there's so much variety. I kind of miss Hope Town already. The knights chatted casually. After days of traveling together, they'd found that Captain Staffan, though stern, was actually a good man who looked after them. Indeed, Stafton didn't react much to their words. When they reached the palace, he finally said, "Go report in yourselves. If you need to, you can take 2 days off." "Yes, sir." The knights were visibly pleased. A 2-day break, granted by the captain himself. They could finally rest instead of jumping straight back into work. After giving them this benefit, Stafton entered the palace. Saint Saba had already received word and was waiting for him. "How did it go?" Saint Saba asked eagerly as soon as he saw Stafton. With Hope Town's growing fame, Saint Saba couldn't help but pay more attention to it. Hope Town refused, Stafton answered honestly. Saint Saba raised an eyebrow. "They didn't like my offer? Then who did she choose?" "Hope Town hasn't pledged allegiance to anyone. She chose to go it alone," Stafton replied. "The Lord of Hope Town told me a few things." Sensing something serious, Saint Saba's expression grew more solemn. "What did she say?" Stafton proceeded to recount his conversation with Jobai in detail, then mentioned the newspapers produced by Hope Town and Upward Village. After listening, Saint Saba fell into deep thought. Recently, the disappearance of many human territories had indeed put a lot of pressure on him. The doomsday crisis was proving far more difficult than he'd imagined. Maybe the Lord of Hope Town was right. Could he really support dozens or hundreds of territories? Even with all the wealth accumulated in Saint Sebastian, it couldn't withstand such a drain. These past days, Saint Saba had received many pleas for help from other territories. He'd planned to send aid soon, but after seeing Hope Town's response, he suddenly felt like he'd be taken for a fool. But what really caught his attention was the newspaper Stafton had mentioned. "Let me see it," Saint Saba said. Stafton immediately handed over his copy, especially the one from Upward Village, which was full of hidden hints. Saint Saba read quickly, finishing in no time. Afterward, he seemed a bit dazed. He'd understood the hints. Behind the doomsday crisis, someone was pulling the strings and had been for a long time. What seemed like the beginning to them was actually the final stage. Before, he wouldn't have believed it so easily. But now, with the drought ongoing and the water element in the air nearly gone. This law of conservation of energy mentioned here, what do you think? Saint Saba asked Stafton. "I think it's real. The missing magic has to go somewhere," Stafton said confidently, then added after seeing Saint Saba's look, Count Jobai also hinted at something else. "Oh, back then, the person who whispered in your ear about using conquest and annexation to unify the human kingdom, he had ulterior motives." Stafton finished and bowed his head, as if admitting guilt. Saint Saba's expression changed, but after a pause, he said, "I sensed it too. But I was the one who made the decision. I let my ambition blind me." Stafton looked up in shock. "Who was it?" "Sindel," Saint Saba replied. "He's already been executed. I'll issue a public apology in the name of Saint Sebastian and mobilize all our forces to deal with the doomsday crisis." Sindel. He was Saint Saba's other knight captain. Stafton had never expected it to be him. But what Saint Saba said next made his heart sink. Executed too quickly. Now, with Saint Saba immediately adjusting his plans, Stafton realized there was profit to be made. Saint Saba's ambition had never changed. He was just adjusting his strategy to fit the new circumstances. Before, Stafton might have thought this was normal, but after seeing the new territories like Hope Town, he realized they were fundamentally different. Approaching the doomsday crisis with ulterior motives, would Saint Saba really achieve his goals in the end? Stafton thought it was unlikely. After experiencing genuine sincerity, fake help just seemed hollow. But these were thoughts Stafton kept to himself. He'd chosen to be loyal, so he'd always stand behind Saint Saba. As for warning him, Saint Saba would never listen. How could a king, high above all, ever be expected to step down from his pedestal and care for the people below? He couldn't say Saint Saba was wrong, just that their positions were different. Hope Town is now open to the Elven, Beastmen, and Dwarven kingdoms? Saint Saba suddenly asked. Yes. When I left, I saw elves, beastmen, and dwarves all active in Hope Town, Stafton replied. Hope Town seems to get along well with other races, Saint Saba said, his tone unreadable. Stafton was silent. Hopetown's philosophy of equality was indeed appealing. They benefit from Hopetown, and Hopetown needs them, Staffen said. Using Hopetown as a starting point, maybe one day the entire Stan continent could unite. The hidden enemy was the true foe of all races. Saint Seba's attention immediately shifted to this. I'll have people investigate where the missing magic is going. You've done well, go rest for a day. Yes, Staffen nodded. A moment later, he left the palace. Now he actually hoped Hopetown would become Hope City as soon as possible, then it could open to all territories. With Hopetown's influence, maybe real change could come to this world. Sir, would you like a newspaper? It's the latest issue from Hopetown, a child asked Staffen timidly. Staffen took it, tossed the child 5 copper coins, and glanced at the date on the paper. A faint smile tugged at his lips. It seemed Hopetown's influence had already begun to spread long ago. Hopetown. The people Hopetown had sent out to bring others in were now slowly returning. In just a few days, the population of Hopetown had reached 140,000, with nearly 10,000 new arrivals each day. It turned out that when Hopetown went out to pick people up, many had already made up their minds to head there on their own. This was what triggered the explosive growth in Hopetown's population. To ensure that those who chose Hopetown wouldn't be disappointed, Joe Bai ramped up the arrangements, assigning dedicated staff to help newcomers integrate into the community. The people moving to Hopetown already had a good understanding of it, and with the help of these guides, their integration went even more smoothly. Those with money bought houses, those without rented, and some who wanted to take their time even stayed in hotels. All in all, everyone was blending into Hopetown as quickly as possible. Still, the newcomers couldn't help but notice that Hopetown had so much water that people from other territories came to buy it. Does Hopetown not have a water shortage? Not for now. That's why we have plenty of water and cold drinks. A lot of people from our territory go out on missions, mostly to hunt magical beasts and gather resources. There don't seem to be many magical beasts outside Hopetown either. Of course not. Every morning, teams go out to clear the magical beasts within the territory. There aren't even enough to fight. So people head further out. You think Hopetown is crowded now? Most of the people here are actually visitors from other territories, all coming for the unlimited cold drinks. I see. You're new here, aren't you? Don't worry. You made the right choice coming to our territory. Maybe in a few more days, we'll be a city. The resident of Hopetown spoke with obvious pride, clearly proud of their territory. The newcomers listening couldn't help but smile as well. It really did seem pretty great. Come on. Let's put our luggage away and go hunt some magical beasts too. Are you crazy? It's only our first day. Everyone in Hopetown works so hard. Now that we're residents, we should be like them. That's the only way we'll be able to protect our territory and ourselves in the future. Isn't that why we chose Hopetown? Yeah, let's go fight. In no time, many newcomers packed up and headed out to hunt magical beasts. A group of tourists visiting Hopetown watched the scene, shivering. They couldn't even finish their ice cream and popsicles. Does Hopetown really have to be this intense? Once I finish this ice cream, I'm going back to hunt magical beasts. Me too. At times like this, we really need to work on our own strength. No matter what, the stronger you are, the better your chances of survival. Let's go. Soon, even the tourists weren't lingering in Hopetown. At most, they'd buy some special effect cold drinks and then head back. Meanwhile, at the Lord's Manor, Joe Bai was receiving a flood of letters for help from other territories. These territories aren't that far from Hopetown. They all want to join us and are asking us to send people to pick them up, Bear said, pointing at the letters in front of Joe Bai. Joe Bai opened them one by one. The content was all pretty similar, with each letter ending by stating the name of their territory. A glance at the territory rankings showed that most of them were near the bottom. Why do they suddenly want to join Hopetown? Joe Bai knew Hopetown was famous, but by the principle of proximity, they shouldn't all be coming here. It's probably because of the publicity, Bear coughed lightly. The newspapers from Strive Forward Village interviewed Bai Wen Kang and Xiang Ziki. As he spoke, Bayer handed Joe the latest issues of the Strive Forward Village newspaper. Joe skimmed through them. Sure enough, there were interviews with the two, Q&A style, mainly talking about their current jobs in Hope Town, how things worked there, and how their old territories were still around, just focused on farming now. They described how carefree their current lives were. The articles painted their situations in such a positive light that anyone reading would envy their lives. They really know how to wage a public opinion war. Joe said, a bit helplessly. Well, our benefits in Hope Town are just that good, Bayer replied. In some territories, when they take in new powers, they keep the old lords around for appearances, giving them official jobs, but never any real power. Once someone has tasted real authority, who'd be content with a powerless role? These lords were all hoping for positions like Bai Wen Kong and the others. Have someone screen these territories, Joe said. We don't need to take them all, only the ones with good reputations. She could accept Guangshui Village and Yushi Village completely because she knew their character. But with others, she had to be cautious. Who knew if some of them might be spies sent to infiltrate Hope Town? Yes, Bayer replied, his expression growing more serious. When it came to intelligence, Hope Town's network was already quite well developed. With teams constantly going out, there was a steady stream of information coming in. Getting the scoop on these territories wouldn't be a problem. At this rate, Hope Town will be able to level up in just a few days. Joe suddenly said. Bayer's spirits lifted. I'll make sure everyone is prepared. Have any territories leveled up recently? Guqing asked, scanning the territory rankings. There were just too many territories to keep track of, unless you were watching specific ones. Most changes were hard to notice. But one thing was clear, more and more weak, village-level territories were being overrun by magical beasts. These weaker villages couldn't even clear the magical beasts within their own borders. Gone were the days when territory level matched the level of magical beasts you'd face. Survival of the fittest. This situation would only get more severe in the future. Yes, and most have succeeded, Bayer replied. Some of them have adopted Hope Town strategies, adding more defensive lines within their borders, equipping their soldiers better, and stockpiling stone. With all this preparation, their success rate is much higher than before. Quite a few are new territories like us. Ningxian Town, Wenxia Town, and Green Prairie Town have all leveled up. Any territory that dares to level up at a time like this has real determination. It's no surprise they succeeded, Zhou said, relaxing a bit. Seeing everyone fighting back and succeeding made her genuinely happy. Exactly. Now that special weather has started, it won't disappear so easily. The longer it goes on, the harder things might get, Bayer agreed. Just then, someone knocked on Zhou office door. Bayer opened it, and his assistant hurried in. Lord Mayor, there's been a change at the weather station. What kind of change? Zhou asked instinctively. It's showing low temperatures. If tomorrow the drought turns into a low-temperature disaster, does that mean there's no break at all between special weather events? If not this time, what about next time? Zhou couldn't help but ask. Bayer's face darkened. Those territories that chose to level up during special weather just didn't want to waste time. Droughts are relatively easier to handle compared to other special weather events. But no one had considered the possibility of special weather happening back-to-back. If there's no break, every territory will have to gather daily necessities while enduring special weather. Isn't this just another way to drain a territory's strength? Lord, it seems that even during special weather, no territory can afford to stop gathering resources, Bayer said. Right. Publish this speculation in the newspaper. From now on, add a weather forecast to the paper as well, Zhou instructed. That was all she could do. Even Hope Town itself wasn't fully prepared. The only thing that gave her a sense of security was growing stronger. Yes, Bayer nodded, then hurried off to make arrangements. All these matters needed to be handled as soon as possible. Left alone, Zhou heart pounded. These past few days, the water supply from the undead kingdom had been steady. They could get as much as they wanted. But what about tomorrow? Would the undead kingdom have the magical elements they needed? Tomorrow, they would find out. Day 108, since the arrival of the Apocalypse game. From midnight on, people could feel the temperature dropping. The Weather Bureau had issued a cold wave warning, so many had already prepared themselves. Yet, even so, quite a few people were still caught off guard. When they woke up early, the whole world was already blanketed in snow and ice. The ground was covered with a thick, frozen layer. Damn, they said it would be cold, but this is like an instant deep freeze. Yeah, the temperature dropped so much overnight. I even had the heater on all night, but I was still freezing. If I hadn't been wearing my thermal suit, I probably would have gotten frostbite. This extreme weather is terrifying. I hate the cold the most. I can handle drought, but this kind of freezing cold is unbearable. Even my purple-grade thermal suit is useless. Quick, go to the tailor and buy a blue-grade thermal suit. Also, I've discovered something big. What is it? Just like during the drought, the fire elemental magic in the air is gone. That means we can't use fire magic for daily life. We're back to primitive physical means. Let me try. It's true. What about water elemental magic? Shouldn't there be water magic in the air during a blizzard? Nope, can't use it either. Shit, this is serious. No water magic, no fire magic. Are we going to lose one element every time there's a natural disaster? In the end, what power will mages even have? By then, we'll only be able to use things like magic stones that contain stored power. I've seen news about magic power declining, but I never thought the elements themselves would disappear. Now they're just gone. This damn world. Luckily, we've always trained in both magic and martial arts. Now that magic is out, we'll have to strengthen our physical combat. Are we going out to fight? Let's go. After realizing this harsh reality, many residents of Hope Town picked up their weapons and began gathering as usual. They sure have strong mental fortitude, don't they? It's because there's no other choice. Don't they feel sad? What's the use in being sad? It doesn't help. Better to face it head-on. So what about us? We do what they do. Let's go. Some newcomers and latecomers made their own choices. At that moment, countless people braved the biting cold wind and continued heading out beyond the territory. Meanwhile, the remaining staff in Hope Town calmly put on their thermal suits and went about their business, going to work, opening shops, attending school. In no time, the whole town was bustling with life again. Hot drinks, steaming noodles, hearty soup dumplings. All kinds of warm breakfasts were freshly served, adding a touch of warmth to Hope Town. Guqing and her parents ordered a steaming bowl of shredded pork noodles at a shop. Finely chopped meat, simmered in a broth made from pork bones, and a bit of dried cuttlefish, delicious on top of delicious. Not only did they finish every strand of noodle, but they also drank the soup to the last drop. This reminds me of that noodle shop near our old home, Zhou Bai said to her parents, a nostalgic look in her eyes. You always had to stop by for noodles, even when you were almost late for school. You'd finish in 2 or 3 minutes, and the owner still remembers you, Ding Chiro teased. I was never late. I always made it just in time, Zhou Bai protested. It all feels like it was just yesterday. Who would have thought that now? Not only have we crossed time, but space as well, Ding Chiro said, her expression tinged with both sentiment and worry. No matter how things change, we have to look forward, Zhou Bai said calmly. Keep it up. Your dad and I will always support you, Ding Chiro said seriously. That's right, Zhou Zhengping chimed in. You're doing great. Recently, training at the barracks had been relentless, with all kinds of missions and ever-increasing intensity. The weapons they handled grew stronger by the day. So many advanced weapons had been manufactured, and their numbers kept growing. His daughter had done everything she could. She had lived up to Hope Town and to everyone in it. I know, Zhou Bai nodded. Then, the 3 left the noodle shop together, splitting off in 2 directions, then 3, each walking firmly on their own path. At the Lord's manor, Bayer was already waiting, along with Virgil. After Zhou Bai took her seat, she looked at Virgil. How is it? In the undead kingdom, the fire element is still normal. The undead who went there today have already started mass-producing torches. We'll have a large supply by tonight, Virgil replied. In truth, he already suspected that things in the undead kingdom were not as simple as business. Magic elements in the Stan continent were being affected, but the undead kingdom remained unchanged. It was hard not to be suspicious, especially since the newspaper had mentioned the law of conservation of energy. All the magic from Stan continent seemed to be flowing to the undead kingdom. What exactly was hidden there? Just as I thought, Jobai sighed, then turned to Bear. I'll leave the territory to you. I need to visit the Elven Kingdom. Understood, Bear agreed immediately. All right. Jobai nodded and got up to leave. After she left, Virgil looked at Bear. There's a problem in the undead kingdom. Yeah, who would have thought the secret was hidden there? Bear replied with a sigh. If Virgil hesitated, then met Bear's gaze and asked if, in the end, all the races join forces to attack the undead kingdom. But aren't we in Hopetown now? Bear countered. Virgil was stunned, but then understood Bear's meaning. He was choosing to stand with Hopetown. And what about himself? In the next moment, Virgil found his answer. Was there anywhere better than Hopetown? Meanwhile, Jobai had already arrived at the Elven Kingdom via the mission center. She first found Yuri's. Yuri's was surprised to see Jobai. What brings you here? I need to talk to you about something, Jobai said directly. Can you take me to see your queen? All right, Yuri's replied, not asking why, just simply agreeing. Soon, Jobai was led by Yuri's to the Elven capital, where she met the legendary Queen Fildavos. At first glance, Jobai was truly stunned by Fildavos' beauty. Elves were all flawless, but the queen had an extra touch of natural warmth, making her beauty even more striking. Welcome, guest from afar, Fildavos greeted Jobai, her voice almost ethereal. Greetings, Your Majesty, Jobai quickly bowed. You have business with me? Fildavos continued softly. Hearing her gentle voice, Jobai felt an urge to confide in her. But she managed to suppress it, sensing that this was a deliberate effect from the queen, who was controlling it so Jobai wouldn't be influenced. Taking a deep breath, Jobai spoke. Your Majesty, are you familiar with the law of conservation of energy? Fildavos paused, glanced at Yuri's, then said, yes. What do you think of it? It's a novel perspective, Fildavos replied. So, you're here to tell me you've found where the missing magic has gone? Other than that, she couldn't think of any other reason for Jobai's visit. In fact, after hearing what Yuri's had reported earlier, she already had her suspicions. There was only one place in the world that was that unusual. So Your Majesty has guessed as well? Jobai asked, gauging her reaction. Fildavos nodded. Yes, but knowing doesn't help. No one can enter the undead kingdom from the outside, and even if they could, no living person could defeat him. So Your Majesty isn't planning to resist? Jobai looked at her in surprise. Fildavos glanced at Jobai. I'm just stating facts. So, do you have a plan? Looking at Fildavos, Jobai suddenly felt her personality might be different from what she'd imagined. I don't know if my plan will work, but I have to try, Jobai said. What do you need me to do? Fildavos asked directly. I need some materials, Jobai said, taking out a prepared booklet. As soon as she produced it, the booklet floated into Fildavos' hand. Opening it and seeing the densely written list, Fildavos raised her eyes. You're not shy about asking, are you? This is for the sake of the whole Stan continent. Hopetown isn't suited to step forward, but Your Majesty is. You can also ask the beastmen and dwarves for these materials. For the sake of the continent and their own kingdoms, I believe they'll agree, Jobai said, even offering advice. What about the human kingdom? I don't trust Lord Saint Seva, Jobai said bluntly. The human heart is the most frightening thing in this world. You're human too, Fildavos pointed out. That's why, Your Majesty, you're here to keep me in check, Jobai replied without hesitation. How long will your preparations take? Fildavos asked after a pause. She didn't believe Hopetown could handle such a being, even with outside help. Before I use my trump card, we can't let him notice anything. And now isn't the right time anyway. Your Majesty, do you think he alone can make all the world's magic elements cooperate with him? Jobai asked the key question. Fildavos was silent. Yuri should have told you my view. Civilization's evolution. If this is truly evolution, then it's what the world's consciousness wants, so it's cooperating with him. Without him, someone else would come along. Civilization's evolution won't stop. Rather than just dealing with one only to face another, we should solve the root problem once and for all. How do you plan to solve it? Joe shook her head. I can't do it alone. It will take the effort of all races. We have to survive the bloodshed and slaughter of civilization's evolution and show the world that the path of divine civilization doesn't work. This world will forge a new kind of civilization. The civilization you speak of is related to these materials, Fildavos said keenly. Yes, as long as we can thwart his plan, I believe we'll become the world's final choice, Joe said firmly. What if you fail? If we fail, we die, Joe said calmly. Death is the ending he originally chose for us. But if we try, there's a chance for a different ending. Fildavos looked at Joe still youthful face, feeling a bit complicated. Compared to her, Joe was just a child. Yet this child was offering her a whole new ending. Hope. After a moment, Fildavos sighed softly. So this is what his sacrifice bought us? Hearing this, Joe felt a strong wave of sadness. He? Who is he? My husband, Rentria. He was once king of the elves. After his death, I inherited the throne, Fildavos explained, seeing Joe's confusion. He and several legendary heroes, upon learning of the Stan Continent's crisis, sacrificed their lives to buy us a sliver of hope. They left 8 words, wait for the right moment, outsiders will come. They meant you. I didn't want to believe that you could change our fate in such a short time, but today, I believe it. Joe had already learned from Yuri's that they were brought here to break the deadlock, but she hadn't expected that some people had traded their lives for this chance. They were willing to do that? He didn't want to, but as king of the elves, he had no choice. Fildavos's eyes grew misty. I've always hoped his sacrifice was worth it. Joe fell silent, then replied earnestly, it was worth it. The mindset of people from Blue Star was fundamentally different from that of this world. It was thanks to this mindset, and the good luck she'd had since arriving here, that she'd come to her current ideas. Perhaps, in some mysterious way, those people were still protecting her. Yes, it was worth it, Fildavos sighed. The next moment, a magic scroll full of power appeared before the 3 of them. Sign your name. Our cooperation begins now. Joe and Yuri stepped forward and signed without hesitation. Then Fildavos added her signature as well. The moment the contract was sealed, Joe felt a powerful binding force from it. She had to admit, she felt a sense of security at that moment. With this, things here were settled. A while later, Joe returned to Hope Town. The mission center was still bustling with visitors, many of whom had come to buy supplies. Joe let out a long breath. For a long time to come, their lives would be accompanied by bloodshed and slaughter. After Joe returned to Hope Town, she simply told Virgil to keep busy with the affairs of the undead kingdom. And said nothing else. Bear, of course, didn't ask any questions, and after some thought, Virgil also returned to his usual calm, treating the undead kingdom purely as a business venture. Meanwhile, in other territories, the confirmed loss of magical elements in the air made everyone even more convinced of Hope Town's claim that mana was disappearing. With the news from Hope Town repeatedly proven true, many territories began to hold its newspaper in even higher regard. Traffic to Hope Town increased day by day. Besides tourists, many were envoys from other territories, waiting for new information, while others came to purchase goods. Yes, even in such harsh times, the demand for Hope Town's products remained strong. You see, in most territories, the apocalypse and extreme weather had driven prices up significantly. Only in Hope Town, while prices had risen, the increase was minimal. The town still dominated the market with its high quality and low prices. Moreover, since Hope Town had previously sold water, people hoped it would now offer products related to fire magic elements during this blizzard weather. But just as everyone was busy preparing to defend their territories, the magical beasts of the Stan continent, after the last disaster, became even more frenzied. As a result, another wave of territories was breached by magical beasts. The only silver lining was that, Unlike before, the residents of these territories were better prepared and managed to escape the battle zones when their homes fell. This led to a surge in refugees across the Stan continent. In a short time, these refugees poured into neighboring territories. With news spreading, residents of smaller territories began to leave early. Especially in weaker territories, the lords simply couldn't stop their people from fleeing. After all, you only have one life. The more famous the territory, the more it became the destination of choice. Hope Town was one of them. Especially since Hope Town was still open to outsiders. Ainaji Village, at the city gate. We can't hold out much longer. The magical beasts today are too fierce. Our reinforcements these past days can't keep up with the losses. And all these beasts are at least mid-tier, some even high-tier. Is it reasonable for such beasts to appear at our level 2 village? It's totally unreasonable. Lord, let's retreat. Retreat to where? For now, it's just regular magical beasts attacking. The mission center can still teleport us. Let's go to Hope Town. Yes, retreat to Hope Town. It's safer and prices are lower. We can survive there. But what about the ordinary residents? Our families are ordinary people, and our children too. We can retreat, but can they? In that instant, many of the defenders looked to their lord, Diallo. They'd stayed this long because they had something to protect. How could they abandon their families and run? Escort the ordinary residents out first, Diallo said. I'll stay here with some men and hold the line a bit longer. We'll retreat through the mission center at the last moment. I'll hold out as long as I can. This was the last thing he could do for his people as their lord. It was his failure that he couldn't defend his territory. Thank you, my lord. We'll regroup in Hope Town. Let's go. Diallo ordered coldly. Immediately, a group began escorting the ordinary residents out through the weakest point in the beast assault. They might encounter dangerous beasts on the way, but it was still safer than staying for the beast tide. Many might die on the road, but at least there was hope. After that, Diallo used up every resource available. Before the territory was breached, he managed to escape to Hope Town. When he arrived and saw the notification, his eyes reddened. Your territory, Ainaji Village, has been breached. Gareth Village. This is only the second bout of extreme weather, and the beast tide is already this bad. What will we do later? Exactly. Our territory can't hold out much longer. So should we leave? It's best to leave early. But we've lived here so long. Well, it's life or death, which do you choose? Those reluctant to leave, faced with reality, finally made up their minds. Where do we go? Let's try the nearest territory first. If it's no good, we'll head to Hope Town. It's not easy traveling now. Yeah, scenes like those in Ainaji and Gareth villages played out all over the Stan continent. Even if not everyone fled to Hope Town, they went somewhere. But it had to be said, thanks to its open mission center, Hope Town's population began to skyrocket. The influx of people was astonishing. Many of those coming to Hope Town had never been there before, especially ordinary folk who'd only heard of it. Upon arrival, many felt anxious. But before they even set foot inside, they were greeted with ginger tea of love from Hope Town. Come, have a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea. It'll keep you from getting frostbite. It's free, totally free. Every new resident gets as much as they want. Ordinary people were already awed by the massive fortress, and now they understood a bit of Hope Town's strength. After all, even before entering, they noticed there were hardly any magical beasts nearby. They worried that such a powerful territory wouldn't accept useless refugees like them, but as they held the steaming ginger tea, their eyes welled up. Especially after drinking it, the warmth spread from their mouths to their stomachs. In that moment, they knew they could survive in Hope Town. After several days of explosive population growth, Hope Town's population reached 200,000. This meant Hope Town could now be upgraded to Hope City. When Bayer got the exact numbers, his heart skipped a beat. He'd expected rapid growth, but not this fast. When he reached Zhou Bai's office, Bayer took a deep breath to calm himself. Seeing his expression, Zhou Bai couldn't help but smile. Weren't you prepared for this? I was, but I'm still excited, Bayer replied. We're at 230,000 now. In a couple of days, We might hit 300,000. At this rate, Hopetown would soon become a level 2 city. And reaching level 2 was already the peak for a territory. Because to become a level 3 city, the lord must be legendary, and there are other hidden requirements. Each territory's hidden requirements are different, and only when you're eligible will you find out. So Bayer was thrilled just to reach level 2. His thoughts were much like Joe Bai's. Once Hopetown became a level 2 city, it would truly be established in this world. She was eager to accelerate development, then quietly consolidate and begin her plans. Any issues settling the newcomers? Joe Bai asked. No, they're adapting well. Yoon Junkai and the others even organized teams at the fortress entrance to hand out ginger tea to the new arrivals. Bayer said, a little moved. When it comes to winning hearts, Hopetown's residents are the best. Of course, the people of Hopetown are good-hearted and sympathetic to the weak. But on top of that, making newcomers feel at home is a win-win. The after-effects of this extreme weather are huge, Joe Bai sighed. The magical beasts are getting more violent, higher level, and they're targeting territories on purpose. She'd been patrolling near Hopetown these days, and just yesterday, she encountered a saint-level beast, the Frost Tiger. Of course, she dealt with it immediately. But it showed how tough things were. The beasts around the territory were getting stronger. If a territory couldn't withstand this, it would soon be overrun. Yeah, dozens more territories disappeared from the rankings today, Bayer said with a sigh. The rankings are constantly shifting. Some territories are rising fast by absorbing others. In the future, only the strong will survive. If you don't rise up, you'll be swallowed by other territories or by beasts. The Stan Continent's disaster had come too fast and too fierce. Many territories weren't prepared. St. Sebastian City has started publishing newspapers, too, Bayer suddenly said. Lord St. Saba admitted he hid the crisis because he was misled, and promised to do his best to help everyone through the beast tide. Bayer knew the inside story. The apocalypse prophecy had been known for a long time, but the royal capital never said a word. If only they'd warned us sooner, maybe? Joe Bai listened, lips pressed tight. She'd warned Marquis Dauphin, hoping the former royal capital would at least consider the bigger picture. But even now, all he cared about was his own ambitions. Good thing she'd never relied on him. The Queen was much more reliable. He was never our choice, Joe Bai said to Bayer. Bayer smiled. Whatever you decide, my lord, we support you. Joe Bai glanced at Bayer teasingly. But you're still a little happy about it, right? Bayer gave an embarrassed laugh. My lord, you see everything, but don't say it out loud. All right, time to prepare for the upgrade, Joe Bai said seriously. Announce it. Everyone, get ready. Yes, Bayer replied respectfully, a fighting spirit rising in him. As for Joe Bai, she immediately sent out a notification. Get ready, then upgrade. Mission. Upgrade Beast-Tide Defense. Type. Temporary mission. Reward. Contribution points. All loot belongs to individuals. Participants. All soldiers and residents. After sending the notice, Joe Bai stood by the window and summoned her ire-winged demon eagle. The ire-winged demon eagle spread its wings, hovering in the air, waiting for her. Joe Bai leapt onto its back. With a piercing cry, the ire-winged demon eagle carried Joe Bai in a flash across the sky above Hopetown. Many people below looked up, attention caught. That's the Lord's ire-winged demon eagle. They say it's a saint-level beast. Yeah, having a saint-level beast is so cool. Forget cool, let's hurry out to join the battle. Right? Hopetown is about to become Hope City. The beast tide for the upgrade must be intense. So what? If we work together, we'll win. Yeah, the territory's made so many preparations. All we have to do is charge. After we win, Hopetown will be Hope City. I was so excited when I got the notification. Can't believe we hit the population target so fast. Lots of people have joined us lately. Well, our territory is the best among towns, not to brag. Haha, soon we'll be Hope City. Let's go. I'm just a bit away from becoming an advanced professional. I'm already advanced, I'm aiming for saint level now. Anyway, the experience is coming to us. For a while, countless professionals in Hopetown rushed toward the city gate, battle spirit filling the air. The new arrivals, though, were nervous. They were glad Hope Town was upgrading, but worried it might fail. Especially since most had suffered through beast tides before, the trauma was real. Just then, they saw crowds of tourists pouring out of inns and the mission center. The tourists were excited. Hope Town is upgrading. Yeah, all the residents got the notice. Everyone's heading to the gate. Let's go too. Come on. This is a rare opportunity. The tourists formed groups and headed for the gate. The new residents were stunned. Why are the tourists so excited? What are they doing at the gate? Are they going for the upgrade beast tide? A staff member guiding them smiled and explained, they're here to take part in our territory's upgrade beast tide. Everyone. Last time, a lot of tourists joined the upgrade beast tide and got good rewards. I guess they want to try again, the staff member said calmly. But the content was anything but calming. Join Hope Town's beast tide? This is the beast tide for upgrading to a city. It's huge, and with the extreme weather, it'll be even more terrifying. Aren't they afraid of dying? Sensing their worry, the staff member added, Hope Town's defenses are strong, and the tourists' positions are relatively safe. If they're coming back for a second time, it means they trust us. Once you register, you can join too. Hope Town has the special building, Reincarnation Hell, which gives you a chance to revive. It's rarely needed, but it's a safety net. Try it, you'll see that fighting beast tides here is different from your old territories. Some new residents looked thoughtful and a few professionals grew resolute. If that's the case, they'd fight too. As Hope Town quickly organized for the upgrade battle, other territories hearing the news were shocked again. Several lords gathered to discuss. That was fast. Hope Town is upgrading again. This time to Hope City, right? The speed is incredible. This apocalypse has helped Hope Town grow fast otherwise. Going from 80,000 to 200,000 would take at least a month. Yeah, not just Hope Town, lots of territories have expanded quickly. It's a race for people now. Maybe we should open up too, after all, the newcomers are all professionals. Right, maybe it's time. If we don't get stronger, we'll be eliminated. I'd rather hold power myself than be swallowed up. But do you think Hope Town will succeed this time? Chances are high. Hope Town never fights unprepared. Didn't expect you to rate Hope Town so highly. They deserve it. Not just their strength, their newspaper has given us so much useful info. That alone is worth our thanks. And they have the Reincarnation Hell building. I'm so jealous of that. Instead of wondering if they'll pass, let's guess how high Hope City will rank after the upgrade. Yeah, let's see what surprises Hope City will bring us. At this moment, countless people were sure Hope Town would become Hope City. At Hope Town's gate, Joe Bai looked at the assembled soldiers and residents, then decisively opened the Lord's panel. Condition 1. Population reaches 200,000, fulfilled. Condition 2. 60 territory buildings, fulfilled. Condition 3. Lord reaches LV.35, fulfilled. All upgrade conditions met. Territory can be upgraded. Dear host, would you like to upgrade your level 3 town to a level 1 city? Joe Bai stared at the last line for a long time, then firmly replied, yes. Congratulations, host. Your territory has advanced from a level 3 town to a level 1 city. Territory area has expanded tenfold. Reward, 20,000 gold coins. The moment the notification appeared, the territory's area instantly expanded, causing everyone's positions to shift accordingly. Those near the military fortresses or city walls simply moved along with them, barely needing to adjust their positions. But for those on the roads, the distance to the city wall, already far, suddenly became even farther. In the blink of an eye, the city wall seemed to stretch out of sight, as if it were 100,000 miles away. It was only at this moment that everyone truly felt their territory had become a city. Excitement surged in the next second, and people rushed forward without hesitation, each in their own unique way. At this time, Joe Bai had no interest in admiring how much her territory had grown, nor any mood for infrastructure planning. Her top priority was to upgrade the military fortresses, strengthen the city wall's defenses, and get the newly expanded territory into combat readiness as quickly as possible. Spend 3,200 gold coins, 320,000 units of stone, and 40,000 units of iron ore to upgrade the intermediate city wall to advanced city wall. Yes. Building, advanced city wall. Description: generates a protective shield to defend the territory against magical beasts. Defense power is depleted when under attack and must be repaired in time. Defense power: 1,120,000. Base defense 320,000. The rest is bonus from concrete materials. With over 1 million in defense power, Zhou Bai finally felt a little more at ease. Next, she looked at the territory's boundaries. There were still 2 military fortresses, but the territory's area had expanded several times over. Fortunately, the relative distances remained about the same. Without hesitation, Zhou Bai built a 3rd military fortress. At this rate, any beast tide trying to reach Hope City's walls would have to break through 3 fortress-like defensive lines. Perfect. This was a good chance to test how effective the military fortresses were against the beast tide. If this upgrade still wasn't enough, she'd just keep reinforcing the fortresses with more concrete and other materials, just as she did with the city walls, determined to turn her territory into an impregnable fortress. As Zhou Bai was adding the 3rd military fortress, she spotted, with sharp eyes, that magical beasts had already begun to gather and were rapidly approaching Hope City's borders. Zhou Bai sped up her actions and managed to finish just as the beasts arrived. The moment the fortress was operational, countless flying magical beasts swept past the 3rd fortress, heading straight for the 2nd. At the same time, soldiers on the 2nd fortress's watchtowers had already spotted the flying beasts and sounded the alarm. Instantly, sirens blared over Hope City, the city walls echoing with the urgent clang of warning bells, striking fear and resolve into everyone's hearts. Now, a single thought filled their minds. The beasts are here. Fight. As soldiers and residents prepared for battle, Zhou Bai didn't forget to fill the gaps between the expanded city walls and fortresses with magic cannons, anti-aircraft guns, arrow towers, catapults, and ballistae, boosting both defense and offense. As for density, so long as the defenders could fire freely, they would serve as the first line of defense for the city wall. Once everything was set, Zhou Bai immediately put the defenses into operation. At that moment, she didn't even have time to worry about how much the upgrades had cost. As long as a prompt popped up asking to deduct gold coins, she unhesitatingly clicked yes, yes, yes. As long as there was enough money in the account, there was no problem. The next second, she jumped straight into the battle. As a Saint-rank professional, Zhou Bai could keenly sense that there were quite a few Saint-rank magical beasts among the attackers this time. Riding on the back of her Irewing rock, she dodged and dispatched the magical beasts attacking her from the air, then locked onto the Saint-rank beasts and summoned her own Saint-rank magical beasts to fight them. Zhou Bai herself also supported her summoned beasts in battle, occasionally dealing damage to enemy Saint-rank beasts and disrupting their actions. With Zhou Bai tying up most of the Saint-rank magical beasts, the rest surged like a tidal wave toward Hope City's 3rd fortress. As soon as the 3rd fortress was completed, squads of soldiers charged forward to extend the defensive line, with others quickly reinforcing them. Zhou Bai glanced over and saw that the orc squad was at the very front. O'Neill and Lucas led the charge, with others divided into smaller teams. Even the newly arrived orcs like Milos were eager to prove themselves. Being able to join the fight so soon after arriving showed just how formidable the orcs' combat abilities were. No doubt, Milos and his group wanted to rack up contribution points as quickly as possible. While Zhou Bai was momentarily distracted, the 3rd fortress was struck by the beast tide. The stonework of the fortress seemed to shudder and crack under the impact. The soldiers and professionals atop the 3rd fortress felt a chill in their hearts, but quickly coordinated to attack the oncoming beasts. Magic cannons, arrow towers, and catapults unleashed a barrage, mowing down swathes of magical beasts. The soldiers' and professionals' job was to finish off any beasts that survived the heavy bombardment. But for now, it was impossible to tell which beasts were wounded or near death. The entire area was packed with magical beasts, so they simply attacked blindly, knowing every strike would hit something. Specially left openings in the fortress walls became magnets, drawing in the beasts like the scent of blood. These beasts would face fierce attacks, but if they were fast and tough enough, they could break through the line and head for the second fortress. The soldiers and professionals waiting at the second fortress eagerly finished off any that made it through. Later, as the battle wore on, many professionals couldn't resist moving closer to the third defensive line, since that's where the most spoils could be gained. Unnoticed, the main battlefield had shifted to the third military fortress. These beasts are even crazier than the ones we fought the last 2 days. Yeah, same level and type, but yesterday I only needed 3 or 4 hits to kill one. Today it takes more than 10. Their growth rate is insane, not just their level, but their bodies too. It's like their HP bars just got thicker. Exactly. But while they're stronger, the loot hasn't increased. This world is so damn unfair. I finally get why some territories just can't hold out. The rules make no sense. The beasts have gone mad. Doesn't matter if they're mad. I'm mad too, I just want to kill, kill, kill. The battlefield was filled with the shouts of attack and slaughter. Not only were the defenders fighting fiercely, but the beasts' attacks were also relentless. Perhaps frustrated by their failed assaults, some magical beasts began climbing the fortress walls with their powerful claws. The soldiers and professionals atop the fortress fought back desperately, knocking many down, but as soon as one fell, another took its place. Inevitably, a few broke through the defenses. Though they were eventually surrounded and dealt with, the beasts seemed to have discovered a new tactic. Many began leaping onto the backs of others to scale the fortress, targeting the magic cannons, catapults, ballistae, and arrow towers that had inflicted the most damage on them. Soon, the fortress walls were crawling with wave after wave of magical beasts. Zhou Bai, locked in fierce battle with the saint-rank beasts, turned to see the scene and was utterly shocked. The sheer density was terrifying. She paused, recalling a similar sight only during a zombie siege. As more and more beasts climbed, Hope City quickly responded. Buckets of oil were poured down, followed by torches. Instantly, a mass of magical beasts went up in flames. The oil also made the fortress walls much harder to climb. The firelight flickered in everyone's eyes, but no one felt pity for the beasts' agonized screams. At this moment, there was only one outcome between humans and magical beasts: kill or be killed. Even though fire was the beasts' greatest weakness, countless more still charged up. It was as if they believed that only by scaling this wall could they rampage through human territory. They even adjusted their tactics, sending fire element beasts to the front. Fire? They weren't afraid. A new wave of attacks began. To be fair, after the beasts relentlessly targeted the fortress's defensive weapons, quite a few were destroyed under the onslaught. This only made the beasts attack even more fiercely. Watching the soldiers and professionals on the third line struggle to repel the assaults, Zhou Bai realized something. With the defenders stretched thin and the third fortress line so long, the initiative had shifted to the beasts. In this situation, falling back to the second defensive line was the best choice. Retreat to the second defensive line, Zhou Bai ordered without hesitation. Her command quickly spread from the south gate to the other 3 directions. No one objected. They began retreating while fighting. At the same time, Zhou Bai blocked off the specially left openings in the fortress. She also salvaged any still usable magic cannons and other weapons. In a short time, the third fortress became just another wall. The beasts outside could only get in by breaking it down or climbing over. But attacking head-on depended on whether the beasts behind were willing to make room. The press of bodies left those at the base of the wall with nowhere to retreat, forced to watch their HP drop by -500, -1000, over and over before they could even reach the human territory. Later arrivals, desperate not to be trampled, could only scramble upward, leaping over the fortress into the gap between the third and second lines. At that moment, the beasts were fired up, They knew the humans had abandoned the wall, which meant they were afraid, and that victory was within reach. But what they didn't realize was that, just like climbing a mountain, there's always another peak beyond the one you just conquered. By now, all soldiers and professionals had retreated to the second fortress. Seeing how hard it was for the beasts to reach the battlefield between the second and third fortresses, the defenders finally understood their lord's strategy. I thought of this tactic too, but it means the third fortress will need a lot of repairs. That's a hefty price. True, but the Lord is willing to pay it. To our Lord, lives have always mattered more than things. Don't worry, she won't waste resources needlessly. When the time is right, she'll abandon the third fortress. Yeah, we can fight and retreat. There are still 2 more lines. Haha, this is real security. My old territory had nowhere to retreat. Once the walls fell, everyone scattered. It was terrifying. Hope City's tactics are really different from what I imagined. If you've got the strength, just charge. Kill, 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 the more the better. Scare them off, and they'll retreat. Haha, they won't even be able to retreat by then. The professionals chatted as they fought. Seeing the beasts pouring over the third fortress, they hurried to engage. The beasts, barely catching their breath, looked up to see yet another towering wall ahead, bristling with weapons and packed with defenders. They were stunned. If they could speak, they'd probably cry, "There's another one?" Still, they charged forward in a frenzy. If they could break through one, why not 2? But what they didn't realize was that, thanks to the third fortress's delay, the defenders at the second line had every advantage. Just then, with most of the flying beasts dealt with, Hope City's air combat squad swooped in, targeting the beasts near the third fortress. With the ground battle stabilized, Jobai returned to fighting the Saint-rank magical beasts. Over time, she and her beasts slowly wore down the thick HP bars of the Saint-rank enemies. After gaining a ton of experience, Jobai fed her beasts plenty of food and potions. Roar! The sky-shrouding mammoths and other beasts had originally submitted to Jobai under Philia's threat, but after following her, they'd come to appreciate the benefits. They got to eat well, grow stronger through battle, and after each fight, Jobai healed and refreshed them. Where else could they find such a good deal? After happily accepting Jobai's treats, the mammoths didn't even need her orders. They charged straight into the beast tide. Saint-rank magical beasts were absolutely dominant among the lesser ones. The nearby beasts trembled under their aura, ready to be slaughtered. A portion of the experience gained by contracted beasts was also shared with their summoners, a unique advantage for beast masters and summoners. At this moment, Jobai's advantage was especially obvious. Her experience bar kept rising, even if she did nothing. So, instead of rushing into the fight, Jobai began observing the battlefield. She wanted to see what lessons could be learned from this battle for next time. For example, since magical beasts could climb walls, maybe after the battle she could cover the fortress walls with iron spikes to make climbing harder. She could also add traps that triggered on a timer or coat the spikes with anesthetics or poison. While these might not have an immediate effect, by the time the beasts reached the second fortress, they'd be weakened and easy pickings. Yes, that's the plan. Jobai made a mental note. As she observed, she jotted down any new ideas. Once she'd taken enough notes, she continued watching the fight. In a word, everything was under control. The soldier squads were managed by officers, rotating shifts and resting as needed, with wounded treated promptly. Professionals had their own squad leaders and would retreat to the field hospital if they couldn't hold out. The logistics team had already moved behind the second fortress to provide timely support. Everything was running smoothly. At this moment, Jobai truly felt at ease. After so many battles, everyone was improving at lightning speed. With the battlefield under control, Jobai's thoughts turned to her newly expanded territory, 10 times larger than before. Time for some infrastructure. She opened the Lord's control panel. With the area now 10 times larger, the old territory looked like a lonely outpost in the vast new land. Without hesitation, Jobai began filling in the empty land. Given the rapidly growing population, she increased the proportion of residential buildings. The rest followed the original plan, except now she added entertainment and public facilities at intervals, making the layout both unified and diverse. Before long, the once empty land was filled with buildings, roads, streetlights. Of course, Joe Bai also left plenty of open space for future buildings, though these were scattered rather than concentrated. When she finished, aside from the areas reserved for farmland and production, the entire territory was packed. She glanced at the results. Just filling in these buildings had cost over 1 million gold coins, shrinking her fortune by nearly 2/3, and that was without upgrading most buildings. She held off on upgrades to keep some reserves, especially since the beast tide wasn't over, and who knew what surprises might come. With the buildings in place, Hope City was now a true city in every sense. When everyone returned victorious, they'd be greeted by a bustling metropolis, a wonderful gift for them. Once she confirmed everything was fine, Joe Bai hit generate. Instantly, buildings sprang up all over Hope City. Many visitors inside the city were stunned. Especially after the upgrade, the territory was so vast that it had seemed like endless empty land. But now, building after building filled the space, stretching as far as the eye could see. The visual impact was overwhelming. Is this how Hope City is formed? This is incredible. Every city I've seen developed gradually, but Hope City just skips that whole process. It's always been like this. Every upgrade, they fill it up, and the buildings never go to waste. People move in quickly. But this time it's a city that can hold 1 million people. And Hope City can build out the whole territory in one go. The wealth is staggering. Isn't it common knowledge that Hope City is rich? Not just the territory, but the people too. Their goods would sell anywhere. This is really eye-opening. So, does special weather not affect them at all? It does a little. They have to bring extra gear and change outfits at certain times. Wait, isn't Hope City fighting magical beasts right now? Has the beast tide ended? No, I just got word. They're still fighting at the second defensive line. So the Lord isn't focused on the beast tide, but is busy building the territory? Doesn't that just show how confident they're in their strength? Comparing people is infuriating, but comparing territories is even worse. Hope City is truly something else. As the visitors chatted, watching everything unfold in Hope City, they couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. If they really lived in a territory like this, the sense of security would be overwhelming. And for the newly arrived residents, seeing the territory transform from a small town to a city right after they arrived, and witnessing the Lord's overwhelming strength on full display, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had truly made the right choice. After finishing the construction work, Joe Bai's attention returned to the battlefield. Now more and more magical beasts were entering the range of the second military fortress. Having just gone through a round of attrition, their overall strength had dropped significantly. However, the sheer number of magical beasts was overwhelming, and the battlefield was becoming increasingly crowded. Some of them even tried to replicate the victory at the third military fortress, attempting to coordinate and climb over the defenses again. But compared to the number that had climbed at the third fortress, this was nothing. The defenders dealt with them easily. In reality, the greatest pressure was still on the entire defensive line of the third military fortress. It was being damaged every moment, its integrity dropping steadily. Every time repairs were completed, it would only take a short while before the damage worsened again. After calculating the number of magical beasts this time, Joe Bai immediately sent the necessary materials to reinforce the third fortress. After all, basic materials were the easiest to obtain in this world. If it could ease the burden on the territory, it was well worth it. But as this thought flashed through her mind, Joe Bai suddenly realized something. Within the territory, resources could regenerate thanks to magic. But what if the amount of magic kept decreasing until it was almost gone? Where would they get these materials then? This speculation made Joe Bai's heart race. Whether it was true or not, she had to be prepared. Also, shouldn't she buy not just water and fire materials from the undead kingdom, but also stock up on wood and stone? Better start importing those like crazy. When the time came, she could use the excuse of doing business and building the city to plant a few explosive points inside. Better write that down in her little notebook. Once she'd considered everything that needed considering, Jobai refocused and plunged into the horde of magical beasts outside the third fortress to join the fight. As a saint-level professional, she could wipe out swathes of magical beasts with each attack. This scene was witnessed by the airborne combat squad, who were filled with even greater admiration. Their own lord not only led by example, but her combat power was off the charts. At that moment, everyone felt their fighting spirit surge. Meanwhile, in the rear, the logistics personnel, while delivering supplies and medicine to the second defensive line, took the opportunity to chat with the resting fighters about the situation back in the territory. Hope City really lives up to its name now. What happened? The newly expanded area is already built up, everything's so neat and tidy, it's just pleasing to look at. There are even several parks. In the future, we'll actually have places to go for a walk. Honestly, it just keeps getting better. And our commercial street has grown again. I've already seen quite a few people opening shops and planning new branches. They say they want to open stores near the city gates, so when everyone returns victorious, they can go shopping and grab a bite right away. When did all that get built? I just heard our lord was outside fighting magical beasts. Probably did it during her rest breaks. Fighting magical beasts and building the city, she really works hard. Haha, doesn't that just show we're not too worried about this beast tide? There are still a lot of magical beasts, but honestly, we're a lot calmer now. Yeah, not so scared anymore. We've got solid defenses ahead and support behind us. All we need to do is focus on killing magical beasts. Let's keep at it. Once we're done, we can go back and see how much our territory has changed. Hope City, Hope City. I used to think Hope Town sounded nice, but now I think Hope City is even better. Cities always sound good. Then let's hurry up and finish this. Once we're done with the magical beasts, we can go back and really check out our city. Hee our city. After this round of encouragement, the resting fighters felt re-energized. Once they got back to the fortress and shared the news, it spread quickly. Suddenly, everyone's enthusiasm for fighting magical beasts was reignited. As everyone fought bravely, time slipped by, and before they knew it, night had fallen. It was obvious that the magical beasts became much fiercer at night. Suddenly, after a surge of magical energy, a massive figure burst out from somewhere on the battlefield and charged straight at the fortress. The change was so abrupt that some nearby defenders didn't react in time and were sent flying by the saint-level magical beast. Noticing the wounded, the snowfield demon bear's eyes lit up, and it lunged forward, trying to snatch them up. Fortunately, others nearby reacted quickly, raising a defensive shield and pulling the wounded back behind the fortress. Otherwise, those injured would have become the bear's next meal. What's going on? Heidi, who was in charge of this section, rushed over immediately. As she asked, she already had her bow drawn, firing straight at the snowfield demon bear, which was nearly half as tall as the fortress itself. Unfortunately, her arrows didn't even reach the bear. They were swatted aside by its massive paw. The other attacks that followed were nothing more than a tickle to it. After realizing its food had escaped, the snowfield demon bear began ramming the fortress with its immense strength. Right now, all it could think about was breaking through the fortress, eating, and leveling up. I don't know why, but it suddenly evolved from a high-level beast to a saint-level one. A soldier manning a catapult quickly reported to Heidi. I noticed that the magical beasts around this snowfield demon bear disappeared really fast, and there were a lot of gaps around it. I saw it eating other magical beasts, so I didn't interfere, figured letting the beasts wear each other down wasn't a bad idea. But I didn't expect it to actually eat its way to saint level. And after evolving, it stopped eating other beasts and just focused on breaking in. I think it wants to eat us. The soldier shuddered as he reported. This bear ate magical beasts alive. If it got its hands on them, the thought was too gruesome to contemplate. Everyone nearby felt a chill run down their spines. They all knew magical beasts had a natural urge to eat humans, but it was best not to dwell on it. Just as Heidi was about to call in other squads to attack the bear, an eagle's cry rang out. Heidi looked up to see Zhou by arriving on her ire-winged demon eagle. Without hesitation, the ire-winged demon eagle dove at the snowfield demon bear, its sharp beak aiming for the bear's head. Zhou Bai took the opportunity to leap onto the fortress. The beast evolved on its own? Zhou Bai knew that the leap from high level to saint level required a catalyst. It was true for humans and magical beasts alike. It shouldn't be possible just by eating. But now an accident had happened. She could only hope this was a special case. Yeah, maybe it's a unique situation. Snowfield demon bears do have a trait of evolving by eating other beasts, Heidi replied. Because of this limitation, most beastides in city-level territories had more high-level beasts, and the number of saint-level ones could be counted on one hand. But if magical beasts could ignore this rule, it meant that saint-level beasts could start appearing in batches. That would be disastrous for them. Zhou Bai hoped it was just a fluke. But fate had other plans. As the ire-winged demon eagle fought the snowfield demon bear, more saint-level magical beasts suddenly appeared. Messengers arrived from other gates, reporting the same thing and requesting reinforcements. Zhou Bai and Heidi exchanged glances. It was happening. Zhou Bai immediately summoned her own saint-level magical beasts. At this point, the newly evolved snowfield demon bear was losing badly to the ire-winged demon eagle and was on its last legs. "Leave the rest to me," Heidi said without hesitation. "With just a sliver of health left, I can handle it." Zhou Bai nodded, recalled the ire-winged demon eagle, and rushed off to support other areas. As she flew off, she looked back to see Heidi knocking an arrow and firing it straight into the bear's eye. A blood-curdling scream rang out. Zhou Bai smiled. "Heidi, well done." She thought to herself, the territory's second saint-level professional would definitely be Heidi, sooner or later. With Zhou Bai's saint-level beast squad arriving in time and the combat teams working together, they barely managed to stabilize the situation. "Thank goodness you came, otherwise, we wouldn't have held out," Li Xingting said, having just finished a battle. He hadn't been in the territory recently and was shocked at how fast it had developed. He'd been out with the gnomes looking for minerals and only returned when he got the message. Luckily, he'd kept leveling up while away, or he'd have been left behind by his colleagues and subordinates, who seemed to be on performance-enhancing drugs. "Uncle Li, you've always been amazing." Zhou Bai truly admired Li Xingting. He was a hard worker through and through. Even out on missions, he never slacked off. And the soldiers in the territory had already had several lucky breaks. "Not as amazing as you. You're already saint level. I can't keep up." Li Xingting laughed, drank a recovery potion, and said, "I'm heading back to the fight." With that, he plunged back into battle. Zhou Bai, after recovering, did the same. When she'd come to reinforce other areas, her saint-level beast squad quickly resolved the crises. But in reality, saint-level magical beasts kept appearing. As long as there were enough magical beasts, countless high-level ones could evolve by devouring others. She knew that if saint-level beasts kept popping up, eventually all the fighters and the entire territory would be worn down. So Zhou Bai quickly adjusted her tactics, seeking out high-level beasts close to evolving and taking them out before they could become a threat. In the whole territory, only Zhou Bai could move freely among the magical beasts without being caught off guard. She just had to work harder. But even working non-stop, she couldn't completely eliminate all the high-level beasts in the endless horde. So, saint-level magical beasts continued to appear. Fortunately, the previously inexperienced soldiers and professionals gradually learned how to fight saint-level beasts, becoming the main force against them. With enough people, even ants can eat an elephant. With everyone working tirelessly, the situation didn't spiral out of control. By the next morning, due to the need for rotation and rest, Zhou Bai ordered the abandonment of the second fortress and a retreat to the first. Even with victory in sight, no one dared relax. No one had expected that, despite all their preparations, saint-level magical beasts would appear. If not for their territory's saint-level professionals and beast squad, the fortress might have held, but casualties would have been devastating. Yesterday, quite a few people failed to retreat in time during the beast evolutions and were killed. Though they revived in the territory's reincarnation hell, their levels dropped. All in all, every beast tide since the doomsday rumors began had been unique, like walking a tightrope, one misstep and you'd fall. So everyone felt you could never be too careful. Finally, as the beast tide neared its end, no more unexpected events occurred. The magical beasts began to retreat. In the midst of battle, Jobai sensed their withdrawal and immediately sprang into action. She began rebuilding the third fortress, leaving a few fixed exits, and shouted loudly, "Counterattack begins." As the news spread, everyone was electrified. Once again, it was time to close the gates and wipe them out. This ordeal had taught them one thing: strength is the only real truth. Because they were too weak, they'd been helpless against the saint-level beasts. But if they grew stronger. So, what if it's a saint-level beast? Next time, they'd take them down one-on-one. In that moment, every fighter with strength or magic left raised their weapon and charged forward without hesitation. A little while later, as the beast tide ended and Hope City's advancement was complete, the mission center reopened and was flooded with visitors. Many looked at the now quiet Hope City, just like last time, and fell silent. Some newcomers were surprised. Didn't Hope City just level up? Where is everyone? Those in the know couldn't help but show off. They're still out fighting magical beasts. Here in Hope City, the dream has always been total annihilation. The newcomers. With people this crazy in Hope City, if they don't succeed, who will? After confirming that the beast tide had ended, Jobai didn't join the others in hunting down the remaining monsters. Instead, she continued operating her Lord's panel. Congratulations, host. Your territory is the first to pass the upgrade trial in the region, ranking first and earning 2 special buildings. Congratulations, host. You have passed the territory upgrade trial and earned 4 buildings. Jobai immediately began unlocking the buildings. Dear host, congratulations. You have drawn a special building, the Academy of Professionals. Dear host, congratulations. You have drawn a special building, the Immortal Academy. Building, Academy of Professionals. Level 1. Function, provides a place for learning, promotes territory prosperity, and allows recruitment of young, promising students. Building, Immortal Academy. Level 1. Function, the undead are immortal. You can invite undead to enroll, and upon graduation, you will receive a batch of immortal soldiers. Note, building triggered by Valhalla and the reincarnation hell. When she saw that both were academies, Jobai couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The first was standard for territories upgraded to city level, but when the second appeared, she truly felt as if destiny favored her. Wasn't this just handing her manpower on a silver platter? Especially undead from the Undead Kingdom. This would only make her ventures in the Undead Kingdom even more successful. Without hesitation, Jobai began construction. Dear host, do you wish to spend 1,000 gold, 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, and 50,000 units of iron ore to build the Academy of Professionals? Dear host, do you wish to spend 1,000 gold, 50,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of stone, and 50,000 units of iron ore to build the Immortal Academy? Yes. Detected. Special buildings, Academy of Professionals, and Immortal Academy are low level. Do you wish to spend gold to upgrade them to level 7? Yes. Next came the regular buildings. Watchtower can scout incoming enemies, providing advanced data on their approximate numbers, resources, and arrival time, giving you the upper hand. Diplomatic office, combined with other territories to form alliances and offer mutual aid. Assembly hall, used in conjunction with the diplomatic office, serving as a link for joint military strength with allied territories. Detection tower, detects magic. Defense trap, can continuously attack nearby targets. Silent observer, monitors the good/evil values of residents and visitors within the territory. Nothing escapes its gaze. Bountiful harvest, can regulate the territory's climate and increase food production, works best when placed near farmland. Training camp. Unlocks different profession training camps to enhance the combat power of professionals. After reviewing this batch of buildings, Jobai didn't hesitate to unlock them in order. Last time, the upgrades were mostly about gathering resources and boosting military strength. This time, the focus was on apocalyptic weather and improving individual combat ability. Each upgrade was highly targeted and always exactly what the territory needed most. Spend 10 gold, 5,000 units of wood, and 5,000 units of stone to unlock the watchtower. Spend 10 gold, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, and 5,000 units of iron ore to unlock the diplomatic office. Yes! Watchtower, diplomatic office, assembly hall, detection tower, defense trap, silent observer, bountiful harvest, and training camp unlocked. Please place them. Detected. Watchtower, diplomatic office, assembly hall, detection tower, defense trap, silent observer, bountiful harvest, and training camp are low level. Spend gold to upgrade them to level 7. Yes! All buildings have been upgraded. Please place them. All the buildings instantly turned into little icons. Jobai began placing them in the pre-designated spots according to their functions. She placed the Academy of Professionals and Immortal Academy on open land near the main road she had set aside for this purpose. With the territory's area now 10 times larger after upgrading, Jobai had reserved plenty of land for schools, planning to take in younger children and, once they came of age, send them to the Academy of Professionals. This would help popularize education for the future and attract residents from other territories. Next were the watchtower and defense trap, which she placed near the military fortress to strengthen defenses. The diplomatic office went next to the mission center, while the assembly hall and training camp were placed by the barracks. When placing the training camp, Jobai realized it took up the most space of any building so far, even more than the Academy of Professionals. That's because the training camp itself could unlock more buildings. For every profession, there could be a corresponding training camp. Jobai promptly unlocked the mercenary training camp, swordsman training camp, archer training camp, mage training camp, and so on. The physical combat training camps were the most numerous. These were more specialized than the regular barracks and better suited to an apocalyptic world. Even the buildings seemed to be reminding everyone to improve their strength. Only by doing so could they survive to the end. With that in mind, her hands didn't stop moving. She placed Bountiful Harvest in the farmland area. As for the detection tower and silent observer, both bug-level buildings, Jobai didn't dare put them in obvious places. In the end, she placed them near the guard tower at the south gate and added concealment after construction. The guard tower itself was off-limits to anyone but soldiers, so adding these two buildings would secretly boost security. This way, anyone harboring ill intentions toward Hopetown could be identified, and at the very least, they wouldn't be able to work in key positions. Jobai had worried that rapid population growth might cause such problems. But now, with the detection tower, she had no more worries. With that, Jobai finished placing the new buildings. Once placed, she activated them immediately. Then, Jobai turned her attention to the existing buildings, upgrading everything that could be upgraded. Finally, she checked the newly updated Lords panel. Territory: Hopetown. Level 1 city, upgraded. Population: 238,475/1,000,000. Area: 5 million mu. Tax rate: 10%, adjustable. Wealth: 502,383 gold, 35 silver, 31 copper. Buildings: Lord's Mansion, LV.7, Mission Center, LV.7, Mercenary Center, LV.7, Artisan Center, LV.7, Advanced City Wall, Advanced Blacksmith, Advanced Restaurant, Advanced Tailor, Advanced General Store, Advanced Barracks, Advanced Watchtower, Advanced Arrow Tower, Advanced Prison, Advanced Warehouse, Advanced Textile Mill, Advanced Mine, Advanced Quarry, Advanced Lumber Mill, Advanced Alchemy Workshop, Special buildings, Valhalla. Beast God Temple, Hospital. Mage Guild, Vitality Statue. Reincarnation Hell. City Defense Magic Cannon. Fleeting Years, Anti-Air Cannon. Academy of Professionals, Immortal Academy. Well, Tavern. Inn. Advanced. Intermediate Ranch. Farmland. LV.7, Commercial Street. Library, Roads. Pond, Market, Level 1 Residence. 30 square meters wooden house. Level 2 Residence. 30 square meters 2-story wooden house. Level 3 Residence. 30 square meters 2-story stone house. Refinery, grain storage, extraction plant, research institute, pawn shop, potion shop, monument, bank, cultural center, greenhouse, logistics station, surveillance center, trading floor, auction house, arena, incomplete weather station, mana reserve, military academy, armory, military fortress, watchtower, diplomatic office, assembly hall, detection tower, defense trap, silent observer, bountiful harvest, training camp. Custom buildings, school, factory, swimming pool, amusement park, sports stadium, park, resort villa. Contribution shop, for territory residents only, can only be used with contribution points. Current ranking, Stan Continent, 129, Regional, 1. Territory Wars, 4 out of 4, wins, 4, peace period, 10 days. Note, territory can only be conquered by another lord. 129. At that moment, Joe Bai's eyes were fixed on that number. 13 level, 3 cities, 116 level, 2 cities, and Hope City had actually surpassed one of the level 2 cities. This was recognition of Hope City's strength. Invincible among its peers. Joe Bai couldn't help but give her territory such a title herself. While Joe Bai was basking in Hope City's current glory, most of the territory's combatants had returned. All the monsters that couldn't escape had been taken down. Everyone had basically returned with a full haul. I've advanced to senior professional. Me too. Finally. Looks like a lot of people advanced to senior professional this time. Yeah. After all, we've been fighting battle after battle lately, and with our usual accumulation, how could we not advance? Come to think of it, it's actually a good thing the monsters got stronger. Without the experience they gave us, how could we have advanced so quickly? I'm so happy. Our territory is Hope City now. Ha ha. I knew it ages ago, been chanting it in my heart 100 times. The territory should be fully upgraded now. I see the military fortress is all repaired. Let me check our ranking. I feel numb at this point. In such a short time, our territory has become so powerful. No matter how much we rise in the rankings, I won't be surprised. Maybe we'll even surpass a level 2 city. Our territory does this kind of thing all the time. Holy crap. We really did surpass one. What? We beat a level 2 city? No way, I was just joking. It can't be that easy. It's true. Rank 129. We've overtaken a level 2 city. That's amazing. I heard level 2 cities have populations in the millions, and we only have a bit over 200,000. To surpass a million-strong territory with just over 200,000 people, damn, our territory is awesome. The gap between a level 3 town and a level 1 city isn't that big, so when we surpassed so many level 1 cities, it was already historic. But after thinking about it, it wasn't that surprising. But a level 2 territory is a whole different story. Yeah, it's different. Our territory is really strong. I feel like joining Hope City was the best decision ever. In just over a month, we've become a city. I never even dreamed of this before. Haha, we've already made history once. Making history again is just par for the course. Let's hurry back. I want to see what's different between a city and a town. Yeah, me too. Then let's go. Charge, charge, charge. Kill, kill, kill. Oh, wait, no. Just charge, haha. I've killed so many monsters I'm getting confused. Charge. The returning residents were all stunned by the good news. But deep down, they were overwhelmed with joy. A stronger territory, who benefits? They do. Living in a place like this is pure happiness. The next moment, they all started running wildly. Meanwhile, the other territories watching Hope City's progress were completely numb. Well, here we go again. If it were any other territory, it would be strange, but for Hope City, it just feels normal now. Let's go check out the newly upgraded Hope City and see what's changed, maybe give ourselves a little motivation too. All of Hope City was filled with the joy of advancement. Everyone was celebrating wildly. Once again, countless people were flocking toward Hope City. Now that Hope City possessed vast tracts of land, it was no longer so easily overcrowded. For a while, the number of people coming to Hope City just kept increasing. Many newcomers were tentatively inquiring about how Hope City had dealt with the beast tide. After all, Hope City was the only territory in recent times to advance from a small town to a city, making its experience highly representative. Many territories wanted to upgrade to a level 1 city as well, but they were intimidated by the power of the beast tide, especially when it was enhanced by special weather conditions, and didn't dare to take the risk lightly. To these questions, Hope City's fighters answered without hesitation, sharing how their territory had handled the beast tide. This time, the beast tide was 3 or 4 times larger than the last one, and most of the monsters were high-level. Of course, there were also saint-level monsters. And as the battle went on, some high-level monsters would evolve into saint-level monsters by devouring others. So it's best to send people ahead of time to take out those high-level monsters that are close to evolving. Hearing this, the visiting lords and professionals were all stunned. High-level monsters can evolve into saint-level monsters by devouring others? Seriously? We've never heard of that. It's absolutely true. Everyone who fought in Hope City saw it with their own eyes. Because of the sudden attacks by those saint-level monsters, we even had to fall back to our first military fortress. Anyway, you'd better be extra careful at night. The attacks get even fiercer then. If you kill enough monsters after a day, if they feel they can't win, they'll retreat. But if they think they have a chance, they'll attack even more fiercely. That's the pattern we've observed. Seeing how serious the Hope City professionals were, the lords and professionals from other territories couldn't help but believe them. Now, they were all getting restless. Saint-level monsters. That meant they'd need to hire some saint-level professionals to hold the line. It might be expensive, but if it meant saving their territory, it was worth it. Things really were different now. Some lords, looking at Hope City's well-trained professionals, couldn't help but ask, would you be willing to help defend against beast tides in other territories? Getting some experienced people on board wouldn't be a bad idea. How many lines of defense does your territory have? Is your logistics well prepared? Do you have enough alchemists and healers? How long can we rest between battles? The professionals from Hope City immediately started asking about the conditions in the other territories. Beast tides were no joke. If the other side was well prepared, they might consider it. But if not, why go just to be cannon fodder? Not every territory was as reliable as Hope City. They weren't about to risk their lives for nothing. And only those who could meet these requirements dared to make an offer. If the conditions were right, they didn't mind going out to fight. After all, beast tides were a great way to improve their strength. Sure enough, many lords fell silent. They realized that Hope City treated its residents too well. There was no way to trick them into working hard for less. Of course, a few powerful territories spoke up right away. We have 2 lines of defense, and when we upgrade, we'll build a 3rd. Our logistics are solid. We have enough healers and alchemists, and we'll rotate fighters. As for saint-level professionals, we'll hire them temporarily as needed. In that case, let's talk in detail. On the spot, some professional teams from Hope City reached preliminary agreements with certain territories. But Hope City's cooperation with other territories didn't stop there. After advancing to city level, Hope City was impossible to ignore. Most territories were eager to work with them, and for the rest, there was only one thought: cooperate as much as possible. As a result, the city construction department's order book filled up rapidly. Although Hope City now provided blueprints for city walls to many territories, their own construction teams were far more experienced. Even if they couldn't hire the entire team, they hoped to at least get someone to guide them so they could finish building as quickly as possible. Besides the construction teams, Hope City's blacksmiths and tailors also received a flood of orders. Now that Hope City had advanced, there were many high-level professionals in the territory, which meant that weapons and equipment needed to be upgraded. With the upgrades, the previous stock could be cleared out, either sold or exchanged for various ores and materials, to be reworked into higher-grade weapons and gear. So, when Zhou Bai realized there were territories interested, he didn't hesitate to open up weapon and equipment sales. For a while, all platinum-grade weapons and blue-grade equipment and below would be cleared out as much as possible. At the same time, the entire army's weapons and equipment would be upgraded to platinum and blue grade. In addition, Zhou Bai immediately issued several new announcements. For example, the military fortresses would be reinforced and renovated. For example, students would be recruited from all over the Stan continent. For example, undead students would be recruited from the entire undead kingdom. For example, Hope City would be forming partnerships with certain territories for mutual support. And so on. Each announcement sent countless territories into careful consideration. As for the academy, there was nothing they could do about that. But in other areas, there were plenty of opportunities. Reinforcing military fortresses meant improving defense. Since they had fortresses too, they'd learn from Hope City. Hope City's professional academy wasn't just a mage academy. Both physical and magical professionals could enroll. The physical branch even included life skill professions. For example, chefs, craftsmen, builders, merchants, all were being recruited. The key point: even those without combat ability could have a path forward. And after enrolling, these professions would have places to practice their skills. Chefs could learn from the many gourmet shops in Hope City. What did that mean? A chance to study culinary arts. When it came to food, which territory could surpass Hope City? None. Craftsmen, blacksmiths, tailors, Hope City's production efficiency was the envy of many territories. Here, they could learn about mass production, something new territories lacked. Construction. Hope City's cement, apartment buildings, resorts, amusement parks, sports arenas, and swimming pools were all highly representative and innovative. Merchants. Hope City's commerce was booming, with regular innovations and a growing network of distributors. Merchants were making a fortune. Interested in new business models? Of course. No one knew why Hope City was willing to share some of these trade secrets with students, but for territories eyeing Hope City's economic success, this was a golden opportunity. Hope City wanted to partner with some territories? That was more than welcome. Hope City's combat power was among the best. Working with them was like holding onto a golden thigh. In short, after Hope City's announcements were posted in the territory and at the mission center, countless lords, professionals, and parents with children flocked to the city. Now, Hope City had truly made a name for itself on the Stan continent with its own strength. No one doubted that anything Hope City did would be bad. After analyzing the situation, everyone had just one thought in mind: follow their lead. So, Hope City's staff didn't get to relax after the beast tide ended. Instead, they became even busier. But none of the staff complained. They all understood that only by being fully prepared could the territory protect them in these difficult times. To avoid being displaced, to survive under the shadow of the apocalypse, they had only one choice: keep up with the territory's development. Everyone was busy, and as the Lord, Zhou Bai was no exception. After delegating all these tasks, Zhou Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief, ate a little, and then summoned Virgil and Turson. "How's business going in the Undead Kingdom?" Zhou Bai asked Virgil first. Zhou Bai had left all matters regarding the Undead Kingdom to Virgil. After all, she had once monopolized most of the business there. These tasks were no problem for her. Virgil replied directly, "Everything's going smoothly. More and more undead are working for Hope City. Besides the usual benefits, I've given them a small cut of the profits. They're working very hard. I've also passed along our need for large quantities of wood, stone, and ore. They'll collect them for us." Knowing Zhou Bai wanted to expand business in the Undead Kingdom, Virgil had immediately hired the undead who used to act as intermediaries. Not only that, she'd been recruiting every day. Now, she had several hundred undead working for her, and the team was still growing. Resources from the Undead Kingdom were now flowing steadily into Hope City. Hope City's big moves naturally attracted the attention of many local powers in the Undead Kingdom. Originally, they didn't want to see their territory invaded by a human domain. But since Hope City used undead as well, and they were profiting handsomely from it, with shiny gold coins, they could spend in the new commercial districts Hope City had built, live better lives, eat delicious food, play fun games, and use better weapons and gear. With these sugar-coated bullets, the undead leaders had no complaints. Even if some did, the others would join forces to suppress them. For a human territory that could withdraw at any time, they really had no leverage. If they pushed too hard and Hope City pulled out, the Undead Kingdom would return to its former stagnation. Who wanted that? Plus, Virgil already had a business foundation there, so there were no issues. Virgil was confident. Given time, she could even build a small city for Hope City within the Undead Kingdom. Now that the Hall of Heroes has been upgraded, your vacation time is no longer limited to 1 day. The number of days is up to me. I've decided to let you travel freely between the Undead Kingdom and Hope City, Joe Bai continued. Virgil immediately understood. Joe Bai was planning something big. In fact, this was only natural. Now that they knew the Undead Kingdom was a magic dead zone, how could Hope City not investigate? Hope City intended to use business as a cover to extend its influence into the Undead Kingdom. And don't forget, Hope City had the support of the Elven Kingdom. Virgil knew that the elves had visited many times. After one recent visit, a huge shipment of ore and other raw materials had been delivered to the territory's warehouses. Speaking of which, the territory had built several new warehouses in different locations this time. Hope City's foundation was truly solid now. What do you need us to do, my lord? Virgil volunteered. Turson, beside her, also looked over. Virgil, keep building up in the Undead Kingdom. Expand as much as you can, and work with the local powers, help them develop their own territories, Joe Bai instructed. But in exchange, Hope City's offices must be allowed to set up there. Virgil paused, then nodded. No problem. Turson will assist you with the construction, Joe Bai added. All right. One more thing, Hope City's Immortal Academy will also recruit students from the Undead Kingdom. They can come to study, and after graduation, if they want, they can stay in Hope City as soldiers. If not, they can return to the Undead Kingdom. At the very least, they can stay in Hope City while they study, Joe Bai continued. She had checked the Immortal Academy situation. It was undoubtedly another huge benefit for Hope City. She was now certain of one thing: the undead were definitely a golden finger left behind by whoever summoned them to these new territories. She didn't know why she'd been chosen, but since she had, she was going to make the most of it. She was even grateful that this golden finger was in her hands, giving her time to prepare and take control of her own fate. It was a wonderful feeling. Don't worry, they'll definitely be willing, Virgil replied without hesitation. The Undead Kingdom is a miserable place. Any undead who can leave won't want to stay there. In fact, many have been trying to find a way out for a long time. Besides students, the Immortal Academy is also recruiting undead teachers. Can you persuade some of the stronger undead to come? If we could get Saint level or even Legendary level, that would be even better. Hope City will take care of everything for them, Joe Bai said, her tone full of expectation. Currently, the Hall of Heroes could only hire high-level undead, and she was paying a lot in wages every day. But thinking of the future, she felt it was all worth it. She wanted to recruit even more undead for Hope City. In a way, she was poaching talent from that one. According to Elise, that person wanted both the undead and dragons as divine favorites, maybe because they couldn't control those two races? First, the formation of undead was mysterious. No one knew the exact conditions. Some people died and stayed dead, while others became undead. Of course, the proportion was very low otherwise. With so many deaths each year, the undead would outnumber all other races. So, the undead were still fewer than other races, but their abilities were frightening, especially the dark-type undead. It was said that high enough level undead could even become immortal, though the requirements were harsh. Clearly, the undead weren't to be trifled with. As for dragons, they were the rulers of the seas, with unmatched combat power. She figured the dragons knew that the apocalypse threatening this world wasn't just man-made, but part of the world's own plan, so they chose to stay out of it. If they got involved, even the dragons might not come out ahead. But if they could find another path, would the undead or dragons really want to remain divine servants? Divine favorites or not, they were still just subordinates to the gods. So, Jobai was ready to start poaching. First, she'd poach from the undead kingdom. With the Elven Kingdom's support and a solid foundation to oppose that one, she'd have Philia act as a go-between and negotiate with the dragons. Speaking of Philia, she hadn't visited in a while, ever since the special weather event. Probably her family was keeping her at home. Anyway, she'd always be welcome here. "I'll do my best," Virgil promised. Would those old monsters among the undead be willing to come out? No matter what, it was worth a try. Good. Focus on that, and pick some of the earlier undead recruits to help you. By the way, as soon as the detectors were installed, she could monitor the good and evil values of all residents and visitors in Hope City. There were some visitors with negative feelings toward Hope City, but they were relatively few. Most were neutral, if not yet positive. As for residents, most were positive. The neutral ones were newcomers who needed time to develop a sense of belonging. As for the small number with negative feelings, Jobai suspected they were spies from other territories. She'd already given the list to Bayer and barred them from important positions. Some had already infiltrated Hope City's industries, but Jobai had decisively found excuses to dismiss them. So, for the Undead Kingdom business, Jobai preferred to use loyal veteran undead employees. Understood, Virgil replied, then went off to prepare. He realized that Jobai had called him and Turson together, talked mostly to him, and only told Turson to assist with construction. There must be something else for Turson to do. Since it wasn't said in front of him, he'd pretend not to know. Clear division of labor. Sure enough, after Virgil left, Jobai turned to Turson. Your job is to assist Virgil with construction, but I have something extra for you. Yes, my lord, Turson replied without hesitation. I need you to build some extra basements when setting up the offices. Understood, Turson agreed immediately, not even asking what the basements were for. Also, while you're there, help me map out the terrain of the Undead Kingdom. As for probing the depth of magic there, they couldn't act too rashly for now, no need to alert the enemy. Better to focus on poaching first. Understood, Turson nodded again. That's it, just those two things. For the rest, just assist Virgil. Pick your own people and report to me. All right. After Turson left, Jobai let out a long sigh. Everything was in motion. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for results. The day after Hope City leveled up, the special weather changed again. This time, it was heavy fog. Fortunately, thanks to the blessing of abundant harvest, the fog inside Hope City was still manageable. At least people could see each other. But outside the city, it was a different story. Damn, I just went outside the city and almost died. Isn't foggy weather just about not being able to see? But there are monsters hiding in the fog, ambushing people. What do you mean? Can't you sense monsters? Nope. You only notice them when they're already attacking you. Maybe higher-level people are more sensitive? Damn, these special weather effects really know how to mess with us. So how are we supposed to go out and hunt monsters now? We'll have to go in teams. Maybe we can just attack from the military fortress. So troublesome. Inside Hope City, everyone was having a heated discussion. When Jobai heard the news, he was left speechless. Special weather really had a knack for making things difficult. Without delay, Jobai headed straight to the tailor shop. Lord, Diana greeted him as soon as she saw him. Have you encountered foggy weather before? Yes, but in the past, fog didn't really affect our activities, Diana replied honestly. So we never developed any equipment to deal with it. Who would have thought it'd be like this time? Are there any special materials unique to foggy weather? Jobai pressed on. Since other weather types had special materials, foggy weather should too. There must have been special materials for foggy weather in the past. There is a plant called mistflower. Some people have collected a lot of it, but no one's figured out what it's for. Mistflower? Is it like seeing flowers through the mist? I'll go buy some. Can you help research it? In what way? Diana asked instinctively. She figured Joe Bai must have an idea if he was asking. For the eyes. Diana was stunned. Equipment for the eyes? That had never been done before. I'll have Yu Xiaoxiao assist you, Joe Bai said directly. Yu Xiaoxiao definitely knew how to make glasses. In a normal world, this would take a long time, but in a magical world, it wouldn't take long at all. All right. Diana agreed immediately, curious about this new thing. While Diana and Yu Xiaoxiao began their research, Joe Bai led soldiers out to clear monsters, wanting to personally test the pressure of fighting monsters in the fog. Sure enough, as soon as they left the city gates, everything was shrouded in mist. They could barely see anything. Once inside the fog, you couldn't even see who was next to you. Before long, the sounds of battle rang out. "Lord, it's done," reported a squad leader. Although it was tricky, they had numbers and experience on their side. In group combat, the monsters couldn't do much against them. As for Zhou Bai, after taking down a few monsters, he started to get the hang of it. In foggy weather, monsters really did get a lot of cover. Not only did it hide their presence, it even muffled their movements. You could only spot them when they actually attacked. With this knowledge, Zhou Bai returned to the city and had the soldiers continue clearing monsters in teams within the territory. Some veteran adventurer teams joined in as well. Once the monsters within the territory were dealt with, some adventurers set up small traps at the entrances to the military fortress, bells on the floor that would ring if disturbed, alerting them to monsters coming in so they could attack. Of course, some soldiers simply stood guard on the fortress, manning catapults and ballistae to rain down attacks and rack up some experience. With the monster threat temporarily under control, the city's gathering teams got busy again. Their usual logic was that the territory's resources refreshed daily, and it would be a waste not to gather them. Even special weather couldn't stop them. Meanwhile, after hundreds of experiments, Yu Xiaoxiao and Diana finally developed a product, the Mist Lens. Item: Mist Lens. Effect: allows the wearer to see in heavy fog. It's done! Yu Xiaoxiao exclaimed happily. She'd always known how to make glass, but in the magical world, glass wasn't particularly valuable. There were plenty of magical substitutes. Another territory from Blue Star had tried making glass, but it hadn't caught on, so most territories gave up on the idea. Who would have thought that now, glass would find its use in making glasses? Combining mistflower with glass produced the Mist Lens. What about combining other materials with glasses? What were glasses originally for? Diana asked curiously. She didn't think glasses were a brand new invention, since Yu Xiaoxiao had made them so quickly. Plus, the Lord had seemed to know exactly what she wanted that morning. Some people can't see things far away. With glasses, they can, Yu Xiaoxiao explained. Can't you just use a healing potion? Diana blurted out. In our world, there's no such potion, Yu Xiaoxiao replied. You can even make telescopes with glass, but here, that's not so useful. Your world really is full of new things, Diana couldn't help but say. Hope Town had relied on these novelties to grow from a village into a city. 3 months ago, she'd never have imagined Hope City would come this far. And it wasn't just Hope City. Other territories from the other world were just as creative. Her tailor shop had recycled a lot of equipment and gained plenty of inspiration. With all the crafting she'd done, her level had skyrocketed. She was close to becoming a saint-level tailor. If she ever broke through, she'd have no regrets. Harrison at the blacksmith next door was the same. He was about to reach the bottleneck for saint-level blacksmiths. All in all, Hope City was a great place. Once the Mist Lens was developed, it was quickly sent to the factory for mass production, and the first batch went straight on sale at the tailor shop. As soon as they hit the shelves, they were snapped up by adventurers. Mist Lens. What a fitting name. Wow, it's even a purple-grade item. Purple is good enough. Yeah, I was worried about leading teams out in this weather, but with these mist lenses, we can go hunting again. Our territory really is the best. I was planning to take a break during this weather. You dare take a break? Why do you think the territory rushed to make this gear? So everyone can gather more resources. Why gather resources? Haven't you noticed? There's barely any water or fire element left in the air. Soon, there might not even be mana. Without mana, where will resources come from? Damn, are we heading for a famine? Lots of people have realized this and are collecting resources. Plus, our territory has been planting a lot of crops. Why do you think that is? I'm really slow on the uptake. And another thing. The territory has unlocked a bunch of new training camps, mostly for physical combat. Lots of mages are shifting focus to physical training. Hurry up. I need to buy a mist lens. News of the mist lens quickly spread to visitors in Hope City. After all, they knew Hope City had the blessing of abundant harvest, and you could still see inside the city. If they couldn't stay in their own territory, they'd come to Hope City. Before they knew it, many had gotten used to coming here. Most importantly, Hope City always had something new. Now, word was out that Hope City had developed equipment to counter the fog. Many visitors realized this was a money-making opportunity. Plenty of territories were struggling with the fog. If they bought Mistflower here and resold it, they could make a killing. Soon, crowds of visitors flocked to the tailor shop. Hope City wasn't planning to barter for mist lenses. They were working overtime to produce as many as possible and make a tidy profit. In no time, visitors were reselling mist lenses to countless territories, spreading the word far and wide. Even more visitors rushed to Hope City, including many territory lords. These lords were planning to level up in the next day or two. Everyone knew the later you leveled up, the more unpredictable things got. After seeing how Hope City handled its upgrade, they'd made thorough preparations. But then, just as the blizzard ended, the fog rolled in. They couldn't even see monsters. How were they supposed to handle the upgrade beast tide? Trying now would just be asking for trouble. All the lords could do was sigh, until Hope City suddenly announced equipment that let you see in the fog. Naturally, they rushed over. For a while, mist lenses were almost sold out. Luckily, Hope City's production capacity was strong, especially after opening trade with the Dwarf Kingdom and hiring many dwarves to build a second munitions factory. The first factory was mainly staffed by goblins and city residents. The second was all dwarves. Plus, with the existing advanced alchemy plant, production was booming. Every batch sold out, but the next was ready right away. Hope City made a fortune from this opportunity. Many territories, equipped with new gear, began a wave of upgrades. And more territories were no longer surprised by Hope City's strength. Now, most territories had no time to worry about others. Special weather kept coming, and the environment grew harsher by the day. Most people just wanted to develop and stockpile resources. Even territory wars had become little more than a formality. After the apocalypse, no matter how ambitious a territory was, no one wanted infighting now. But territory wars couldn't be avoided entirely. More and more territories began seeking cooperation, signing contracts to fight each other, with the loser returning all gains and taking turns next time. As a result, recent territory wars had been especially peaceful. Even the more aggressive territories had toned things down, either out of solidarity or because they'd been ordered to drop their old plans. It seemed all territories had entered a phase of active development and frantic stockpiling. But this also hinted at something. The apocalypse was even more serious than anyone had imagined. At this moment, Jobai welcomed two groups of visitors to his territory. The first group, the Lords of the Blue Star Territories. "You're all here." Jobai was a bit surprised. Not only had the Blue Star territories that previously cooperated with Hope City come, but even some that hadn't, and they were representing all of Blue Star. The number of Blue Star territories has dropped from thousands to just 2,000, but we're planning to merge further, said Jean Jingshan. Merging? How many will you have after that? Jobai wasn't surprised. Any Blue Star territory that had survived this long was doing well. But even if you're doing well, you need time to grow stronger. The problem now was, there was no time to develop. The later it got, the harder things became. Merging was the best choice. 5 North, South, East, West, and Central, Jin Jingshan replied. 5. Zhou Bai was shocked, then realized his own territory was in the north, so he'd be one of them? Everyone discussed it and made up their minds, Jin Jingshan said. We didn't tell you before because Hope City was at a critical stage. Hope you don't mind. It's fine. Zhou Bai understood. The real reason was probably that Hope City was too strong, and if it was at the negotiating table, things would be tricky. But with Jin Jingshan and the others, it was easier. No need to say it out loud. Zhou Bai just hadn't expected them to be so determined, cutting down to just 5. So, what do you need from me? All the Blue Star territories in the north need Hope City to send people to pick them up. How many are there? Zhou Bai asked. She already knew from the map that there were still several hundred Blue Star territories in the area. About 500, Jin Jingshan said, looking a bit embarrassed. It's a hassle, but everyone will cooperate, especially since they'll be joining a city like Hope City. Overall, Hope City was developing the best. Most territories were happy to join. In other areas, there was more negotiation, even some concessions. All right, I'll do it, Zhou Bai agreed. After all, merging was the fastest way to get more people. From 200,000 to 1 million, she still needed more people. And since they were all from Blue Star, managing them would be easy. If she could absorb them quickly, could Hope City level up from a level 1 to a level 2 city? Jin Jingshan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, one more thing. We heard Hope City has new buildings, an embassy and an assembly hall. We hope to form an alliance with Hope City. When we need to upgrade, you can help us. Of course, if you need help, we'll do our best. At first, we'll need more help from Hope City, but in the future, I believe we'll be able to help you just as much. All right, Zhou Bai agreed readily. Jin Jingshan was at a loss for words at Zhou Bai's decisiveness, finally just saying, thank you. No need to thank me. We're compatriots. We should help each other. You guys have it much harder than me. Convincing all those territories can't have been easy, right? Jin Jingshan and the others nodded. It wasn't easy, but it's not too bad. A lot of territories just can't go on, the pressure is too much. In just 3 months, we've been through so much. Most people haven't fully adapted, so they're willing to be merged. Anything else I can help with? Zhou Bai asked. No, we know Hope City is busy, Jin Jingshan said with a sigh. Hope City had given them so much information, and it all kept coming true. They had no choice but to find a way out. Joining Hope City alone wasn't realistic. After discussion, they decided to consolidate each region around a central territory. In the north, that was naturally Hope City. Originally, this decision hadn't gone smoothly. But with special weather coming one after another, not only did magical elements mutate, but many territories found themselves in increasingly dire straits. Every day, territories disappeared. For every lord, it was a psychological blow. Reading Hope City's newspaper and seeing Beiwing Kang and Xiang Ziki living without worry, everyone made up their minds. Especially today, with the fog rolling in, no one regretted their choice. They began gathering toward Hope City. Let's all work hard and finish merging soon, Zhou Bai said seriously. To Zhou Bai, this really was the best choice. In the coming days, the stronger the territory, the better its chances of survival. Jin Jingshan and the others nodded. At this point, Zhou Bai remembered something she'd been planning originally. She'd wanted to contact the Blue Star territories, but now she wasn't sure if she should bring it up. If you have something to say, just say it. Even if we're busy, we can always make time for important matters, Jin Jingshan said without hesitation. The other lords looked over as well. Based on my analysis, the world's consciousness is inclined to sacrifice us to upgrade the world. So we need to do something to win its support, Zhou Bai finally said. What should we do? By now, nothing surprised Jin Jingshan and the others. Light up the tech tree, Zhou Bai said. I think many of your territories have made firearms, right? After all, most people knew the basics of gunpowder, and with this world's special properties, recreating simple firearms was easy. But no one had shown them off. Most territories wanted to keep them as trump cards. Sure enough, after Zhou Bai spoke, most lords fell silent. Then Fang Zonglong stepped forward. We've stockpiled a lot of gunpowder and ammunition. Our territory has two big factories, a tank factory and an artillery factory. The tank factory makes tanks, recon vehicles, and support vehicles. The artillery factory makes landmines and various rocket launchers, heavy, guided, lettered, and storm rocket launchers. Everyone gasped. Dashan Town, impressive. Zhou Bai was a little surprised, but it made sense. Dashan Town didn't have many people, but they were all weapons experts, and they'd hired lots of dwarves. Their design and execution were top-notch, so this was only natural. When Dashan Town had sold so many platinum weapons in Hope City, Zhou Bai had guessed they had even better stuff. We've made a lot of gunpowder too, but just basic explosives, nothing fancy. Same here. Yeah, we have a little. We have some too. Everyone started chiming in, and soon they were all laughing. Same world, same blue star people. Zhou Bai cleared her throat. Hope City has some too. These weapons are great against monsters. So you mean, when the time comes, other territories can buy from us? Just like with cement, we'll take raw materials and sell to them. But they'll have to sign a contract, no unauthorized use. For now, these can only be used against monsters, not intelligent races, Zhou Bai said. And as for other modern tech, if any of you know how to make it, go ahead. Let the world's consciousness see that there's another path for development. Give it another choice. What if, in the end, it doesn't choose us? Someone asked. Zhou Bai paused, then said, it'll have no choice but to choose us. The lords instantly understood her meaning. When there are two choices, just eliminate one, then there's only one left. But could someone who could do that be simple? Seeing their thoughts, Zhou Bai added, I've already secured the support of the elf, dwarf, and beastman kingdoms. We have no choice but to fight, Jin Jingshan emphasized. The others snapped back to reality. Yes, if they lost, they'd die. There was no choice but to fight. After that, Zhou Bai said no more, but took out a contract scroll. Everything discussed today couldn't be revealed in any way. Zhou Bai was already a saint-level professional, above level 45. The magic scroll would be binding for most of the high-level lords present. Everyone signed without objection. With that, the meeting ended, but the road to a unified Blue Star front had just begun. After seeing them off, Zhou Bai welcomed her second group of guests. Queen Firdaus of the Elves, King Soren of the Beastmen, and Guilt, the Dwarf Kingdom's representative. Zhou Bai had already received supplies from them and knew their attitude, but hadn't expected them to come together. Naturally, Zhou Bai personally welcomed them into her office. Hope City is impressive, Guilt said eagerly as soon as he sat down. That Miss Lens is really special. I've never seen anything like it. Clearly, dwarves loved new things. If you're interested, Guilt, feel free to explore our territory. Our weapons industry was founded by a dwarf master blacksmith, Zhou Bai said. Great. Guilt agreed immediately. Queen Firdaus got straight to the point. The three of us came together to sign an alliance contract with you. Only with a formal alliance can we cooperate without worries and provide what you want. Zhou Bai paused. Hadn't they already given her everything? So generous. Of course, she didn't say that out loud, just smiled brightly. Of course. The four of them signed the magic scroll brought by the Elf Queen. After signing, Zhou Bai said, as a gesture of goodwill, I'll gift you a batch of weapons. But you'll need to sign a contract. They can only be used against monsters, not intelligent races. This rule would apply to all future buyers. Gunpowder would soon be everywhere in the human kingdoms. Other races could have it too. Especially the Dwarf Kingdom. With their skills, they'd only get better. As for where gunpowder would go in the future, well, once everyone had it, they'd all be starting from the same line. Then it'd be a race to innovate. Competition drives progress. Only when society as a whole moves forward, striving for higher goals, can it avoid another bloody, brutal path of civilization evolution. Firdaus, Soren, and Guilt could tell from Zhou Bai's description that these weapons were special. They agreed without hesitation. After signing, they each received a gift from Hope City, along with a detailed manual. After reading it, Firdaus and the others were stunned. Was the power described here real? We've tested it, it's even stronger, Jobai said. This is to give you confidence. Cooperate with us, and you can't go wrong. It had to be said, this gift really did give them hope. Their trust in Hope City had originally been because it came from another world. But now it was because of Hope City itself. We'll make good use of it, Firdaus said softly, radiating a holy aura. Jobai felt as if her eyes had been cleansed. Lord Jobai, I'll send more beastmen to work here. Just give us more of these weapons, Soren said, slapping Jobai on the shoulder. If Jobai hadn't been a saint-level professional, that slap might have knocked her over. She couldn't help you. But say, Soren, you want both, huh? We're paying your beastmen, you know. If you want more weapons, do me a favor. There's a kind of black stone, north of your kingdom. If you can mine it, we'll trade you finished gunpowder for it. This black stone is similar to gunpowder, but less stable. After we process it, it'll be more stable and powerful and under our control. No problem, Soren agreed immediately. Anything else you want from the Beastman Kingdom? Just say it. Beastmen have the biggest advantage in this apocalypse. They can fight monsters with their bodies alone. But your people are too scattered. If you could gather most of them together, your combat power would multiply. As for how to do that, you'll have to discuss it internally. I'm just making a suggestion, Jobai said, hinting. She knew Soren had a kobold advisor, related to Lucas from her own territory. They could coordinate. She believed that if Soren really wanted to make changes, with full support, the Beastman Kingdom would have a huge advantage. And then, Soren nodded, planning to discuss it with Anos right away. As for the Elf and Dwarf Kingdoms, Jobai didn't need to worry. After that, Jobai took them on a tour of Hope City, then saw them off. After returning, all three got busy, especially Soren, who immediately sought out Anos to discuss big plans for the Beastman Kingdom. And so, across the entire Stan continent, every race was working hard to survive. Change was quietly underway. In the days that followed, disasters came one after another. Tornadoes, hailstorms, torrential rain, freezing rain, acid rain, thunderstorms, earthquakes, sandstorms. Every kind of calamity took its turn. Survival in the territories became increasingly difficult. During this period, the landscape of the entire Stan continent underwent dramatic change. The human kingdom ***. Village-level territories could no longer survive in the current environment. Not only did they face resource shortages caused by natural disasters, but also increasingly frenzied attacks from magical beasts. As a result, nearly all village-level lords chose to merge with other territories during this time. Those who didn't merge were almost inevitably destroyed. Faced with overwhelming threats, even the most promising village-level territories were like Manasses trying to stop a chariot, doomed to fail. At times like these, countless Blue Star territories were grateful for the choices they'd made. Now, almost all village-level territories in the Blue Star region had merged into larger territories within their respective areas. Hope City in the north, Green Prairie Town in the west, Mountain Town in the south, Creek East Town in the east, Ning Mountain Town and Wunxia Town in the center. After the village-level territories merged, the process of relocating and merging town-level territories began, and most have now completed the transition. With these mergers, Hope City's population soared past 1 million, reaching over 3 million, while the other towns also reached the million mark. To ease the pressure and strengthen themselves, in recent days, Hope City was about to face a beast tide for upgrading from a level 1 to a level 2 city. The other towns would face beast tides for upgrading from level 3 towns to level 1 cities. The rise of Hope City and the other Blue Star territories drew the attention of countless native territories. Originally, only Hope City had stood out. But when disaster struck, these new territories quickly reorganized and merged. Though still classified as towns, their sudden population growth meant their strength now far surpassed that of ordinary level 1 cities. In fact, Green Prairie Town and the others, though still officially level 3 towns, had already surpassed many level 1 cities in the territory rankings. When these numbers were released, the human kingdom was in an uproar. Hope City made history, but the other new territories weren't far behind. In fact, some even ranked higher than Hope City had before. During this process, some did try to make a move against them, but when they did, Mountain Town's beast-tide upgrades slapped them in the face. After several rounds of extreme weather, most of the magic elements in the air had disappeared, and the magical beasts had become even more savage. Yet, in these conditions, Mountain Town launched a blitzkrieg. In just half a day, they repelled a beast tide that would have challenged even a city-level territory. They didn't use any magic, just their new weapons, bombarding the magical beasts until they collapsed in defeat. This battle made Mountain Town's name and the names of all the new territories. Only then did many territories realize these weapons weren't unique to Mountain Town. All the new territories had them, including Hope City. Learning this, many territories grew restless and uneasy. For a time, no one dared act rashly. They could only watch as Hope City and the other new territories expanded rapidly. Eventually, some territories, led by Earl Orchid of Bangla Town, got an answer from Hope City. The non-magical weapons owned by these new territories were available for sale to others. This news brought some relief, but their attention remained fixed on the new territories' upgrades. St. Sebastian City ***. This time, St. Saba convened another meeting. Unlike last time, only the territories supported by St. Saba attended. The others, especially the 4 great territories, were absent. Their excuse: under such extreme weather, they needed to guard against magical beast attacks at all times. The atmosphere was heavy. No one dared break the silence. The main reason was that the disasters and beast attacks had been too fierce. They'd all suffered terribly. In such circumstances, survival itself was hard enough. Who still cared about power struggles? If not for St. Sebastian City's real support and blood ties, many wouldn't have come at all. St. Saba surveyed the quiet room, already clear about his current situation. He spoke directly. I called you here for one reason. The support from the capital is ending. From now on, each territory must walk its own path. The room erupted. My lord, how can this be? Things outside are too difficult right now. Our reserves are insufficient. Without the capital's help As everyone complained, St. Saba said calmly, my decision is final. If you find it too hard, you can merge your territories into St. Sebastian City. I'd be happy to continue supporting you. At this, the room fell silent. They'd worked so hard to develop their territories into level 2 cities. How could they just merge into St. Sebastian City? We can overcome a little hardship. We can dip into our savings and hold out. From now on, we'll cut expenses. St. Saba snorted softly at these words, making the atmosphere even more awkward. You'd best return to your territories, he said, then tore apart the magic space, sending each lord back home. When St. Saba reappeared, he was in the palace. Stoffin was waiting below. How did it go? Hope City has upgraded to a level 2 city. Mountain Town, Green Prairie Town, Creek East Town, and Ning Mountain Town have all upgraded to level 1 cities. And their rankings? Hope City is ranked 18th. The others are all in the top 100, Stoffin replied, a touch of emotion in his voice. Who could have imagined that these new territories would rise so quickly after the apocalypse began? Now, they'd become a force on Stan continent that couldn't be ignored. Especially Hope City not only had it allied with the other new territories, but also with the Elven Kingdom, Orc Kingdom, and Dwarf Kingdom. On Stan continent, Hope City's reputation had reached new heights. And who could say Hope City hadn't done well? For the human territories, Hope City continuously sold cement, boosting physical defenses everywhere. Now, most town-level territories had over 400,000 defense, and city-level ones over 800,000, making a huge difference in resisting beast tides. They also shared various defensive strategies, adding more lines of defense, layering attacks, greatly easing pressure on the rear. Hope City even sent teams to support other territories. Even if there were benefits involved, their willingness to help set an example. Many territories began to help each other, and relations between territories improved. That phrase in the newspaper, a community of shared destiny, left a deep impression on everyone's heart. Hope City also encouraged stockpiling, developing agriculture, and ensuring food security. At first, many thought food would always be cheap, but after disasters reduced yields and slowed resource refresh rates, they finally understood the importance of stockpiling. Now, Hope City and the new territories were even willing to sell non-magical weapons to others and promised to gradually release some of the blueprints. They were openly sharing their achievements. Hope City had never kept anything to itself. Did the other lords not realize this? Of course they did. Maybe there were a few ingrates, but would they dare go against Hope City? No way. You could say the apocalypse made Hope City. But even without the apocalypse, Hope City would have rivaled any territory in development. In fact, they should be grateful because of Hope City and the new territories. The world now had hope of resisting the apocalypse. These weren't just Stoffin's thoughts, but the true feelings of countless residents. Even Lord Saint Saba realized this. That's why he finally gave up on unification. Once the human kingdom was divided, it could never be unified again. If he'd kept all of Hope City's good things to himself, maybe there'd have been a chance. But Hope City? They shared everything, bit by bit. Once everyone had the same things, there was no longer any advantage. The glory days of the capital were over. History only moves forward. After a moment of silence, Saint Saba said, "From today, as Saint Sebastian City's representative, go to Hope City and purchase whatever we need. You may use the warehouse materials as you see fit." "Yes," Stoffin replied, looking at the weary Saint Saba. "Your Majesty, even if we can't unify the human kingdom, under your leadership, Saint Sebastian City is still second to none. Among all territories, his lord was still supreme." Saint Saba heard this, looked at Stoffin, and said proudly, "Of course. I will lead Saint Sebastian City to the end. If there's only one territory left in this world, it will be Saint Sebastian City." Stoffin looked at him, a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. This was the lord he'd always followed. Then Saint Saba suddenly asked, "Last time you brought news from Hope City, were you disappointed by my reaction?" Stoffin shook his head. "Everyone makes different choices. No matter what you choose, I'll support you." "But that choice was wrong, wasn't it?" Saint Saba said. "Hope City gave me a chance, but because of my choice, they chose to save themselves. Looking back, these new territories have done better than I have." The disappearing territories on the rankings were the greatest mockery. The strength of a territory or a person isn't measured by how much they possess, but by how many they protect. Hope City and the new territories proved with their actions that, in times of crisis, they could save more lives. If not for them, the future of Stan Continent would be even more uncertain. Stoffin wanted to say something, but Saint Saba waved him away. After he left, Saint Saba took out a scroll. It was from the Elven Queen, a lifeline left for Stan Continent by a legendary professional at the cost of his life. #wait for the right moment. Outsiders will come. #. These 8 words made him realize that the elders had long seen the future of the human kingdom under his rule and had no hope for him, so they found their own solution. They never intended to entrust this message to him because they knew, if he had it, he would only suppress the new territories from another world, not allow them to replace him. Only now, only after he'd admitted defeat, would they hand it to him. Yes, he'd lost. Elven Kingdom ***. Hope City has upgraded to a level 2 city, Eurus reported to Queen Fildavos, her face full of joy. As expected, Fildavos replied calmly. "Do you think Hope City will upgrade to a level 3 city?" Eurus asked. "No. The territory is already large enough for them to digest for a while, and it's not the right time to expand. Most of the magic elements have disappeared, and resource refreshes are getting slower. I have a feeling that when resources stop refreshing, the real battle will begin." Fildavos pursed her lips unconsciously. Didn't Hope City find the magic circle that absorbs magic? If they destroy it, the path to godhood will fail, Eurus said reflexively. The path to godhood can be destroyed, but what about the world's will? Fildavos pointed out the real issue. Eurus fell silent. Yes, if the planet itself wants to destroy them, What can they do? Now it all depends on whether Hope City's path will work. Eurus thought of the non-magical weapons Hope City had shared. Technology changes the world. Maybe their so-called technology could really change the world's will? Just then, Bettina entered. Your Majesty, Lady Eurus, Hope City sent me with something. Bettina said respectfully. Fildavos and Eurus exchanged glances. Bring it here. Soon, several blueprints appeared before Fildavos. She unfolded them one by one. They were weapon blueprints. I also have samples, Bettina said, taking out several weapons. Fildavos examined them, then let out a long breath and smiled. These weapons suit our elven traits very well. Hope City has put a lot of thought into this. Bettina quickly added, I tried them in Hope City. They're easy to use, require no magic, just ammunition. The only thing is, we'll need to exchange the right ores for enough ammo. That's more than enough. Hope City and the new territories need to keep some things in their own hands, so they won't be at others' mercy, Fildavos said, understanding and supporting Hope City's actions. Even if the elves would never betray them, what about the other human territories? People's hearts are unpredictable. Hope City needs to guard against even their own kind. So why not treat everyone equally? Yes, Eurus and Bettina agreed. Announce it. Start mass-producing these weapons according to the blueprints. Everyone must master them. The first batch goes to the elders, who will oversee the younger elves. Yes. Orc Kingdom, Soren City ***. My lord, all the orcs have been relocated, Anos reported excitedly to King Soren. This meant Soren City was now the only city in the Orc Kingdom, a concentration of both power and fighting strength. How did it go? No trouble, Soren asked. It was his first time putting all orc tribes under one roof. Luckily, the orc regions never had rich resources, so orcs didn't mind giving up their old territories. Orc strength comes from orcs themselves. No trouble. Following Hope City's advice, we built residential buildings for each tribe and arranged them in different neighborhoods, with friendly tribes as neighbors, so there's little chance of conflict, Anos said quickly. Hope City really is a friend, hiring our orcs, paying them, letting them buy homes in our territory, and we get the money. Making money out of thin air, Soren said, very satisfied. Anos paused. But orcs also spend a lot buying weapons, cement, and building blueprints from Hope City. Oh well, as Lucas said, it's all currency circulation. Everyone benefits. Also, Darisha City just returned all the orcs they'd captured, with apologies, Anos continued. They're being so obedient? Soren was surprised. Darisha City used to be so arrogant. Probably because Soren City is now ranked second after St. Sebastian City, Anos said proudly. If there's a territory war, we'll crush them. Good for them. But Hope City said we shouldn't waste strength fighting each other. If we don't fight, no one loses, Soren said. Who wants to fight if they don't have to? Peace is better for everyone. Anos couldn't help but twitch his lips. Orcs used to be famous for fighting and bullying weaker territories for resources. But now, things were different. Darisha City also returned a large group of goblins to Hope City, saying they wanted to make friends, Anos added. Only Hope City and the new territories would take in goblins. I still think orcs are more capable than goblins, Soren muttered. Many territories now hire goblins to find ores. That's their unique skill, Anos said, a bit emotional. Goblins used to be mining slaves, but with Hope City's support, they're now miners, blacksmiths, craftsmen, professionals. If Hope City treats goblins so well, they must be good people. Soren's eyes lit up. Anos, Hope City only asked us to find Blackstone, but we have lots of other ores too. Why not hire some goblins from Hope City to help us find ores? Then we can sell them to Hope City for food, weapons, and equipment. Good idea. Anos agreed. He'd been thinking the same thing. Now even the king was getting smart about money. Not bad. He continued, my lord, we need some funds. Soren's smile froze. How much? He'd just saved up a little money. We need to build several auxiliary walls outside Soren City, which takes a lot of stone. We've hired orcs to collect it, but they need to be paid. Also, Hope City sent us armored vehicle blueprints. We need to buy ores to build them, and buy mines, grenades, rocket launchers, and other orc-suitable weapons, and— Fine, fine, take it, Soren said, reluctantly handing over some gold coins. Anos checked, just enough for now. He wouldn't ask for too much at once. He'd come back when the king had more. Watching Anos leave, Soren looked at his account and couldn't help but grin. Heh, Anos was right. Following Hope City means there's always meat to eat. Dwarf Kingdom, Guild City ***. Hope City sent us blueprints, the subordinate reported, handing them all to Guilt. Guilt was a bit surprised after reading them. These are the weapons Hope City was keeping secret? The Lord of Hope City said this is a gesture of goodwill and hopes we can improve them. If we do, we should send them a gift in return, the subordinate explained. Guilt understood Joe Bai's meaning. Dwarves have always been talented at making weapons. With a sample, they could easily replicate it. But out of pride, they normally wouldn't do that. But if lives were at stake, they'd break the rules. Now, Hope City had sent the blueprints directly. Hope City and the new territories truly were friends of the dwarves. Have these weapons made, and work on improving their power and reducing waste, Guild ordered. Yes. There were plenty of dwarf masters more skilled than him. He should focus on integrating the entire Dwarf Kingdom's territories. After so many rounds of extreme weather, many small dwarf territories had been destroyed. Fortunately, each dwarf territory had a small teleportation array, and with alchemy products and weapons, most of the people survived even if their homes were lost. In these harsh times, they should learn from the humans, merge weak territories into strong ones to pool resources and improve survival odds. Everything seemed fine now, but the real test was yet to come. He would never allow the dwarves to disappear from this world. Undead Kingdom. Compared to the chaos elsewhere, the Undead Kingdom, once considered a land of death, seemed like a paradise. Anyone here would see that the Undead Kingdom was as prosperous as any town-level territory on Stan Continent. Virgil and Tulls were walking through the commercial town they'd built. Who'd have thought the Undead Kingdom would be so prosperous? Virgil said, full of emotion. It's because of you, Tulls replied. Virgil paused. At first, I just thought this was a good market, but I never expected. He didn't finish, but Tulls understood. As undead who'd spent time in Hope City, they knew the abnormality of Stan Continent was linked to the Undead Kingdom. Maybe the reason the undead were trapped here was also due to special circumstances. I trust Hope City, Tulls said simply. So, what if it's the Undead Kingdom? They never considered it home. What they liked was a place like Hope City full of life and warmth. Virgil smiled. Any undead who's been to Hope City loves it. Since the founding of the Immortal Academy in Hope City, they no longer worried about the undead's choices. Most undead would choose Hope City. After becoming undead, they'd been trapped on a deserted island. They didn't want their future to be in someone else's hands. Just then, someone approached Virgil. Lord Virgil. Thomas? Day off today. Virgil smiled. Thomas had made a fortune helping Virgil buy water resources, then eagerly enrolled in the Immortal Academy. Now he was a student there. Yeah, just doing some business on my day off, Thomas beamed. He was happier than ever. After graduating, he'd be a member of Hope City and truly free. Most importantly, life in Hope City was wonderful. Now he understood why undead hired out to Hope City never wanted to come back. Work hard. And then, Thomas nodded, then hesitated. I have a friend who wants to know when the next Immortal Academy enrollment is. At first, many undead didn't want to go. But after the first batch returned with rave reviews, now everyone wanted in, especially since Hope City had hired several legendary undead mages. If even legendary mages wanted to stay in Hope City, what more proof did you need? Now, all the undead in the kingdom were waiting for the next enrollment. It should be soon. And with more spots, Virgil confirmed. With disaster after disaster and magic elements dwindling, Hope City and Stan Continent would have to act before magic disappeared completely. Relocating the undead was imperative. Now, many undead were transferring, either to Valhalla or the Immortal Academy. The time was near. Thank you, Lord Virgil. I won't bother you anymore, Thomas said happily and left. At the end of the market, Tolls parted ways. I have to visit another office for a mission. Virgil nodded. He didn't know what Tolls's mission was, but he had a guess. Especially since, after the legendary undead mages arrived in Hope City, new markets had sprung up in special locations. There had to be something going on. But since they were in charge of different things, he wouldn't interfere. Dragon's Lair ***. Grandpa, this is from Joe by today, Philia said, handing a scroll to her grandfather Suyeso after flying back from Hope City. After the extreme weather, she'd been stuck in the lair for a long time, until she couldn't stand it and visited Joe Bai only to find his territory had grown from a town to a city. She was thrilled. Her friend was amazing. Joe Bai was happy to see her too, treated her warmly, and sent her home with delicious food and a letter for her grandfather. She thought her grandfather would keep her grounded, but instead, he made her a messenger between them. She enjoyed it. She got to visit Joe Bai every day, eat good food, and have fun. Soon, she was sharing treats with her siblings. As for Suyeso, after reading the scroll, he put it away and went to find the other dragons. When he returned, he looked much more relaxed. Father, how did it go? Iskandar asked, knowing a bit of the situation. The elders agreed to cooperate, Suyeso replied. Iskandar was shocked. If the elders agreed, the chances of success were high. I never expected the first human I met after the prophecy would be the one to turn things around, Suyeso said, glancing at Philia. Fool's luck. Iskandar relaxed. A sliver of hope, finally grasped. If possible, I hope my descendants can soar freely in the sky. Suyeso nodded. Dragons are meant to be free. Even if they become someone's mount, it should be by choice, not force. Wow, this is delicious. Sis, bring more tomorrow, I'm getting hungrier. Then give me some gold coins. Why? You want free food and you're greedy? Pay up for more. Never mind. You're so stingy. I don't have as much gold as you. The little dragon's bickering reached Suyeso and the others, making them smile. The shadow over the dragons was finally lifting. They looked forward to the day it would disappear completely. As conditions worsened, all of Stan Continent was ready to strike back. Author's note ***, 4 chapters in 1. With the 4 from this morning, today is a massive update. You can probably tell the story's ending is near. I'm reluctant too, but due to certain constraints, this is the best I can do. Love you all. Hope City. After being upgraded to a level 2 city, the territory gained quite a few new public buildings, most of which were related to production and agriculture. In addition, there were 2 special buildings this time. Building, Prayer Hall. Level 1. Function, accommodates a large number of believers, registers the name of a god, and allows you to pray to them. Building, Replication Tower. Level 1. Function. Given enough time and materials, it can replicate anything. When these 2 special buildings appeared, Joe Bai felt both worried and pleasantly surprised. She was worried about the former, the appearance of the prayer hall. Did it mean that person had already become a god? But she was delighted by the latter. If the replication tower could truly replicate anything, then Hope City could mass-produce large-scale weapons. As for materials, with supplies from several major kingdoms, Hope City was hardly lacking. Recently, all territories, including Hope City, had been continuously manufacturing all kinds of weapons. But when it comes to weapons, especially in times of crisis, no one ever thinks they have enough. Joe Bai was no exception. So, without hesitation, she built the replication tower. After the replication tower was constructed and upgraded, Joe Bai was truly amazed. Currently, the highest level for buildings in Hope City was level 8. Once the replication tower was upgraded to level 8, what was originally a single-story building instantly rose to 8 stories. Each floor could replicate 1 type of weapon. This meant Joe Bai could replicate 8 types of weapons at once. So she built it immediately. Only the prayer hall remained undecided since the upgrade. But she knew that, with this building placed before her, it was something she couldn't avoid. Thinking about how the special buildings in her territory had helped both her and Hope City, she finally made up her mind. Build it. As long as she didn't allow anyone to pray there for now, it would be fine. She also wanted to see, had that person truly become a god? After Zhou Bai chose to construct it, the prayer hall's icon appeared. She didn't upgrade it or place it immediately. Instead, she left her office, planning to put it in a secluded corner and assign someone to keep watch. As Zhou Bai left her office, she ran right into Bear, who had come looking for her. "What's up?" Zhou Bai asked. "It's just some matters in the territory." "My lord, where are you headed?" Bear replied, especially noticing Zhou Bai's hurried look. "It's related to another special building. You're just in time, come with me to check it out, and bring 2 people to keep watch as well," Zhou Bai said directly. Bear agreed at once. In fact, when the new buildings appeared this time, many residents had gone to check them out, but most noticed that there was one less special building than usual. However, compared to other territories, Hope City already had a lot of buildings, and their functions seemed even more unique, so after a brief mention, everyone forgot about it. Now it seemed the missing special building was just too special. Bear couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. What kind of building could make their lord so hesitant? Soon, the 2 of them left the lord's manor. Stepping outside, the prosperity of the entire territory was on full display. Hope City's population was now close to 4 million, making it a true metropolis with a constant flow of people. Today's special weather was land desertification. Thanks to the territory's bountiful harvest adjustment, the situation was somewhat alleviated, but people walking on the streets could still end up with a mouthful of sand. Even so, it didn't dampen people's enthusiasm for going out. Plenty of adventurer teams were still heading out to hunt, having bought masks and goggles from the tailor's shop. Within the territory, everyone was also wearing masks and goggles. After the fog mirror incident, goggles had become a trend in all major territories. Later, it was discovered that goggles were actually a major piece of equipment, protecting eyes during many natural disasters, so they quickly became a bestseller. Masks, on the other hand, were a product of sandstorm weather. When it came to special weather, Hope City could be said to always have a solution. The whole territory was extremely resourceful. Usually, once something was manufactured, it would be sold to other territories in no time. After all, Hope City was now recognized as the manufacturing capital, producing everything from equipment and weapons to other goods on a large scale. Besides the equipment, the people moving about the territory were also quite diverse. Humans, goblins, elves, dwarves, beastmen, undead, all the major races could be found in Hope City. Especially the beastmen, who were even more varied. Tiger folk, dog folk, minotaurs, go folk, fox beastmen, eagle beastmen. There were even elephant beastmen, whose size was 10 or 20 times that of an ordinary beastman. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an elephant beastman was walking down the middle of the street, taking up most of the road, forcing others to walk around his feet. He was currently blocking the entrance to a fruit shop, stretching out his trunk. The shop owner happily placed fruit on his trunk, which the elephant beast man then curled up and brought to his mouth. With special weather occurring so frequently, all territories had shifted their agriculture toward grains and vegetables, so fruit had become scarce and expensive. Now, with a big spending customer, the shop owner couldn't be happier. Hey, you've already eaten your entire day's wages. Stop eating, let's head out. Hunt more magic beasts, and you can eat more later. Someone, seeing the elephant beast man inhaling fruit like crazy, quickly grabbed his leg and started dragging him toward the city gate. The elephant beast man looked a bit reluctant, but with his good-natured personality, he followed along. As for the elves, they were gathered around a barbecue stall, one specially set up for them, grilling only vegetables, since elves didn't eat meat. Other races all had their own consumption habits. They all felt very much at home in Hope City. Seeing this, Zhou Bai felt quite happy. How wonderful it was for all races to coexist under the same sky. She only hoped this happiness could last forever. Soon after, Zhou Bai led Bear and 2 soldiers to an open space. It was in the special buildings area, but compared to the others, this spot was extremely inconspicuous. She didn't upgrade it, just placed it at level 1. After placement, a building resembling a church appeared before them. After instructing the soldiers to guard the entrance and allow no one in, Joe Bai and Bayer went inside. Have you ever seen a building like this before? Joe Bai asked. Bayer shook his head. No. On the Stan continent, no one has ever worshipped a god, so naturally there have never been buildings like this. Now that it's appeared, does it mean that person has already become a god? Bayer's heart tightened. If he had, could they even fight him? I don't know, but I don't think so, Joe Bai replied. Now, we can test it and see. The prayer hall says you have to register a god's name before you can pray. I know his name. If I can register it, it means he's become a god. If not, we can use the prayer hall to learn about his status. Joe Bai had already thought this through on the way. If it was the former, there was nothing they could do. But if it was the latter, they still had a chance. All their preparations were based on the latter. So now, she was going to take the gamble. All right. Bayer nodded and waited to the side. At this moment, Joe Bai took action. She entered Joe Bai. Sorry, no such god found. Bayer looked over at Joe Bai. Joe Bai coughed lightly. I just wanted to test if entering a name would create a god. I don't want this building to benefit the other side. She was just being cautious. After confirming there would be no such effect, Joe Bai formally entered the name Lucas. As soon as she did, a statue began to appear on the altar. When she saw the statue forming, Joe Bai felt as if she was about to split apart. Had he really become a god already? She held her breath, waiting for the statue to take shape. But when it reached the lower half, the color changed. The upper half of the statue was like white jade, shining with a luster, while the lower half was just ordinary stone. When it was fully formed, a line of text appeared. Demigod body. Currently unable to accept prayers. Seeing this, Joe Bai let out a long sigh of relief. So Lucas hasn't become a god yet. Yes! Bayer's face showed a hint of delight. With this statue, we can monitor his progress toward godhood and decide when to act. Exactly. Joe Bai was also pleased she had bet correctly. Then she said to Bayer, please invite the Elven Queen, the Beast King, Lord Guilt, and the Lords of the 5 great cities. Yes, Bayer replied. This invitation was sent in the name of Hope City. As the city lord, Bayer was fully qualified to do so. While Joe Bai waited, Bayer respectfully drafted the invitations and sent them via magic scroll to the recipients. The others were the highest leaders of each kingdom. As for the human kingdom, no one could claim to rule the entire nation, so Joe Bai chose the 5 great cities. To this day, the 5 great cities remain the strongest and most representative territories of the human kingdom. Hope City, by now, was among the top territories, but Joe Bai had never intended to shoulder the burden of saving the world alone. Such responsibility should fall to those meant to bear it. Her role was, first, to strengthen herself and, second, to use her unique perspective to assist these territories. She believed they would all come. And just as Joe Bai expected, upon receiving the invitation from Hope City, all the lords arrived. Since they were all already at the legendary level, they didn't even need to go through the quest center. They could use the magic scroll's information to teleport directly to the location. Elven Queen Fildois has entered Hope City. Beast King Sorensen has entered Hope City. Guilt City Lord Guilt has entered Hope City. Saint Sebastian City Lord Saint Sua has entered Hope City. Sterling City Lord Darko has entered Hope City. Vitali City Lord Celia has entered Hope City. Parkhurst City Lord Bevan has entered Hope City. Bridge City Lord Greller has entered Hope City. The 8 of them appeared one after another at the entrance to the prayer hall. After exchanging glances, they entered together. Saint Sua looked around as he entered, surprised to learn this was Hope City's new building. He had long heard that Hope City's special buildings were unique, but he hadn't expected something like this. It seemed Hope City truly was favored by the heavens. Celia noticed Saint Sua's expression and snorted softly. She had always disliked his superior attitude, as if he was above everyone else. But lately, he had stopped stirring up trouble with his territories and focused on development, making him a bit more tolerable. As for the others, their eyes darted among the group, especially when they saw the representatives from the Elven, Dwarven, and Beastman kingdoms. They gained a deeper understanding of Hope City's influence. The rapid rise of Hope City made the Dukes feel a bit complicated. It had happened so fast, it put pressure on them. But unlike Saint Sebastian, who always tried to take the lead, Hope City's approach was cooperative. Recently, they had even traded many non-magical weapon blueprints. Those blueprints were extremely valuable, and they could buy them with just ores and materials. Their impression of Hope City was quite positive. Most importantly, Hope City had the support of the elves, dwarves, and beastmen. Oh, and the undead. They'd heard that Hope City had hired several legendary undead mages from the Undead Kingdom and even built an academy, the Immortal Academy. Any undead who graduated from the academy could become a Hope City soldier. It was practically a cheat. Hope City's rise was truly a matter of timing, geography, and unity. The fact that everyone arrived so quickly after the invitation showed Hope City's influence. While everyone was lost in thought, Jobai was already waiting at the entrance to greet them. Before they could even exchange greetings, their eyes were drawn to the statue on the altar. Lucas! Elven Queen Phildois exclaimed in shock at the statue. The others' expressions changed as well. Lucas? The very one responsible for the apocalyptic crisis on the Stan continent? Why was his statue here? Everyone's gaze fell on Jobai. This is the function of our territory's special building, the prayer hall. After registering a god's name, you can pray to them. I tried registering his name, and the prayer hall gave this result. He is currently a demigod. Jobai pointed to the statue. I think that when the whole statue turns to white jade, that's when he'll become a god. If we're going to act, it must be before then. That's why I invited you all, to coordinate our timing. The Elven Queen and others who already knew Jobai's plan remained calm. But Saint Sua and the 4 dukes were anything but calm. They were going to take on a demigod? After the initial shock, Saint Seva and his group quickly composed themselves. After all, the best way to end the apocalypse on the Stan continent was to deal with the true culprit. Dealing with Luchis was their only option at the moment. Otherwise, all that awaited them was death. Faced with the choice between others dying or themselves, of course they chose the former. Looking at Jobai and the others' calm expressions, Saint Seva and his companions became even more certain that Jobai had probably already united the other races. Saint Seva looked at Jobai. We still don't know your specific plan. Can you tell us? What can we do to help? In fact, Saint Seva and his group suddenly realized that the information they possessed was far less than what Jobai and her group knew. After learning this, what was he thinking? Maybe he was trying to see if he could use the opportunity to unify the continent? And the others? They were just trying to prevent their own territories from suffering losses, working hard to strengthen their own domains. Compared to what Hope City had done, Saint Seva and the 4 Grand Dukes all felt a bit ashamed. Inwardly, they secretly vowed to do more from now on. Seeing the seriousness on their faces, Jobai turned to the Elven Queen. The Elven Queen didn't say much, just took out a contract scroll. The contract stated that nothing discussed today could be disclosed to anyone else. It wasn't that Jobai didn't trust them, but she simply wasn't willing to take any risks. Saint Seva and his group gave Jobai a deep look, but still signed their names without hesitation. Saint Seva was the first to sign. Recently, after hearing about Saint Seva's actions, Jobai's impression of him had improved somewhat. At least he hadn't stubbornly insisted on his own way to the bitter end. If, at this point, Saint Seva was still fixated on uniting the entire human kingdom, she definitely wouldn't have let him come. Once everyone had signed and the contract took effect, Jobai shared all the information she knew. After hearing it, Saint Seva and his group were completely dumbfounded. Luchis, a demigod, had constructed a magic array in the Undead Kingdom, which was absorbing the magic of the entire Stan continent to help him ascend to godhood. And the undead and dragons were his chosen divine followers. Luchis' ascension wasn't just his own doing, behind him was the will of the world itself, pushing for the advancement of civilization on the Stan continent. Defeating Lucchese might not even be enough to resolve the apocalypse, but if they didn't deal with him, they were definitely doomed. Hope City had already found the core of the magic array and was preparing to take out Lucchese. To do so, Hope City had built many villages in the Undead Kingdom and buried large quantities of gunpowder produced by Hope City outside these villages. When the time was right, they would blow up the magic array. Once it was destroyed, Lucchese's path to godhood would be cut off, and half the apocalyptic crisis would be resolved. As for the other half, aside from dealing with Lucchese, it depended on whether the technological civilization they were developing on the foundation of magic could satisfy the world's will. Regardless, they had to deal with Lucchese first, leaving the world's will with no other choice. That would greatly increase their chances of survival. They understood every word, but when put together, it all sounded incomprehensible. It really made them feel foolish. Saint Seva and the 4 Grand Dukes stared intently at Jobai, their eyes full of complicated emotions. This was someone who had only been on the Stan continent for less than half a year, yet had figured out the continent's crisis and come up with a solution. All they needed to do was contribute their strength. Meeting their gaze, Jobai also felt a little awkward. But she had made her judgments and preparations based on her experience from Blue Star. As for why she hadn't told them earlier, well, before she had enough strength, would anyone have cared what she said? Clearing her throat, Jobai continued, "Anyway, our first priority now is to deal with Lucchese. I was planning to find you all in the next few days, but after Hope City's recent upgrade, a building called the Prayer Hall appeared. I tried it out, and now I know Lucchese is only a demigod, and we can monitor his progress towards godhood. We need to seize this opportunity and prepare. Once we're ready, we can launch our attack at any time." She continued without hesitation, "By the way, the Dragon Clan is also willing to join us against Lucchese. When we counterattack, they'll support us. The undead as well. A few legendary undead mages have agreed to help, but they have one condition." By now, Saint Seva and the others were already numb with shock. Hope City was truly something else. And this Lord of Hope City was even more impressive. She'd managed to unite all the races. The Dragon Clan, they hadn't seen them in years. And the undead, well, they were practically Hope City's exclusive cheat code by now, so that was no surprise. "What's their condition?" Saint Seva finally asked. "The Undead Kingdom wants to be able to move freely on the Stan continent in the future, without being ostracized just because they're considered a dark race," Jobai replied. Saint Seva listened and glanced at the others. The 4 Grand Dukes, led by Syria, quickly said, "We agree." "So do we," said the Elven Queen, Beast King, and others, without any objections. In fact, after seeing the undead in Hope City, they realized they weren't much different from humans, just a bit special. Besides, the undead were inherently powerful. Previously, they'd been trapped on an island, probably due to that someone's handiwork. Now that he was going to die, the undead might rise to prominence. Since that was the case, why not just agree and earn some goodwill? Seeing their agreement, Jobai produced another contract. Saint Seva and his group signed without hesitation. Then Jobai paused and spoke again. "By the way, Hope City has contributed a lot to organizing this alliance, right?" "What do you want?" Saint Seva asked. The others also looked at Jobai, wondering what her goal was. Jobai produced yet another contract. "This request is for the goblins. They're an intelligent race of the Stan continent, but they've never had the rights they deserve. I hope their race can exist independently, with their own territory, to build their own kingdom," Jobai said earnestly. "The goblins have done a lot for Hope City, and they're still working hard to make weapons for us and for the continent. Are you willing to give them this chance?" When Jobai finished, everyone paused. Honestly, if Jobai hadn't brought it up, no one would have paid attention to the goblins. They'd always been subordinate to other races. Did it matter if they had their own kingdom or territory? Not really. But now, Jobai stood up for them, using her own interests to win them this right. The fact that goblins now had resident status was already thanks to Hope City's protection. But now, Jobai was willing to give them even more. To the others, it was just a matter of a name. Of course, said Elven Queen Phildis, signing her name without hesitation. Beast King Sorensen and Dwarf Representative Guilt also signed, out of respect for Zhou Bai. Saint Seva and the 4 Grand Dukes, seeing Zhou Bai's sincerity, signed as well. After signing, Duke Syria of the 4 Grand Dukes said to Zhou Bai, I like you. Let's be friends. Zhou Bai put away the scroll, smiled at Syria, and said, sure. At that moment, Zhou Bai truly felt fulfilled. Next, it's time for everyone to prepare. Gather all legendary professionals. Once we blow up the Undead Kingdom's magic array, we'll take down Lucci's, Zhou Bai said firmly. The others nodded. Once everything was settled, everyone glanced at Lucci's statue, then disappeared from the spot. Zhou Bai, looking at her full harvest, also left the prayer hall. At the entrance, Bayer was waiting, along with many Hope City residents and visitors who had come after hearing the news. After all, people had seen the Elven Queen, Beast King, the strongest Dwarf Lord, Saint Seva, and the 4 Grand Dukes all show up at this special building. Of course, they were curious about what had happened. Feels like Hope City is secretly up to something big. Yeah, so many big shots. Is it just me, or does Hope City have a lot of face? They managed to invite all these bigwigs. Wow, something major must be happening. Probably related to the apocalypse crisis. Yeah, but it looks like the discussion is over now. By the way, when did our territory get a special building? It was built during yesterday's upgrade. Didn't they say one was missing? Now it's here. Prayer hall? For praying. Let's go in and take a look. No, they're not letting anyone in. If they're not letting us in, then let's not go. There must be a reason. Let's go. The residents and visitors of Hope City craned their necks curiously, but even so, when they saw Zhou Bai, no one stopped her to ask questions. Instead, they greeted her warmly. Zhou Bai smiled at the residents, then left with Bayer. But she headed toward the Immortal Academy. Arriving at the principal's office, she knocked, got a response, and went in. Bayer waited outside. The principal of Immortal Academy was Valentina, the highest magic legendary undead mage in the Undead Kingdom. Looks like your influence is even greater than I thought, Valentina said as soon as she saw Zhou Bai, knowing Zhou Bai could deliver what she wanted. That's only natural. The undead are part of the Stan continent too, Zhou Bai said, handing over the contract scroll. Valentina read it carefully, word by word. Finally, she said to Zhou Bai, I want you to publish this contract in your territory's newspaper. I don't want to wait until after we succeed. I want to see right now that the undead are free. All right, Zhou Bai agreed. She paused, then produced another contract. Since the undead are part of the continent, shouldn't you sign this one too? Valentina took it and saw it was the contract recognizing the goblin status. She gave Zhou Bai a surprised look, then signed her name with a flourish. I'll have it printed and sold to other territories right away, Undead Kingdom on the front, Goblin Kingdom on the back, Zhou Bai said. Valentina didn't object. Her goal had been achieved. As for the goblins, well, meeting Hope City and Zhou Bai was their good fortune. Then Valentina asked, and about dealing with Lucci's? What's the plan? Once we're ready, all legendary professionals will join in. We'll take him down in one go. Zhou Bai replied forcefully. Will the battle be in the Undead Kingdom? Valentina asked directly. Yes. Don't worry, the Undead Kingdom is our ally now. If it gets destroyed, the other races will work together to help rebuild it. Then the standards should be like Hope City's. Valentina shot Zhou Bai a sidelong glance. She really liked Hope City's style. Zhou Bai nodded. No problem. She'd just provide the blueprints, she wouldn't be paying for it all herself. Maybe Hope City's construction teams could even get a big contract. Of course, all this depended on the plan going smoothly. Would it go smoothly? She believed it would. Because if they didn't fight with everything they had, they'd die for sure. After Zhou Bai left, she handed the 2 contracts to Bayer, instructing him to have them printed in the latest issue of the newspaper. Reading the contents, Bayer, as an undead, was deeply moved. Although he considered himself a Hope City resident, having the undead recognized by all races was a wonderful thing. As for the other contract, Bayer was also a bit emotional. The goblins were lucky to have such a kind-hearted lord. Hope City's newspaper industry was already very developed. Not long after the news was sent out, the papers were printed and distributed to other territories. Hope City residents habitually bought a copy to read. Right away, they saw the main page's core statement from the Undead Kingdom, with the names of all the race representatives and Human Kingdom representatives below. There's nothing wrong with the undead. Yeah, our Hope City undead are worth 2 of anyone else. Our city lord is undead too. It's great that the Undead Kingdom is officially recognized. As they chatted, someone noticed the statement on the back of the paper. Huh? Goblin Kingdom. Goblins. Hope City must have requested this for them. That's nice. Goblins are good for more than just mining now. They're really capable. Congratulations to them. In the advanced alchemy workshop, a goblin rushed in holding a newspaper. This is a weapons workshop. Why are you running around like that? If you mess up the weapon forging, I'll clobber you. Smol scolded the flustered goblin out of habit. Chief, look. The goblin hurriedly handed the newspaper to Smol. Smol glanced at it casually, then froze, snatched the paper, and read every word of the statement carefully. His eyes instantly reddened. Chief, our goblin race has its own kingdom now. They all recognize us as an independent race. No more goblin slaves from now on. The goblin was so excited he repeated himself several times. Everyone in the workshop heard and looked over. Another goblin chief, Mills, came over and read the paper too. After reading, Mills took a deep breath and addressed the goblins working there. All the races of Stan Continent have recognized us as an independent race. From today on, we have our own goblin kingdom. The goblins were stunned, but the next moment, many of them burst into tears. Remember, it was Hope City that won this for us. We must never forget their kindness. Let's keep working hard to produce weapons for Hope City. Hearing Mills's words, the goblins responded without hesitation. Work. We'll work ourselves to death if we have to. They'd gladly die for Hope City, let alone just work hard. The newspaper quickly spread to other territories. Many lords saw the deeper meaning. The statement was about the Undead Kingdom's future freedom and the founding of the Goblin Kingdom. But in reality, it meant all the races had formed an alliance. Something big was about to happen on the Stan Continent. Sure enough, before a day had passed, Saint Seva and the other 4 great cities began recruiting legendary professionals from all human kingdoms. Even without knowing the details, all territories agreed to the call. Facing the worsening environment, everyone knew that only by uniting could they survive. They could also see that recruiting only legendary professionals meant only they were qualified to participate in this battle. The other territories could only focus on making weapons, strengthening defenses, and increasing their own strength to withstand the worsening weather and increasingly fierce beast tides. At that moment, countless legendary professionals rushed to the nearest of the 5 great cities. And outside the human kingdoms, the Elf Kingdom, Beastman Kingdom, and Dwarf Kingdom were all making preparations as well. Of course, while Hope City didn't have people to join the battle, they were responsible for preparing the explosives to destroy the magic array. In this way, after a full month of preparation, when the petrification of the statue reached Lucches's legs, Joe Bai was ready to act. Clearly, the higher the degree of petrification, the stronger Lucches became. Since they were ready, they couldn't give him any more chances to grow stronger. On the day they prepared to act, the strange weather suddenly stopped. At that moment, Joe Bai understood one thing. The worlds will had been watching all along. So, for the sake of all the races on the Stan Continent, Lucches must die. Today was a rare sunny day. When the countless residents of Hope City woke up, they were all stunned. But before they could celebrate, they noticed something strange in their territory. All the undead that had filled the territory had vanished without a trace. How did they know? Because for the past month, vast numbers of undead had flooded into Hope City. Everywhere you went, there were undead. So, When they suddenly disappeared overnight, how could people not find it odd? Everyone knows all the territories have been preparing for war this past month. What do you think we're preparing for? Must be to fight a boss, right? Who's the big boss? No idea, but it must be someone powerful. The 5 great cities led by St. Sebastian have summoned all the legendary professionals from the human kingdoms. Looks like a real war. Hey, I heard the Orc Kingdom is mobilizing too. How do you know about the Orc Kingdom? Because a legendary orc came to work in Hope City before. A legendary orc needs to work? Just for a bite to eat. Looks like it's not just the human and orc kingdoms. I bet the elves and dwarves are involved too. Heavens! With such a big mobilization, who could this boss be? We've never heard of them. I have a suspicion. Spit it out. Over a month ago, our territory got a special building, the Chapel of Prayer. That day, all the kings and representatives of every race came, right? The conscription order came right after that. Something must have been discovered in the chapel. The chapel is for believers to pray. And who do you pray to? A god, obviously. No way, is the big boss a god? It's really possible. No, it's probably not a god, but someone trying to become one. The magic elements on the Stan continent have been disappearing. Where did they go? According to the law of conservation of energy, either they're somewhere in this world or someone absorbed them. Looks like this boss absorbed them and all the kingdoms found out, so now it's a final battle. You've got quite the imagination. I'm just being logical. This boss is probably a demigod and not fully formed yet, so everyone's going to fight them. I agree with your analysis. So, what can we do? Obviously, a demigod's battle isn't something ordinary people like us can join. Look, they only conscripted legendary professionals. Hey, what about all the undead in our territory? Can they fight? I get it. The boss must be in the undead kingdom. How do you know? I'm just guessing. Look, in the past few months, we've had so many undead in our territory, especially this last month, it was packed. The undead kingdom must be the battlefield, so the undead had to move out. And remember when we had a water shortage, but suddenly had endless water, not just for us, but for other territories too? I thought it was stockpiling, but now I think it came from the undead kingdom, where magic elements are still normal. Your explanation actually makes a lot of sense. There's one way to check, go to the chapel and see if there's a statue of a god. But isn't it off limits? Let's go take a look. Soon enough, quite a few people went to check out the chapel. When they came back, someone hurriedly reported. It's true. There's a statue inside, half jade, half stone, with a plaque that says, Demigod Lucas. No way, it really is a god. Luckily, just a demigod for now. You're amazing, you guessed right. Hee, just logical deduction. Sigh, facing such a big boss, we can't even help. I want to fight for the end times too. Hey, don't jinx it. The real warriors are preparing for battle, and you're Jew. You're just. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, a massive alarm bell rang out over the entire territory. Everyone listened intently. Once they confirmed the signal, they were all shocked. A beast tide. The territory didn't level up. Why is there a beast tide? Huh. Didn't you just say you wanted to fight for the apocalypse? Here's your chance. You mean? We're trying to wipe out the god boss, and the god boss is trying to wipe us out. This beast tide must be fiercer than ever. Whoa, I was just talking. It's not your fault. Even if you didn't say it, the beast tide would have come. This isn't just targeting Hope City, it's the whole world. This is the real end times war. Let's go. To the city gates, to defend our territory. Charge. As long as the territory stands, we stand. If it falls, we fall. The professionals of Hope City sprang into action. The soldiers were already stationed at every gate, well organized. On the fourth military fortress, Bear and Zhou Zhangping watched the gathering beast horde with heavy hearts. The Lord was right after all, Bear sighed. Of course. Once the path of civilization is set, it's not easily changed, Zhou Zhangping said. But we'll show them our determination. Yes, every territory has worked so hard for this. We won't lose easily. Fight to the end, Zhou Zhangping said resolutely. It's time to use the weapons Hope City has hidden for so long, Bear said. The Lord has prepared for this day. As he spoke, countless cannons appeared atop the fourth fortress wall. Heavy rocket launchers, guided rockets, lettered rocket launchers, storm rocket launchers. Besides artillery, there were other large-scale modern weapons. All soldiers quickly loaded ammunition. Below, tanks stood ready to crush any beasts that broke through. Soldiers' backpacks were filled with mines and grenades. Almost instantly, the beast horde reached the fourth fortress. At Zhou Zhongping's command, open fire. The ground outside the city shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosion stunned even the professionals rushing to the scene. What was happening? Some Hope City residents recognized the modern weapons. Whoa, so many modern weapons. When did our territory get all this firepower? They even have guns, tanks, rocket launchers. Our territory is just awesome. Many native residents didn't know what these weapons were, but seeing the beasts outside being blown to bits, they instantly understood these were powerful weapons. Some beasts will get through the firepower. Your job is to take care of any that slip in, a soldier instructed the professionals. Got it, they replied without hesitation. They were prepared to fight to the death for their territory, but to find out there were so many secret weapons, life in Hope City was just too good. Kill, kill, kill. Leave none alive. Defend the territory, defend Hope City. Shouts rang out over Hope City. And it wasn't just Hope City, the entire Stan continent was under siege by rampaging beasts. In the past, territories might have struggled. But after months of rebuilding and preparation, and with the help of modern weapons, were they afraid? Not at all. Amidst the flames of war, they fought to the last man. At this moment, facing the ferocious beast tide, everyone was in a frenzy. The entire Stan continent was engulfed in war, and the Undead Kingdom was no exception. The undead placed explosives in designated spots, then most returned to Hope City. Seeing the city at war, they joined in without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhou Bai received the news. At that moment, Zhou Bai was sitting on Philia's back, surrounded by legendary professionals of every race. They hovered high above the Undead Kingdom. On Stan continent, the beast tide is besieging the cities, Zhou Bai reported to the others. We've received the news too, confirmed Elf Queen Phildis, looking at Zhou Bai in surprise. You guessed right. I just thought, once a plan is set in motion, it's rarely abandoned at the last moment, Zhou Bai said. Besides, the other side wants a divine civilization, which is far more advanced than our current tech magic civilization. If they didn't need so many of our lives as the price, maybe a divine civilization would be better. His words left everyone silent. If they could choose power, they'd choose godhood too. It was just a matter of opposing sides now. Let's get started then, the Elf Queen sighed. It's already begun, Zhou Bai replied. As he spoke, in the Undead Kingdom, Heidi and the other undead threw a massive fireball at the designated spot. The moment it landed, all undead evacuated. The Undead Kingdom erupted in flames. As the fire spread, explosions began. At first, they were small, but soon they grew louder and more intense, until a massive force exploded within the Undead Kingdom. Boom! With a huge roar, the entire Undead Kingdom shook, and a giant mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Even from a distance, many were knocked back by the shockwave. Many legendary professionals turned to Zhou Bai. They knew Hope City had secret weapons, but they never imagined their power would be so great. If they'd been inside, they'd have been blown to pieces. Instantly, everyone clutched the gifts Zhou Bai had just given them. They hadn't thought much of them before. Now, they realized even non-magical weapons could be this deadly. You should go, the Elf Queen said to Zhou Bai. He's awake. As she spoke, a terrifying aura spread out. Demigod Lucas had awakened. The magic array in the Undead Kingdom was broken. Powerful magic surged from the Undead Kingdom, spreading outward. The miasma that once shrouded the kingdom vanished. Let's go. Zhou Bai wanted to stay, but knew she'd only be a burden. She turned to Philia. She'd done all she could, now it was someone else's turn. Okay, Philia replied, flying Zhou Bai away. As they left, Jobai saw a powerful aura rise from the undead kingdom. It took the form of a giant soul. Everyone beneath him was like an ant. Fortunately, his upper body was solid, but his lower half was still ethereal. That meant he hadn't truly become a god, he didn't have true divine power. Who did this? A furious roar echoed across the Stan continent. Many territories paused mid-battle stunned. Whoa, who was that? Felt like it came from far away. Could it be the undead kingdom? Why do you say that? Just a feeling. The voice wasn't just loud, it hit your soul. If you're right, then the real war has started there. If it's begun there, it's begun here too. Never mind, let's get back to fighting beasts. Charge. After the shock, everyone threw themselves back into battle. Jobai, even far away, still heard the roar. At that moment, she truly felt the power of a god. But she didn't think it was good for such power to be in the hands of one person. If one person held the fate of the world, what if they lost control? The world would be doomed. She looked up at the sky, as if sending this thought to the world's consciousness. Whether it heard or not, she'd said her piece. Then another furious, "Who did this?" rang out. Sensing the boss's rage, Jobai grinned. Haha, it felt great to mess with the big boss. Soon, Jobai returned to Hope City. The battle there was raging. When she rode her dragon back, many noticed. The Lord is back. Yes, I'm back. I'll be ready to repair our territory and supply you with weapons and food. Fight well. Jobai called out. Yes. She landed beside Bear and Zhou Jumping. How'd it go over there? Bear asked, worried. No idea. I'm not high enough level, so they wouldn't let me stay. But the guy was pretty pissed, so I'd say things went well. You probably heard him too, Jobai replied. It reached all the way here? Zhou Jumping realized just how extraordinary divine power was. He's hundreds of times our size. If he succeeds, he'll rule the world. Makes sense, Jobai said. But unlucky for him, he ran into us. No choice, if he didn't die, they would. They could only fight to block his path. Will you keep commanding the battle? Zhou Zhiping asked. I'll leave it to you. I'm going to the chapel. I can check the statue to see how the battle's going. I'll also handle logistics and see if our allied territories need help. Jobai had prepared a lot over the past month. She'd spent the last of her millions of gold coins buying up all sorts of materials, draining the territory's residents of resources with their consent. This centralized resources. The materials were made into weapons, equipment, and stored in Hope City's warehouses. Only then did she feel secure. Now, with an unprecedented beast tide, her secret worries had come true. Okay, we'll handle the battle, Zhou Zhiping said. Good. With that, Jobai and Philia headed into the city. They arrived at the simple chapel. Philia, go play at the manor. I'll wait here. Okay, Philia replied sweetly, heading off. Jobai entered the chapel and saw Lucas's statue. Now, more of it was stone. She couldn't help but feel happy. Their side was winning. But it was clear no battle is won in a day or two. Day 2, the battle continued. Day 3, the battle continued. Day 4, still fighting. Day 27, still fighting. Day 28, Jobai visited the chapel as usual. Now, only Lucas's head was jade, the rest was stone. The plaque now read, Remains of a God. Jobai knew, the final battle was just days away. She'd thought that killing Lucas would end it, but after so many days, she realized something. The beast tide and Lucas were interconnected. In other words, it was a battle of fate. If Stan Continent defeated the beast tide, Lucas would lose his magic support. So only if they won could the Elf Queen's side prevail. Of course, Jobai hadn't been idle. She ensured all fighters had food, weapons, equipment, and potions. She also supplied weaker territories with resources, though not for free, but in exchange for gold or goods. Only this way could she prevent freeloaders. Most territories did their best. At first, people were relaxed. But after 28 days, everyone knew if they didn't hold on, only death awaited. No territory held back. Even so, countless territories fell to the beasts. Fortunately, all territories had opened their gates at the start, so those who couldn't hold out could retreat and fight elsewhere. Still, every day, countless people died. No one feared, no one retreated. Everyone chose to fight. Day 29, 538 territories left. Day 30, 389 left. Day 31, 263 left. On this day, the remaining territories noticed. The beast tide was weakening. Finally, Hope City's battle ended. All the beasts in its range were wiped out. At that moment, no one dared believe it. We won. We won. Whoa, it's finally over. I died twice already. I died 3 times. So you're just an ordinary person now. Just being alive is enough. Yeah, being alive is enough. As Hope City's battle ended, good news came from other territories. St. Sebastian City, beast tide over. Guild City, beast tide over. Sorensen City, beast tide over. Sterling City, beast tide over. Mountain City, beast tide over. Green Plains City, beast tide over. Good news poured in. Jobai let out a long breath and went straight to the chapel. As she entered, the statue shattered. Sorry, no such god found. They'd won. Victory. A surge of emotion welled up inside Jobai. At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. The evolution of civilization is accompanied by slaughter and bloodshed. Death and destruction bring new life. When her mind cleared, that sentence was deeply engraved in her memory. Was this the complete prophecy? Was the world's consciousness telling her something? Maybe. Death and destruction. The world's consciousness once thought it would be the living beings of Stan Continent, but maybe it was the god it had supported? Whatever the case. She won. They won. As Jobai realized this, everyone in every territory on Stan Continent realized it too. At that moment, the world erupted in celebration. A month later, the aftermath of the war had faded, and the surviving territories were working hard to recover. Even though many faced devastation, they all knew. Their future held only hope, no more doomsday. Hope City had become an unignorable presence among all territories. No one would forget Hope City's contributions. As for Jobai, she quickly restored Hope City's vitality. While other territories were still slowly recovering, Hope City was already back to its pre-war state. That's what happens when you're rich. Congratulations, host. Your territory has advanced from a level 2 to a level 3 city. Territory area increased tenfold. Reward: 40,000 gold coins. Delighted, Jobai upgraded Hope City and began building on the map. Now, the Stan Continent was at peace and all races interacted harmoniously. With so many territories destroyed, many new ones were being built, but countless people chose to settle in Hope City. Except for the residential buildings, all commercial properties belonged to the territory, in other words, to Jobai. Now, Jobai finally achieved her old goal: to be a carefree landlady. She never thought she'd realize this dream in another world, not on Blue Star. Dad, Mom, you can keep traveling around Stan Continent now. Elf Kingdom, Dwarf Kingdom, Orc Kingdom, Undead Kingdom, Goblin Kingdom, and the Dragons. You can visit them all. After the war, all races resumed contact and trade flourished. Territory wars were a thing of the past. Even if anyone wanted to fight, after a month of nonstop war, everyone was sick of it. Zhou Zhengping and Ding Qiro watched their daughter lounging around again and couldn't help but laugh. All right, Jobai grinned, ready to go relax with Philia on a beautiful island for a couple of weeks. As for the territory's rent, Bayer and the others could handle it. Why worry? She did as she said. That day, Jobai and Philia went to a beautiful uninhabited island. They set up different-sized lounge chairs and umbrellas, sipped drinks, and listened to the waves. Before she knew it, Jobai drifted off to sleep. A familiar drowsiness crept over her. Help us, help us. In her dream, she saw Blue Star. Blue Star was facing its own apocalypse. Countless beasts had descended, and many people had received Lord tokens, building territories on Blue Star. But as time passed, the power gap widened, and defending territories became harder. Many territories fell, leaving only a few under national control, struggling to hold on. They needed help. The next moment, Joe Bai woke up. Her heart was heavy. What's wrong? Philia sensed Joe Bai's mood and asked. She'd been so happy just a moment ago. Our world is facing an apocalypse too, Joe Bai said. It's calling for help. But you can't help, you're in different worlds? Philia said. Just then, a voice sounded in Joe Bai's mind. Is anyone there? Yes, who are you? Joe Bai replied. This is Blue Star. We're facing an apocalypse. This is a summoning item. We can call for help from another world. This is our third and last chance. Will you answer our call? Joe Bai's eyes reddened. Forget it, thank you. On the other end, hearing her long silence, the voice sounded defeated. Joe Bai took a deep breath and spoke. Yes, we will. Really? What kind of world are you? The voice was nervous. A technological magic world, Joe Bai said. But I used to be from Blue Star. Remember the Blue Star people who vanished when the apocalypse game arrived? That's us. At that moment, the connection started to fade. We'll be back, Joe Bai said as the signal cut out. Joe Bai, you're going back? Philia asked anxiously. Yes, to take a look. Want to come with me? See my homeland? Joe Bai invited. I do. Philia replied instantly. I want to see if there are dragons in your world. Joe Bai smiled, mounted Philia, and returned to Hope City. Hope City was bustling. A new building had suddenly appeared, a giant teleportation array, destination unknown. When Joe Bai returned, many asked her about it. That's a summoning array to Blue Star, Joe Bai explained. Blue Star is facing an apocalypse and needs our help. If you want, you can use the array to go back. We can go home? Everyone's feelings were complicated. After accepting their new lives, the road home was suddenly before them. They didn't know what to say. We're already people of this world. We're just being summoned back to help. When they no longer need help, the array may disappear, Joe Bai explained. Don't ask how she knew, her mind just told her. Honestly, if she could really go back, she didn't know which world she'd choose. Now, someone else had made the choice for them, and they could help without regrets. The former Blue Star people all looked the same. It doesn't matter, Blue Star is our home. Of course we'll go help. I need to think about what to bring. Bring food, drinks, weapons, equipment. The array should stay for now. We can go first and come back for more supplies if needed. Right, maybe if we go back sooner, we can save more people. Let's go. Hey, is this your old world? Yes. Want to come see it, brother? Let's treat it as an adventure. Sure. Let's go see your world. Let's go. Thanks, brother. No need to thank me. In no time, countless Hope City residents stepped into the array. Joe Bai didn't rush. After telling her parents, she checked her warehouses for weapons, equipment, and supplies. The country would need them, she'd bring them all. She also invited the elf, orc, dwarf, goblin, undead kingdoms, and the dragons. They were all friends. Whether they accepted or not was up to them, but she had to invite them. They all agreed. With that, Joe Bai and Philia stepped into the array. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, in Sea Country, they agreed, right? Someone in a territory confirmed. Yes, look, the black hole in the sky is still there. Why is the array in the air? Maybe so it's more visible. Are you sure it's safe? No idea. Maybe even if they agree, no one will come. She said she's a Blue Star person, one of the first to vanish when the apocalypse game arrived. Blue Star is her home. They'll come back. But only a few Blue Star people vanished. How many will answer the call? As long as someone comes, there's hope. They can at least bring weapons. Yeah, as long as there's someone, there's hope. Look, the sky is moving. The next moment, countless Sea Country citizens saw people falling from the black hole in the sky. They screamed as they fell, and people feared a tragedy, but then, things changed. Many floated in midair, some stood, some had brooms, some had magic carpets. A technological magic civilization. It really was magic. They were saved. The end.